guys. How's it going? Okay, hold on. Why is this not staying now? Okay, there we go. How are you, homies? I hope that you're doing well and that you are feeling these energies that the upcoming eclipse is bringing on. It feels like a lot with this one in Pisces being the first. How are you? Are you guys doing okay? Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly shuffle my massive oracle deck that I made, Big Mama. She needs a little shuffle here. We're using her tonight. So this topic, I have not done this topic in what feels like forever. I actually checked, and the last time that I did the your truth, their truth, and the truth was like May. So it's been a hot second. This is one of my favorite all signs to do. I just think it's a good way to kind of see both sides of a situation. Put yourself in someone else's shoes, so to speak, kind of just get a feel for what their side of things looks like, their perception, their perspective, but then also get a little bit, hopefully, of an objective truth as well, or the truth of the situation from kind of like spirit's perspective also. So what we're going to look at is your overall, like their overall energy, what their truth in the situation surrounding you is, and then what their most prominent desire or expectation around the situation with you is, or just your relationship. This doesn't have to be a romantic situation, but it might be. So yeah, again, just take it how it resonates for you. Excuse me, as per always, and just see what comes up. You should know based on like your side of things, your truth. What's up, 80s? It's good to see you too, honey. You should know when I get to your truth and or your energy within the situation and what you're kind of wanting out of it. Hopefully that should give you validation and clarity. Just kind of give you that extra check mark so that you know who it is that we're talking about if you're still wondering by that point. So yes, just give me a moment here to kind of shuffle this deck a little bit. And then we're going to get started with Aries as per always, and we will go all the way through to my beautiful fellow fishies. How are my Virgos doing? Happy birthday to you if you have already had your birthday. And I hope that you enjoyed your first moon. You guys are special, and you get two, and one of them is an eclipse. So lucky, lucky you. Virgos are like, yeah, our neat and tidy and like organized lives are getting messed up. So happy birthday to us, not. But sometimes we need that though, even if we don't know that we need it, or even if we maybe don't want it always. Okay. But yeah, what else do I have to say? Okay, so the timestamps will be up after I'm finished the stream, and they'll be in the pinned comment down below, as well as the info box for you. There's also stuff in the info box about booking a private reading with me through Etsy, finding me on socials. We also have a Discord server, which is awesome. There's some really great people over there, and so if you want to get to know more of the community in a bit more of an intimate way, or you just want somewhere where you feel that you can share the experience of your spiritual journey with other cool people, there's people over there that know a lot about astrology, so it's a great place to be. It is free. You just have to download the app, and then the link that is in my description box will take you directly to our server, the Moon Sun server. What's up, Kelbell? So yeah, if you're coming in during the stream and the timestamps are not up yet, you will be able to tell what sign we're on based on these little gifs up in the right hand corner. So check that out and you'll know where we are. Okay, I think that's all I have to say, other than I love you. And let me just put these back in here, and then we'll get right into it with Aries. Okay. been like a busy day. I feel like I've been running around all day, trying to make the most of the last bit of really hot days and sunshine, because in Canada anyways, or at least in Alberta, once like fall hits, it is but a blip on our timeline, unfortunately, even though it's my favorite season. And then it's like half a year of winter. So, you know, it's not the best, but we do what we can with what we've got. Okay, let's see. If you guys want to support the stream, help it get out to more people, help it circulate, feel free to like it if you feel so called to do so. Or follow if you want. Follow the channel, subscribe to the channel. We also have a members area, and they get a free reading, or a free reading. They get an extra reading every week. So if you're interested in that, you can check that out too. Okay, good. Let's put that down there as well. All right. I have limited space, so the cards are like on the ground. Okay, that's probably not gonna work. I'm realizing here. You couldn't handle snow. You should see the amount of snow we get. One time there was really crazy wind, and we already had a lot of snow, and I opened the front door and it was like above my head. Like the drift was above my head. We had to shovel our way out of the house. I was like, fuck my life. Why do I live here? Why do I live in a place where the air hurts to breathe? Someone make it make sense for me. Make it make sense. Why do I do this to myself? Hopefully not for long. We're gonna try to get out of here and get somewhere a little bit more tropical, hopefully, in the relatively near future. Okay. I wonder if that will work if I put it there. I think that would be okay. Okay. All right. So yes, we're going to look at their side of things first this time. I don't know why I felt called to do that, but we're going to look at them, like their overall energy, and then their truth surrounding you and the situation between you, what their desire or expectation is out of the situation. Then we'll look at the same things for you, and then we'll close with the truth, the ultimate truth, if you will, as according to like spirit. Okay, let's get into it. That was weird. My lamp just like strobed randomly. All right, let's see here. Aries. Let's look at what is going on. How both of you are feeling, what you're thinking, what your truth surrounding the situation or the relationship is. So if you guys want to set an intention now, if you have a specific person that you are perplexed about, or maybe you feel like the way that you're seeing things, you just have an inkling that the way that the two of you are seeing things is not quite in alignment maybe, or yeah, there's some sort of confusion or issue there, you can set an intention now, and hopefully the answers that you need will come through. Okay, good. Let's get some cards down. So tell me about Aries. The truth between them, this person that they are inquiring about or dealing with, and the ultimate truth. I love it. Okay, let's do it this way. Okay, and then for Aries. Okay. The ultimate truth. Oh. Okay. Let me grab a couple oracle cards here. Timestamp ya, and we'll get into it. Okay. Thank you guys for being here. I'm kind of just scheduling these as I feel energized and inspired to do them. So it's going to be a little bit spontaneous, a little bit mutable. So if you want to subscribe and turn the notifications on, then that's one way that you'll be able to know. Okay, I guess you're done being shuffled. It's exploding everywhere. Okay, tell me more about this person's truth here. Aries truth. The ultimate truth. Oh, goodness. Okay. I see what is happening here somewhat. Get to that. All right, Aries. Let's see. Is my laptop overheating already? Why does it do this? Why are you like this? Okay, hi Aries. I hope that you guys are doing well. Thanks for hanging out with me. Let's take a look. So also keep in mind that the roles can always be reversed when there's more than one person that we're looking at here. So if you just take it how it resonates for you, okay? If I'm talking, I'm gonna talk about their side first, your person that you're dealing with first. But if it sounds a lot like you, it could be one of two things. Either the two of you are kind of mirroring each other in some sort of way in regards to the situation, or the roles could be reversed, okay? So just keep that in mind. All right. So this person's overall energy currently is coming through as the 10 of Swords endings. And then their truth is the Hanged Man, which is the Hanged One in this deck, and it says surrender. And it came out with this oracle card: co-creation, release, purification, fantasy, and growth. And then the desire or the expectation that is coming up is the Four of Swords, rest. Okay. So, what's up, Rach? Hi, baby. Glad to see you. This person might have Pisces in their chart in some prominent way, because this card is, what's up? What's up? Tanmay? Did I say it right? I never remember. So this card has to do with Neptunian energy. But surrender is a very big theme around this Piscean, yes, bang on, Piscean eclipse. So because this is showing up, this person could have strong Piscean energy and they're kind of leaning into it at this time, but they don't have to, okay? I want to clarify this Ten of Swords endings, but what I kind of see here is that I don't feel like there is currently something super, super painful going on between you and this person. I feel like this is something from the past that this person wants to release between the two of you. However, it is still showing up as their overall energy, so it may be something that they feel like hasn't actually been purged out of the energy between the two of you, or out of the situation with you just quite yet, for whatever reason. Okay. But I feel like it's more the energy that this person is acknowledging that there has been a big, yes, thank you, Rach. It's more that they're acknowledging, and it's still fresh on their mind. I feel like that there has been a big closure. It feels more of like a cycle between the two of you, though. I don't feel like I'm not getting like a complete ending with this skull. It's feeling a little bit more like the Death card. So the Death card in the major arcana has to do more with transformation, transmutation. So more so like the end of a cycle, something changing form, one version of it dying, and then something new being born. And because their truth in the situation is this, right? This theme of surrender, and you still have co-creation with release, which I feel like this is what is the releasing that's happening, and then purification, fantasy, and growth. I feel like their truth is that they are just going with the flow. There's an openness, but there's always there's also a recognition that like we can't go back. There is no way to go back. Even if I wanted to go back, I could not be the person that I was back then, or maybe like my standards have changed, or I've healed, or I don't function the way that I used to. There's something that like the past has died, or who this person was in this dynamic in the past has died. So with that Ten of Swords endings, they are recognizing that they don't think the way that they used to within this dynamic. Their whole perspective has shifted. This could be someone that used to be really, there could have been a lot more anxiety coming from this person. They could have healed a lot of that. Because there's definitely a theme of like, if they were like this before, like white knuckling, they're trying to be like, okay, let me just woosah, let me just surrender, let me release this, let me like open it up so that whatever was not working can be purified out. There could be like an element that they felt like they were in a bit of a state of fantasy, or they were making something up about the not the potential of things, but maybe they were counting their chickens before they hatched, is more so what I'm getting from this. So this is coming through more as an energy of this person wanting to be in the present moment with you and focus on what is happening in the now, rather than like projecting too far into the future, or rather than looking at the potential of what something can be. They are focused on what is. What can we surrender to that is the present energy, so that we can release what is not like working within that, and we can co-create growth that fits into who we are now, not who we've been in the past, not who we anticipate we could be or what something could be in the future. This person is coming through as very much rooted, grounded in the present, and that could also be why they're not struggling as much with anxiety, because generally when we are present, that's a state of mindfulness, right? So that will bring about a lot of peace, and it feels like this person's been doing a lot of work on their mental state, because they have these two cards that are the swords suit, which talks about mentality, consciousness, communication, intelligence, all of those types of things. And then they also have the Neptunian energy, which can also talk about like the way you perceive things. Again, like not. Neptune can sometimes have elements of fantasy about it because it has this dreamy kind of watery quality about it. So there is this energy where maybe in the past this person feels like, and maybe still, they feel as though there's a big element of the unknown, which is why they need to surrender. It's like, I know what is happening right here, right now with me. I know what is happening right here, right now with us. And I know that that is all I can really trust on. That's all I can really know. So that's all I can rely on. So there's a very strong sense that this person's kind of truth at this moment is that are they still interested in creating something with you? Absolutely. But they're very aware that simultaneously there's a process that's closing out where something that has needed to be released within them, and then the connection as an extension is being purified out. But it's like they're hopeful. They're a little bit tired, it feels like, but they're hopeful that with this purification that it will bring new growth. So it's kind of like there may have been a storm, and then now it's like the fresh smell after it rains, and you can smell like the soil and the trees and plants, and it's like there can be new growth. So their greatest desire or expectation being the Four of Swords, rest. This is why I feel like maybe things have been a little bit like intense in the past for whatever reason, either overall or there was just one specific situation that happened between the two of you that was exhausting. But whatever it is, there's not an energy of hostility here. There's more of an energy like, that taught me something. It was difficult. Maybe it forced me to the end of myself in some sort of way, but that was so that I could learn to surrender, which overall is benefiting me, not hurting me, even if maybe it was difficult at the time. But yeah, they're hoping that things will be, I don't want to say easy, but they want peace. They want peace. This is like, I do not want anxiety. I do not want game playing. I do not want anything that is going to take my peace of mind. It's too high of a cost. Like, this person is not, they're not effing with that. They're just not. They're like, this is where we've been and we're not going back. That's closed out. That's over. That's not an option anymore. This is the new option. We want Netflix and chill in bed. We want snugs. We want cuddles. We want, we want vibes, and the vibes, we don't want them to be violent and stressful. So is there anything else about this person's side of things that you want me to highlight before I move on to Aries side? It's pretty clear. It's quite clear for this person, and I think that is because, they know that a cycle has closed out, for sure. And with the Wheel of Fortune and the Hanged Man, surrender, there's an element that this person too, they know that not only do they not want to try to control something, they want to surrender because they want it to be simpler and more the path of less resistance than whatever it was in the past. It feels like it was kind of a grind in the past, and they're like, I'm not doing that. I'm not overextending. I'm not chasing. I'm not like gonna hold on super tight. I'm not gonna try to force things because that caused more burden and loss, and Maybe this person also feels that when they did that, their generosity wasn't really like noticed or appreciated anyways. But it could just be because they were anxiously trying to like overextend or force something. And so if you didn't receive that as like a gift, a generous gift, like there's probably reasons for that. It probably felt more like something that put a strain on the connection than anything, and this person doesn't want to do that anymore. Not that they don't want to, they won't do that anymore because they're not the same person anymore. Hi beloved, hi my sweet. I hope you're doing good. Okay, let's take a look at your side of things here. Aries, your side of things, my spicy little hot tamales here. Your overall energy towards this person is the Seven of Wands, defense in the reverse. Your truth is the page. The page? Is that the page? I'm pretty sure it is. No, this is the, the Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords, ambition in reverse. With this oracle card. This little girl just jumping out into the great wide open. Good old rest in peace, Petty. And then your desire or expectation is the Nine of Pentacles, abundance. Okay. You also want things to be simpler, less, there's an energy of like something was truly difficult for both of you in the past, whether that was just like there was something that the two of you went through, like you both faced a challenge together that you had to sort of struggle through to overcome, or whether that was you were each independently in a difficult time of your lives, and so then it put strain or tension on the connection. Whatever it was, there was a way of approaching things with one another in the past that it just wasn't sustainable, and I think that it brought out your defensiveness in some sort of way towards this person, because with the Seven of Wands in reverse, defense, you're doing your level best to kind of not be, you don't want to be on edge. Just like this person doesn't want to be on edge, you also don't want to be on edge. So I think that you actually kind of share you kind of are in the same energy, you're just kind of communicating it in a slightly different way. But it's sort of coming through as the same message, which is if I have to force it, then it's not for me. If I have to feel like I have to be defensive against it, then it's not for me. Because I don't want that. I don't want something that makes things feel heavier. I know that I can't lose what is for me, and I know that that means I still have to show up for it, obviously. But it shouldn't be something that is like so difficult. I do want to clarify this though, because your truth is the Knight of Swords, ambition in reverse. I don't know if that's you or them, but there is sort of it's kind of like a lackadaisical, what's up, Soph? It's kind of like a lackadaisical sort of, I don't want to say lazy, because it's not really coming through as that, but it is coming through as like, I'm hearing that, like, what's the lyrics to that song? Take it easy. you both kind of just want to take it easy. You're hoping that you can just surrender, just kind of like be present, show up, and let that be enough. It's almost like, can I just show up and be myself? Can you show up and be yourself? Can we just kind of like merge together and just enjoy each other's company, but not be defensive, not focus on maybe the way that things were stressful or like sharp around the edges in the past? Essentially, can we bring an element of enjoyment and peace and rest and even play back into this connection? Is this tell me more about the Knight of Swords in reverse, because it's kind of at odds here, right? Because I see this card is someone taking a leap. It's kind of like the Fool energy, right? So it's, I'm gonna take a leap into this, but then here it's not coming through actually. Okay, that's what it is. It's not really being completely sure where to put your energy. I'm not seeing it as you don't have any ambition towards this. So this is you. Yeah. Okay, that just channeled through. It's interesting because you're showing me that there is an openness to I want to say like give yourself to this maybe in a way that you didn't, again with a bit more tenderness, like a bit less of a like, you know, defensiveness. There's essentially like the desire to cooperate and be compassionate towards the connection as a whole. So you could be healing with this person a little bit, or again just coming out of a time that was stressful for both of you. But with the Knight of Swords in reverse, ambition, it's like that is someone that doesn't really have the answers as to like, what's our plan? You know, like what is the strategy? So that's why there is a lack of ambition. It's kind of like the desire to move forward is there, but I think that there's still anxiety surrounding what it is you don't know. Can you tell me more about that Knight of Swords in reverse? But it's like, on one hand, I want to leap out into this and I want to trust it. On the other hand, I don't know all of the answers and that stresses me out. It's like you would feel a little bit better if you had formulated a bit of a plan with this person, is what that feels like. So maybe there just needs to be some communication. The Nine of Cups, emotional stability. The Six of Swords, transition. The Five of Swords, defeat. And the Page of Pentacles, skill development. There has been like a self-defeating mentality here, or even maybe a self-sabotaging kind of mentality here in the past. And it has everything to do with the way that you've been thinking. So that is kind of still present, but you're trying to get past it. I'm seeing someone, I saw like a pole jumper for some reason. Saw someone run and just fling themselves over. Kind of like this, actually, I guess, a little bit. It's almost like there's something that you want to bypass because you don't know the answer to it. But I think that it does kind of need to be addressed because the answer is not going to come from like not addressing it, probably. But there's quite a bit of independent energy here. So I see you kind of focusing on yourself because you are saying like, my emotional stability and my personal abundance matters to me. So it matters to me that I don't, much like this person, that I don't get thrown into a state where I'm off balance, where I don't feel at peace anymore, right? So again, you guys have very similar energies. You're just telling me in different ways. You're saying like, I want everyone to feel good. I want everyone to be happy in this situation. I am working on transitioning out of a headspace where I maybe ruminated or obsessed, or I got too in my own head making assumptions or playing games, maybe even just with yourself, you know, like going very back and forth. But there's an energy of this can be, self-sabotagey energy, not on purpose, but just due to the kind of thinking that isn't helpful to the situation. So you're trying to move past that into more clear waters, more calm waters within your own mind. But you're telling me that this is a skill that you are still developing. So that means that this has been like these energies, well, because this is still your truth, right? So these are still energies that you are kind of in. Your truth is that you're working to overcome them right now, but it's still a practical skill that is still in the process of being developed. You're not quite there yet, so that's your truth. And then your desire or expectation being the Nine of Pentacles. You want this to be something that that adds to your life, that adds to your overall well-being, that enriches your world. So I think that you kind of want to eventually maybe move from the Nine of Pentacles into the Ten of Pentacles. You're sort of just saying, I don't want this to take anything from what I've already established. I want it to add to it. So I don't want to sacrifice like the level of balance, peace, and abundance that I've created in my life individually. I want to make sure that I can kind of like merge this into my coexisting reality in a way that is complementary and brings something enriching to that instead of taking away from it. Okay, so the ultimate truth between the two of you came out as the Six of Cups, memories. I'm getting like a very tender emotional energy with that card. You guys want the same thing. Even see how the 3 raindrops on, like 3 of those are coming through as you and 3 are coming through as the other person. So that would be like the 3 of Cups, the 3 of Cups. And what does the 3 of Cups talk about? It talks about reconciliation. It talks about being with someone that is a friend, someone that you trust, someone that makes you feel good, someone that you can enjoy life with, that you can have meaningful experiences with, someone that does fit into your reality in a way that does not cause a burden, someone that you don't need to be defensive against because you trust them, right? The 3 of Cups is a community that feels like family, that feels good. They enrich your life. They're supportive. These are the 2 oracle cards that came out to clarify that. So maybe I'm divine, so maybe I'm celestial. And then the top one says, if this is how you feel when you think about them, stop. Okay. So you're showing me also like a little bit, well, the ultimate truth is that the past was a mixed bag between you and this person, Aries. And I think that that's probably pretty normal. I don't think that the past or the history of any relationship ever to exist in the world was like all good or all bad. It's really not black or white, right? We're humans, and so it's usually a mix. But this is telling me that despite the memories that you have, maybe some of them, there was times where it was confusing as hell, I'm seeing. And you're already both showing me that, right? With these being the energies. You're both aware that something needs to shift. And it's this energy of like pollution. And it's coming through as when you think about them, right? So this, I feel like, again, is how you two were applying your perception to the situation that mostly confused you. So you could have with the 6 of Cups, this can talk about a highly like telepathic or a very emotionally or spiritually tuned in connection. Oftentimes like a past life connection or someone that you have a strong soul contract with. And that would kind of be indicated in this as well. There's some sort of celestial, divine connection between the 2 of you that's very much being validated here. This is the ultimate truth of the connection. But Spirit is also validating what the 2 of you already know, which is that there's something about tension in the way that you guys think about the situation overall. Maybe you get ahead of yourselves, right? Maybe you try to project too far into the future when you just need to focus on the present, which I think you're both wanting to do, so that's great. Or maybe there was just too much internal processing and not enough actually communicating with one another. So when there's a lot of internal ruminating and not communicating, then usually there's also a lot of assumptions, and then assumptions create tension because we don't really know how the other person feels. We're just making stuff up and filling in the blanks. So essentially the truth of this connection, Aries, is that it is a really strong connection. The two of you are on the same page. You have tender feelings for each other. You're very much in alignment, but you also need to communicate about what didn't work in the past and what needs to shift. And I think that part of that is just being less in your head and more present with one another overall. Yeah. But there's a very strong connection, and that is what is being highlighted as the ultimate truth, along with the fact that Spirit kind of wants you to know that you're more on the same page with this person maybe than either of you really recognize. But that will come, I think that will be communicated to the two of you. I feel like you're going to gain perspective on that in the near future. You could receive some sort of synchronistic sign that you've been asking for about this connection, or else just some sort of communication or conversation could happen between the two of you that really gives you clarity about this. But I'm seeing that you guys have, overall, you have, like I said, there's a mixed bag in terms of experiences in the past, but the two of you are more focused on the good, and you're more focused on the love that you feel for one another than being defensive or focusing on the things that made you triggered or anxious. That's what I see for you, okay? All right, Aries, we're gonna move on to Taurus. Now, I hope that you guys are doing well, though, and that resonated with you. All right, let's see. See what's going on with Taurus, the person that they are dealing with, their truth within the connection or dynamic, their desire or expectation, as well as all of the above for Taurus, and then the ultimate truth. Where did you get an internship? I've been doing good, though. I mean, there have been huge changes coming on for me. Hi, Sabrina. I don't know why I can't talk. I'm like stumbling over my words and using weird words. So forgive me if my sentences are weird. I feel like it's Mercury retrograde energy, but it's not Mercury retrograde. Maybe I just need to slow down a little bit. But I've been doing good. I've been closing out some major cycles, but I am a Pisces Sun and Pisces North Node, so this year is my North Nodal return. And so these eclipses are very, very major for me. Can you guys tell me if, by any chance, it starts getting glitchy as well? Someone just let me know, because it is showing that it is a little glitchy and my laptop is like overheating. So I just want to make sure that it is not freezing for you guys. Just holler at your girl if that starts happening, okay? I've been good. It's good to see you too. Zombified. Yes. I've been listening to less angry music, which is always a good sign. Less ego screamy moments for me. All right, tell me about Taurus here. Let's look at their person first. Person, their truth, and their desire or expectation. Ooh, daddy. Daddy. Your energy, your truth, and your desire or expectation. Oh my. Okay. Ultimate truth. Okay. A factory. Oh, you're studying mechanical engineering. Ooh. That's good. I hope that it's going well for ya. Okay. There feels like there's a cycle that's not quite. Maybe you're not quite in alignment yet here, but you're on your way there. Okay, tell me about Taurian's person's truth here. Taurian's truth. And the ultimate truth. It's too many. They just get one. Yeah. Okay. Oh man, this is all, yeah. Okay. Let's take a little look here. Taurus. Let's see. 8. Hi, Taurus. I hope you beautiful people are doing excellent. So we're going to take a look here at your person's energies and truth first, but keep in mind that the roles could always be reversed, okay? So if it sounds like it's opposite for you, then just take it how it resonates. All right, so this person's overall energy around the situation right now is the 7 of Cups in reverse. Their truth is the 8 of Swords in reverse with this card that says it's not who you are that holds you back, it's who you think you're not. True story is there. And their desire or expectation of the situation at this time is the King of Wands. Sexy times. All right. This is very much like let's get down to business kind of energy. Let's get down to business. This person is not effing around, as they say. And that's what that feels like. They're ready. They're like, it's go time. But it's nice because it's coming through very much as they're not trying to apply that to the situation between the two of you. It feels more like they are focused on personal growth, but they know that that personal growth will, by extension, affect the connection between the two of you. So they're basically doing exactly what they should do, which is their part. This is kind of coming through as someone who is doing the work, so to speak. Okay. So right now, currently, this person has reached a point of, emotional clarity. This is the after tarot that I'm using for you. So it's the Rider-Waite, but it's kind of like how the artist would see the scene after the original Rider-Waite scene. And so, whereas normally the Seven of Cups has someone just looking at all of these cups, this one has this guy has chosen something out of one of the cups, and it looks like he got some jewels there. He got some bounty there from that, which is nice because there's a mixture of things in all of the cups. There's like a little monster in one of them. There's like a big mountain, which would probably represent like a challenge or something that you have to overcome. In one of them, there's just like dark water. So this person has chosen wisely, and they're clear on how they feel. And I feel that how they feel about the situation is positive because they have chosen to take out of the cup like jewels and riches, essentially. So their truth being the Eight of Swords in reverse, and then with this quote about it's not who you are that holds you back, but it's who you think you're not. This is essentially about self-limiting beliefs, and that is so on point to go with the Eight of Swords because that is exactly what the Eight of Swords talks about. It talks about fear that limits you. Hi, Faye. How are you, love? So it came out in the reverse, which is telling me that this person, their truth is that they are liberating themselves from a limiting belief that they had around this situation specifically. I think that they thought this is coming through as like imposter syndrome, honestly, or just not feeling like they are enough for whatever reason. It could be that they don't feel like they have enough, either like confidence, swag, or, money or stability. They could feel like you are the finest thing on the block, which you probably are. You're a Taurus. And they could be like, who am I to be like, it's not who they truly are that was holding them back. It was who they were telling themselves they weren't. Or if they were telling themselves that they weren't up to a specific standard that they believed that they needed to be with you, then that was what was holding them back in the past. But their truth is that they're liberating themselves from that. And with this card from the After Tarot, there's actually someone helping this person get out of that headspace. And so I think that this person feels as though you've assisted them in that in some sort of way. Essentially, like you've helped them see themselves in a better light, is what I feel. Which is really lovely. I'm getting that they feel like they've been supported by you and that you've helped them feel better about themselves. You've supported them in expanding their mindset or their consciousness surrounding who they see themselves to be or what they believe themselves to be capable of. And so then with their desire or expectation being the King of Wands, I feel like this is them. And they're saying like, I'm not going to be scared anymore. I desire or I expect myself to be daddy, be in big dick, empowered vibes, very tuned into themselves, very trusting of their instincts and their intuition, following their desires and their passion, the things that light them up, the things that turn them on. That King of Wands is a beautiful energy. It's the energy of also taking a lot of self-ownership and being in kind of an energy of mastery. It can also be the energy of someone who feels confident taking the lead. So that's what I see for this person, which I love. Absolutely love that. So on your side of things, your energy is coming through as the Six of Swords. Your truth, as of right now, is the Three of Swords with this oracle card that says fragile all over it. And then your desire or expectation out of this situation is the Star in reverse. Okay. It looks kind of like you could use a little bit of the juice that you poured into this person and this situation. It's almost like, hey, I scratched your back. Holla, you want to come over here and rub my back, let me lay my head on your shoulder, tell me that everything's going to be okay. Because something did happen here that you're moving beyond it. I see that you've kind of gotten past it. You're more in a peaceful state mentally about things with the Six of Swords. You've moved out of a state where you were very in your head ruminating on something, and maybe even to a self-defeatist kind of like level, right? You could have been overthinking things to the point where you were confusing yourself, you were maybe draining your own energy or creating complications in the situation or the dynamic. But I'm seeing that you've kind of like you've moved into calmer waters and you're carrying that peace of mind with you. So any indecision that there used to be, you're wiping that out and you're trying to just stay in a peaceful state of mind about this. But with your truth being the Three of Swords and fragile here, it's very much like handle with care. And this Three of Swords, because it's the after tarot, right? The heart is bandaged up and the swords are taken out of it. So I do feel like, again, there's been a fair degree of healing that's already taken place within this for you. You've already kind of like removed the swords. You've addressed the pain, I feel like, head on. You haven't hid from it. You've looked at it. You've applied like a balm and bandaged it up, so to speak. But it's like having a fresh injury, or it's like coming out of surgery, right? You still need to be handled with care. It's still tender and there's still healing that needs to take place. So with your desire or expectation being the Star in reverse, it's kind of coming through as like you've been through the ringer a little bit and you're just a little tired. I'm not seeing it as you don't have any hope, but it's because of the way that things have gone in the past. This is coming through as more like what you're expecting, not what you're desiring, but there's something with this person that you're having a difficult time believing that there will be change, or that something will heal or be healed to the point or show up differently to the point that it reinfuses hope into the situation. And it's coming through as like you're just tired. You've been wounded by this. I don't think that you want it to be that way. Yeah, there's a lot of feelings here. I really like that you're both showing up here. Oh, the Queen of Cups is below the King of Cups. Aww. Yeah. There's love here. But I like how the two of you are showing up in King energy. That's showing me that there's a balance. But if you see in, again, this is the after tarot, the King of Cups is like dumping his cup of water out, and he kind of looks a little bit perturbed or just like disappointed, I would say. It's kind of coming through as, I'm aware that there is a match here. I'm aware that there's even mutual love, but I also have given a lot to this already, and it's taken a lot from me. I think that also part of your expectation is you don't really expect to regain your full strength in the immediate future. It's almost like it's coming through that you're not really expecting full support from this person, though, in the way that you may have given it. So I don't know exactly why that's coming through. Maybe you don't expect the way that this person is about to show up, because I'm seeing that their truth is that in the past, again, right, there was a lot of emotional confusion, and there was also a lot of self-limiting beliefs and fears that kept them stuck. However, this is their energy and their truth now. You might not be totally aware that this person is liberating themselves from the insecurities essentially that they used to carry, and that their aim is to show up in a completely different way. Because the King of Wands could not be more night and day from the Seven of Cups and the Eight of Swords. This is someone, like I said, that's kind of big dick energy. It's very much like they know what they want, they're going for it. But it's kind of coming through as like you're still tired, you're still wounded, you're still feeling a little fragile, and you don't see it coming. You're not expecting it from this person. It's not that you don't want it, but it's coming through as like you don't really expect to be back at 100% right away. So again, it's like you had a surgery, you came out, you're aware that you have like a healing period, and it's like you're not expecting someone to come by and help you bandage up your wounds or help you move forwards. Okay. So the ultimate truth is coming through as the Knight of Pentacles in reverse at this time. Keep in mind, this is just the truth, the ultimate truth of the situation right now. Okay, so this is obviously everything is always subject to change. Change is the only constant. But this is the truth right now of the situation. So the Knight of Pentacles in reverse. This is someone who's going nowhere fast at this exact moment in time. But that's okay. I think that the reason for this is it's coming through as a few different things. The main one is divine timing. The second one is just practical timing. I say divine timing because at the bottom of the deck is the Wheel of Fortune in reverse. So it's like this, I feel like there is something that can be fortunate and it is meant to move forwards, but it's not doing so, at least not in a physical way right now. That's because the two of you are individually working on different things. And I find it very interesting because this is the card, this is one of the oracle cards that came out. And it says independence, attraction, unconditional love, hope, and acceptance. So you're still very much attracted to each other. And again, I feel like there is unconditional love between the two of you and acceptance of each other, despite anything that may have happened to be confusing. I wanted to say any projections that could have happened as well onto one another. So if you were in a little bit of a confused state of mind, and if this person was also not seeing themselves or the situation clearly, you guys could have projected that onto each other and caused a little bit of pain. But I'm seeing that you're not holding that against one another. It's interesting that the word hope is on here, though, because we were talking about that with the star card on your side of things. So the reason why things are not moving forwards in the physical right now between the two of you, it's looking like there are independent things that the two of you are tackling. For this person, it is like really solidifying what they know emotionally and allowing that to motivate them to liberate themselves from this old perspective where they would tell themselves like, you're not that, you're not enough, you can't have that, you can't do this, you know, and they're trying to get in this energy instead, where they're shifting the narrative to something a lot more empowered. And then you're just kind of you're tending to your heart and you're trying to reinfuse hope back in, but you're struggling a little bit because you're tired is what that's coming through as. But then these two cards also came out, which is funny because this one in the upright, it says, to quote Hamlet, Act 3, Scene 3, line 87, no. But it came out in reverse. So this to me is spirit saying like, it's not a no. It's not a no. So even though this could be perceived as it's not happening, what spirit is saying is that that's not it. It's not just as black and white as like, it's a no-go. It's this is the last oracle card that came out. It says free thinker, guided, intensity, grief, and karma. So as well with the Wheel of Fortune in reverse, there's also a karmic element to this. But I think that the karma that the two of you guys are working through right now is, again, it's individual. It's individual. Whatever is being purged and released from your hearts and minds, it might feel a little bit heavy. It might feel a little bit intense. I'm seeing that this person's feeling more intensity and you're feeling a little more grief, but you're both being guided individually. The reason why you're not really fully coming together right now in a practical way is because there's an element of free thinking, independent thinking that needs to happen right now. Almost like the problems that you're solving individually, you are the only ones that have the solutions. You're the only one that can release yourself from your karma. This person may have helped you, you may have helped them see things differently, but ultimately no one can empower you but yourself, right? So there's an element where that's happening, and I think that that's why this is the ultimate truth. Is there anything else you want me to highlight about this connection before I let Taurus go? It's coming through though as like it's not a no forever. It's just there is an element of timing here, and there's some things that are being closed out right now that need to, it's almost like prerequisite work, something that needs to fall into place so that things can smoothly move forwards for you guys. I think that you're releasing things that are not emotionally fulfilling to you, whether that is an old way of thinking, habits, or engagements that added to confusion or hostility in your life or between the two of you. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else. I think that's it. Yeah. So that's what's coming through, Taurus. That's what I see. But I do see that the two of you you're attracted to one another still, and there is love and acceptance and even hope. There's also a sense of being guided in the direction of one another, even if your individual focuses are not directly on each other at this time. They're more on yourselves while you're working through your own stuff. I do see you kind of making your way gradually back towards one another. So I would say just give it like a little bit of time and patience, and try to also trust during that time if you can, even if you don't see the forward motion happening in a tangible way. Okay? So that's what I have for you, Taurus. I love you guys, and we're going to move on to Gemini now. Okay. Let's see. For my Geminis, what's coming up? What's coming up? What do you have for my Geminis? My Geminis. What do they need to know about this person? About the three truths to this situation currently. Their person's truth, their personal truth, and the ultimate or more objective perspective at this time. What does Gemini need to know? What's up, Rochelle? What's up? Finished cooking dinner. Aw. Well, I'd love to have you here. You know that. All right, Gemini. You're just in time for Gem. Wow. I feel like I need to shuffle a little more for some reason because that card tried to fly out. One more. That's better. Okay. I'm hearing a song by the Killers. It's called For Reasons Unknown. I don't know if that has anything to do with your reading. And he says, but my heart, it don't beat the way it used to, and my eyes don't recognize you no more. My lips, they don't kiss the way they used to. And my lips don't recognize you no more. For reasons unknown. Alrighty. Yeah, this looks slightly tumultuous. Oh my. Okay. Well. Yeah. Okay. Let's get a couple oracle cards here. See what's going on. Okay, tell me about Gemini's person's truth. I believe that Uranus is in Gemini right now, so you guys could be experiencing some shakeups. Uranus was in like a direct, was it in a direct opposition or square? I can't remember, to the new moon that we just had in Virgo. Okay, Gemini's truth. Yeah. Oh my, there's a lot of... Well, this could be a little, slightly, tiny bit confusing for you. And I totally understand why that would be. I gotta stretch my leg. I just want to see, is this meant to be in reverse? Because it did come out in reverse. Okay. Good, good. Let's see here. My darlings, my darling Geminis. Let me timestamp you. All right. My lips are very dry at this moment. Let's see. 1:14. Okay. Hi, Gemini. Hi, gang. I hope you guys are doing well. I'm sending you lots of love, lots of chaotic love and vibes as per always. Gemini moon gang. All right. So I'm going to take a look at their side of things first, your person, but keep in mind that it could be reversed. So if this sounds more like your energy, then feel free to take it as such and just trust your intuition, okay? So your person's vibes here. Okay, So the energy that this person is currently in is coming through as the Five of Wands. The Five of Wands. Their truth is coming through as the Page of Swords with this Viper in reverse here. This very angry snake. So we love to see that in reverse. Especially with an archetype that represents communication. We love that. And then their desire or expectation within the connection at this time is the Emperor in reverse. Okay. So I see Aries, Scorpio, and Gemini energies here on the table very prominently. All right. Well, this person is a little bit conflicted right now. I am liking, though, that it's mostly internalized. I don't love that it's internalized, obviously. Like, this person needs to work out their tension and their own internal... It's kind of like they're at war with themselves, or they have competing interests, or they're not at peace with, they're being pulled in different directions here, or maybe there's just a lot of conflict and kind of chaos in their life in general that they're dealing with. A little bit of like chaotic upheaval energies coming through here. But this is their energy within the connection. So if that is the case, that's happening like in some area of their life, then I do feel like that is bleeding over into the connection. But I like that I don't feel like they are projecting that at you outwardly, at least not verbally, because it's showing me that they're trying to be open-minded. Their truth is that they don't want to sting you. They don't want to bite you. They want to try to get to a place where they can approach communication with you from more of like an open-minded space of curiosity, and essentially like listening to understand, not listening to fight, not listening to take notes and that they can then use to weaponize that information against you. They want the kind of communication that actually gets you somewhere, which is optimal when you're communicating, you know? Best case scenario, that communication actually functions to, you know, move something forwards in a positive way, whatever that is. But I'm seeing that this person's truth is that they don't want to bite you, they don't want to snap at you, they don't want to hurt you, they don't want to project their own internal state of tension onto you. I don't know if the Emperor in reverse is meant to be you or them, though, so I'm going to clarify that as their desire. It's coming through as their expectation more so. Their expectation is the Emperor in reverse. So if this is them, then it's almost like they're expecting themselves to not be in a place of full mastery, clarity, or empowerment. And I think that would be because they are fully aware that they are in this state, and when you're in this state, you can't be like this, right? So this is not a forever thing, right? But they might be anticipating that they still don't feel really like in dominion over their life or themselves in the near future, because they don't know how to reconcile this internally yet. But I think that their truth is that they want to talk to you about what's going on maybe and try to sort through that. It's just they also might not be totally expecting to be seen or understood. Or maybe they don't know how to communicate what they're feeling internally in a way that you'll actually be able to like hear them. You and this person could have slightly different love languages, or maybe this person, I'm almost getting as this is an area that they perceive as a weakness for them. not communication and expression overall. It's coming through more as like expressing their emotions and expressing the depth more of their soul. It's more like the deep shit. That's what they struggle to kind of like put words to, or maybe they get flustered, or maybe they get very insecure, or they could also have a wound. They could have a Chiron in Gemini or a Chiron in the third house, because they could have a wound around being misunderstood when they share those deeper parts of themselves for some of you. So let's see. What do we want to clarify here? Can you tell me more about what's the source of this Five of Wands, the primary source for this person? What's got their panties all bunched up here? The Knight of Pentacles. Okay. Yes. It is a personal insecurity, as I suspected. So they feel pressured, but okay, that's why they're having a difficult time knowing how to express this to you. It's like how do I say this? I understand why this person's having a difficult time with it, because I'm like, how do I say this? I feel like this person, they are aware that they are working through some personal insecurities, and they're aware that they need to sort those insecurities out and feel grounded and confident within themselves in order for them to come at you correct or feel good about the situation, like feel confident enough to really reach out and grab it. But this person knows that there's a cycle that is all about them and the way that they perceive themselves that is not closed out yet. They're still in the thick of it. They're in the thick of it here. They are not out of the woods yet. And they're aware of that. But there's this element of them, it feels very pressurized almost. And part of that is because it's still internalized. Like, I don't feel that this person has expressed this to you in a beneficial way. In fact, it might have, like, this Five of Wands energy may have in the past bubbled over as like anger, or them losing their temper at you, or just like a lack of patience with you, like getting it's just coming through as like, yeah, they feel very pressured within themselves, and so then they're like always like at their limit. So then it takes like the littlest thing to like push them over their limit. And then you could be kind of confused by that, because you're like, I literally like nothing happened really, or like nothing big enough to warrant that reaction happened. So there could be confusion, and I'm getting like a little bit of guilt from this person, honestly. Like, they feel guilty if that is something that's happened, if they've snapped at you. That's why their overall truth is that they're kind of they're telling me that they don't want to do that. They've made up their mind. They're like, I'm not doing that again. I'm going to come at this from a different way. But they still don't know exactly how to express what they are moving through. And what they're moving through is the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, the Ten of Cups in reverse, and the Ace of Pentacles in reverse. So this is the situation with you. So right now, this person, and they are making steps, but they're slow steps. And again, they could feel like, I don't feel like you are rushing them or trying to pressure them. I feel like they feel pressured, almost like there's a time constraint to the situation. So maybe they feel like if they don't move forwards fast enough, then they're going to lose you, or you're going to be disappointed, or you're like, hello, why are you not like showing up the way that you're supposed to? And they feel like they haven't really expressed to you completely, like, honestly where they're actually at, and so it doesn't make sense to you. And if anything, they've let it bubble over in kind of an unpredictable or unfair way is what they're showing me. So, but this personal insecurity, so the Nine of Pentacles in reverse is not feeling individually stable or abundant necessarily, or consistent. For that reason, because they don't have that personal foundation within them right now, they don't have a lot of hope for the Ten of Cups energy, which makes sense. It's like because they don't feel physically stable, they don't feel like they can offer emotional consistency and balance to the situation. For that reason, I think that they don't feel like they can really reach out and fully take this opportunity, not until they close out this cycle that they're very aware that they are in. Because right underneath that is the Nine of Cups. So once they in their mind, they're like, I'm taking it one step at a time. I'm slowly taking bites out of this thing. I'm not out of the woods yet. I anticipate or I expect in the near future that I'm still going to be in this kind of like internal space where I don't feel that great about myself. But they are like, I really like that they are kind of trying to discipline themselves, and they're like, I don't want to project this onto Gemini though. I don't want to do that. It's almost like they know that that's not fair, or that you don't deserve that, which is good because you don't deserve that. So I don't know how this person's going to communicate this to you. Oh, I split the deck and it's the Ace of Swords. So I do see that they will find a way to tell you the truth. Yeah. Something that they're not reconciled with within themselves yet. And I think that it's about the way that they think about themselves. It's like, again, it's kind of like imposter syndrome, or it's like they think that they need to be at a specific place in their life before they feel confident, like really truly fully investing into a deep emotional commitment. And that's fair. They might just feel like they don't have to give you what it is that you want or what it is that you deserve right at this time. And they're showing me that it doesn't have anything to do with you or their feelings. They want to show up for you. They don't feel like they can, and they feel like pressuring themselves to do so at this time is just not really ending well. So that's why I feel like they are wanting to communicate and be honest with you about this, so that you have an understanding that, like, if they have lashed out at you, that it wasn't really personal, but they're aware that there's something they have not reconciled. The cycle isn't closed yet. They're still in the middle of it. They're still feeling overwhelmed and at odds with themselves about something. And I feel like their truth is that they want to express that to you, but they don't know how yet. And they specifically want to find like a tender way to express something that is a point of insecurity for them. So they're trying, it feels like, to kind of get into a space where they feel confident enough and not defensive to address this situation or address this particular topic with you. So your side of things, your overall energy within this at this time is the Four of Wands in reverse. Yeah. Your truth is the King of Cups in reverse. With this oracle card, though, it says belief, innocence, playful, society, and self-destruction. You have a very accurate read on this person, I can tell already. It's interesting because they're like, I don't know how to communicate this to Gemini, and you're like, you already know. Yeah. You already know. You know a lot already. And then your desire or expectation for this connection in the near future is the Ten of Swords in reverse. Good. That's good. So you have 3 reversed cards here. Yeah, you're definitely feeling that there is, like, you've hit a wall, or I'm getting that there's a resistance or a barrier that you just can't push past with this person. And I think you are fully aware that it's because you know that it's not personal. You know that this person is dealing with something internal or individually that is preventing them from confidently and consistently showing up or being able to offer you a certain part of themselves. So with the Four of Wands in reverse, can you tell me a little bit more about that? The Four of Wands in reverse, it talks about like an unstable structure, a little bit erratic, something that you cannot, you can't, yeah, oh man. It's almost like you don't know when the rug's going to be pulled out from under you. Like the Four of Wands in the upright is, it's the kind of, it's kind of like the best case scenario for a relationship, really, because it's a structure that is solid but still open. It's not confining, it doesn't restrict you, it doesn't suffocate you, it doesn't ask you to change who you are. So you feel both safe and held and loved, but also free and liberated within this. So that is essentially unconditional love, which is the best case scenario, right? And it's two people showing up in the same balanced kind of way to create that, and offering each other the same level of respect, the same level of honesty, the same level of investment. And that is what creates the balance that makes it, the foundation, feel safe and free. So it's like once you nail down that foundation and you know that the structure is solid and safe, then you can function freely within it, right? Like there's no stress, like wondering, is this thing going to just crumble like at any given moment, right? You know that it's solid, so you don't need to worry about that constantly. And then there's all of this anxiety alleviated because of that. I feel like in the past, though, this was not the case, because there's the Tower, the Page of Cups in reverse, and the Five of Cups. This, in the past, you could have been very caught off guard by someone like revoking or pulling back their heart, or even like offering you themselves emotionally and then like abandoning you or running away. But it's like you weren't expecting it, and it caused a lot of pain and grief with the Five of Cups. So with the Four of Wands in reverse, it's not just that you haven't gotten to the point where you've created that stability yet. It's that that stability has actively not been there in the past. Like this has not been something or someone that you feel like you've been able to count on. It hasn't felt reliable, and it hasn't felt solid. And I'm not saying that that's anybody's fault. I think that it's just the circumstances so far has not allowed for that. But your truth being the King of Cups in reverse, that's not you. Okay, they're saying that it's mostly the other person, but there's an element of it that still applies to you as well. I think you feel like you've lost this person in some ways. I think you feel like this person is emotionally detached from you. You're not feeling tenderness, empathy, patience, or love from them at this time, not actively. Anyways, that doesn't mean that it's not there. But the King of Cups in reverse can be someone who is emotionally manipulative, someone who is emotionally detached, someone who is confused and erratic, or they're still gaining emotional maturity, or it's not someone that feels safe to give your heart to. And the thing is, you want to, though. Like, I see that you really want to give your heart to this person. You have a lot of belief in them. Like, it's like, you know who they can be when they are not in a state of internal turmoil. So, because nobody is like always in this space, right? And I think that this is who this person kind of more so is overall. just not right now, and that's hurting you. So I feel that you know this person well enough that you've seen them in more of a free or liberated, empowered or confident state, but they're not in that right now. And so it's like you want this person to be safe, to hold your heart, and it's almost this pain of like feeling like you have to somewhat hold yourself back a bit because you're afraid that you're going to you want to approach this from this place of like innocence and like this playful energy. It's very light, it's very Gemini, because you do believe in them and you believe in this. But you're aware that there's something about this person where they don't feel safe, they feel a little erratic, and it's because they are at war within themselves or under a lot of pressure. It could be even like societal pressure. Again, it's like this person, they don't feel like, there's something where they don't really feel like they're enough, like they don't have enough, and they have to be in a certain place before they can offer you their heart or show up, right? You could think that that is something that's coming from their culture, their family, their traditional way of thinking, or society in general. And I feel like you just, in typical Gemini fashion, you would prefer to you're like, just show up just as you are, like come as you are. I just want to see you because I believe in you. I see the purity in you. I just like, but can you come out and play? You know, you're just like, I know that you're fucking stressed as fuck, but can you just take a break and just like come play? Like you just, it's kind of making me sad because you want to connect with them on this very pure level. And I think you want to offer them that energy as well because, hi Stephanie, sorry, not Steffi. Because you know that it's possible, and maybe you feel like you can lighten their load a little bit. Like, because this is exhausting to be in all the time. So maybe you're like, hey, can you take a little break from that though? And like, just let me pour some sunshine into your life. I can make you feel better. But I feel like this person they're in a bit of a self-destructive energy as you see it anyways, because this is your truth. But you kind of are telling me that that's because they are not, they're a little bit disconnected from their, or they're not expressing themselves emotionally, or they're in a state of emotional turmoil right now that is making them emotionally volatile. Okay. And then that is making you feel as though you cannot overextend your emotional self to them because they can't meet you there, essentially, is how you feel. So then there's like this pain of wanting to give them more than you are right now, but feeling like it doesn't make sense, or like you could get taken advantage of or hurt if you do that. So it's kind of this energy of like you're trying to balance or like moderate yourself, but there's this pain coming from doing that. The Ten of Swords in reverse is your desire or expectation. You want some sort of pain and heaviness or strain on the relationship to be dropped. That's really clear. Okay, so the ultimate truth of this connection at this time is the Page of Wands in reverse. There is not a lot of hope or like lightness or playful energy. There's not a lot of belief, innocence, and play right now. So again, it's like, I do feel like you have a pretty accurate read on the situation, but there is still a lot of desire, and there is still specifically the desire on both of your behalves to know that you are still wanted or desired by the other. Because this is a lyric card, and it says, is it still me that makes you sweat? Am I who you think about in bed? When the lights are dim, your hands are shaking as you're sliding off your dress. And on the back, it says, my intentions are skewed by the pain of past wounds. I think you feel like this is them right now. But you could also feel like it's you. It's like your intentions could be skewed because you want to share more of yourself, but you don't feel like you can because of where this person's at right now. And that could be draining your energy or just making you not feel super hopeful, even though overall you do have a belief in this and in them. And, you know, it's just you're having a difficult time connecting to that at this time, and this person also is. But there's this underlying energy of where it's like, even though you might feel a little disconnected from one another in regards to that playful, like, it's coming through as that playful, passionate, inspired desire kind of energy, that like fiery, fun energy. I think that you had that at one point with this person, because you're saying, is it still me that makes you feel that way, even though maybe you don't feel connected or present with that energy right now? So, is there anything else that you want me to highlight for Gemini about this connection before I let them go? No, that's it. There has been a lot of fear in the past, though, and it didn't allow you to, it kept you guys on the fence a bit. Spirit is saying that that was a divine timing thing. There's defenses that needed to be broken down before you can fully move forwards with this. There's things that need to be released that are getting in the way of you, of the two of you confidently offering your hearts, and that innocent, playful part, that disarmed part of yourselves to one another. But this is just the truth for now. So the truth for now is that you, I'm hearing that song, I Want You to Want Me. I want you to want me. I need you to need me. Yeah, I'm begging you to beg me. I love you to love me. So the two of you still want each other very much, but it's like there's almost like an insecurity based on the current stance of things between you. I think that you're going to feel a lot better once this person finds a way to kind of like get something off their chest or express where they've been to you directly, because again, it's like it's coming through as you already know, you have an idea of what is blocking things from moving forwards right now with you and this person, but at the same time, they have not directly said it to you, and I think that's going to be really helpful when that happens. So that's what I have for you. Yeah, that's a great song. All right, Gemini, I love you. We're moving on to Cancer. Cancer. Okay. That song always reminds me of 10 Things I Hate About You, which is one of like my favorite movies of all time. And rest in peace, Heath Ledger. I love Heath Ledger so much in that movie. He's so good. But there's that cover of that song at the end of that movie. And it's a really great cover as well. Okay, Cancer. I think that you guys will get on the same page, Gemini, though, because you both still have this underlying want. And I think that that is enough. So be patient if you can. Alrighty. Cancer. My glasses are not staying up. Sorry, I'm very sniffy all of a sudden. I might actually just really quickly blow my nose. I'm going to turn off the audio. There you go. I wasn't gonna make you listen to that. That's much better. All right. Tune me into Cancerian's energy, please. the energy of my beautiful Cancerian people. What does Cancer need to know about this person that they are dealing with, their truth and expectations or desire out of the situation, as well as the more objective or absolute truth at this time? Right on time. Almost like you're intuitive or something. Okay. Okay. Starting off strong. Okay. Well. What's in the actual what okay. Okay, well, it ain't over till the fat lady sings. That is intense, though, not gonna lie. Okay, just gonna breathe into that for a real quick second here. Okay. Get some oracle cards. I need to know more. Tell me about this person's truth. Okay. Hi, Loons. Hi. What's up, Fuzzball? Okay. Hi, Cootie. You come to say hi? Hi. What's going on? You're making me reach for you, huh? Okay. Playing hard to get, I see. Don't even act like you don't want the pets right now. Okay. Hi, Cancer. How are my crabby cakes doing? How are you doing? I hope you're okay. All right. Let's look at this situation a little bit. We're gonna see. We're just gonna get into it. It looks slightly gnarly. I'm not going to lie. So keep in mind that the roles can be reversed, okay? I'm gonna talk about your person that you're dealing with first, and then you second. But if you feel like this sounds like you, then just take it how it makes sense for you, my sweets. Okay? All right, so this person's energy right now, overall, in regards to this connection, is the Ace of Cups in reverse. Their truth at this moment is the Empress in reverse. With this oracle card, which also came out in reverse, but I'll show you it in the upright. It says ritual, beauty, anticipate, muse, and possibility. So it came out like these with the Empress. And then their desire or expectation is the High Priestess in reverse. There's a lot of reversed vibes here, and there's a lot of specifically a disempowered feminine energy. So this could be more of the feminine side. It doesn't have to be. This could just be someone who is disempowered in regards to their heart, their intuition, the more yin elements of things. But yikesies, a little bit okay. Tell me more about that Ace of Cups in reverse. I need to clarify before I say anything else about this. I need more information. Oh. The Hanged Man in reverse. My gosh. Okay, so that's Neptune. You have very strong Piscean energy. There's also Taurus, Libra, Sag, Capricorn, and you, Cancerian energy here. Oh my. Okay. I don't think that this person is waiting. If they were waiting, it's like they either don't feel as though they have found, like, they don't understand the higher perspective of what this situation, like why it came about. I'm getting that it's kind of this energy of like let's say this was someone that you broke up with or something like that. What's up, Antoinette? I receive your love from South Africa. I hope you guys are doing well over there. I hope you're doing well. It's like, if this is someone that you've had a past relationship with and it has ended, they're like, I still have no fucking clue. What the hell? Why did that need to happen? Why? You know, it's like, it's almost coming through as it was like quite an intense situation or an intense dynamic between the two of you. And that doesn't mean that it was even long term. It could have been like very fast, like very something that was, it began, it was intense, and it ended just as quickly, something like that. But this person, they do feel withdrawn in the heart space, or they feel as though you have withdrawn. No, that's their energy. They feel disconnected emotionally from this, at least at this time. This is their energy right now, okay? So it doesn't need to be forever. But I almost am getting this energy of like emotional exhaustion. I think that this person, there was love here for sure. And there may still be, even if this person doesn't feel connected to it right now, or they're not focused on it or invested in it. It feels more like this person is actively like disconnecting or trying to not focus on that, because I think that this is something that they looked for a deeper meaning, and they may have almost gotten like obsessed with that. And they almost exhausted themselves in the search of like, what did it mean, or what is it supposed to be? Or it feels like it kind of feels like this was a little bit of a head fuck for this person, not going to lie. And that may or may not have anything to do with you. This could have just been something this person internally was very at conflict about, like what was going on here between the two of you or what happened. But with the Hanged Man in reverse, it's they feel like diving too much into that or still staying in their heart space surrounding this was just, it was bringing them a lot of confusion. It was making them feel like very hazy. That Neptunian energy can be like, I have on rose colored glasses, or I'm not seeing things clearly, or I don't know what is clear, what is real, what is not real. So I feel like this person's energy as of right now, they're trying to, they're not paying attention to their feelings, or they're actively trying to disconnect from them because they just, because it feels heavy and confusing to them. Okay, so then their truth being the Empress in reverse with this ritual, beauty, anticipate, muse, and possibility. Is the Empress in reverse this person? No. No. Okay. For some of you, this could be reversed, but it doesn't have to be, as I said before. Keep in mind, this is this person's truth, right? It doesn't mean that it is the truth. We will see what the more ultimate truth is when we get to that part. But this person's truth at this time, they feel as though, I'm hearing there's a pervasive insecurity. I don't think that this is how they see you. This is how they see you seeing yourself. The Empress in reverse and the Queen of Wands in reverse. That is a lot of not embodying the sacred feminine, not like being at rest, not being like receptive, essentially, or not seeing yourself as abundant. So this could be like, I'm insecure, so I feel like I have to overextend or chase in love because I don't see my own worth. I don't believe that I can just sit back and just be myself and that the things that I deserve will come to me. And that could be from past wounding, that could be from trauma, that could be from a lot of things if you are in that energy. But this person's kind of seeing, like, what they're saying their truth is that you don't see you for who you really are. They don't see you this way. They are saying that they see you. I think that you were very much a muse to this person. They definitely saw you as a divine feminine, and not just that, but like someone that has a lot of spice, a lot of fire, is very like sexually or sensually attractive as well. Very creative, very capable, beautiful, and just has a huge amount of potential, essentially. But I think they feel as though there's something about you not believing that you embodying that beauty and that possibility will actually bring you what you want. It's like you feel as though you have to grind for it, or you have to work for it, or be in your masculine energy to get it. And this, I want to say, is a wound that a lot of feminines have in this day and age. This is not uncommon at all. So if you do have this wound, I just want you to know that I have had this wound. Almost every woman that I know has had this wound at one point in time and has had to overcome it. And a lot of the reason is because of the current state of the masculine in our society in this day and age. A lot of women feel as though the masculine have not like stepped up and pursued or owned themselves or been accountable or stable or powerful in the way that the feminine feels confident to be like led by them and cared for by them. Essentially, it's like many women feel as though they've been let down by masculine energies and that they kind of have to do it for themselves. Like they're like, fuck it, I have to be the man. I have to be the man, you know, like I guess I got to do this for myself kind of thing. And that's probably why there is like a staggering percentage of women that are just by choice deciding to like stay single and just like live the best lives and like not have kids because they're like, have you seen what we're working with out there in the dating pool? And I'm not saying that there's not great men. I'm saying that they're maybe a little bit far and few between at this point in time, and that is because of the spiritual like trend and healing that they are going through. Like they're right where they're supposed to be. They are learning the lessons that they need to be learning. So I'm not like throwing shade, but I am just saying that that's kind of just, it's kind of where we're at a little bit right now, right? And we've been there for a while, you know, the patriarchy. So I'm not blaming you at all if you do have this wound. I think it's like incredibly common. So it's almost like the inability to soften into your feminine because you don't trust the masculine to keep that feminine safe, like to be a safe container to hold you essentially and be someone consistent that will show up for you so that you can be in your creative, receptive femininity without worrying essentially. So, but yeah, this person sees you as not really seeing yourself for all that you are, or not embodying the fullness of essentially like your greatness. The High Priestess in reverse is their desire or expectation. I think that this is them believing that you will uncover this, that you will see yourself that you just kind of need some time. And they're seeing that it's like that this intuitive knowing is within you, because again, they see you ultimately as the Queen of Wands, the Empress, and the High Priestess. They just don't believe that you're in it right now for whatever reason. And that doesn't mean that they think poorly of you either, right? They could be very aware that you have this wound for a good reason too. So take it how it resonates. But they're saying that they anticipate or they desire for you to become aware of this. They want you to see yourself the way they see you, and they believe that you will. Okay? So that is this person. There's an element of them thinking that you're kind of at conflict with yourself though, or something has you at odds with embracing, embodying, and expressing yourself from that feminine place of power. Okay, so on your side of things, your energy is coming through as Temperance in reverse. Temperance in reverse. Your Truth is coming through as the Six of Wands. But it came out with this card, which is interesting. I don't know if you're going to be able to see it, but it's this collage art of this woman. And she's throwing up, but all of this is like magazine clippings that say like, be beautiful, fuck food, too fat. Like, what else does it say? Keep it off, the skinny life, fight the fat, be beautiful, belly melt, be thinner each week, get thin, slim you. So it's kind of like societal expectations specifically projected onto women that are showing up here in this card. That's kind of what that represents to me. So that is very interesting that is your truth, because I think that you're actually, the Six of Wands is a card of success and recognition. I think that you're overcoming this or you're battling this right now. which is interesting because that maybe is part of what also kept you from being in your empowered feminine, if this is something that is actually like holds some weight, some actual truth to it. It could be more like societal expectations or things that have been projected at you, and it doesn't have to be surrounding weight. It's more like beauty standards, or just like what is expected of a woman in this society or this day and age, right? That's kind of what that's coming through as. I feel you kind of being like, fuck the system. And I love it. I love that for you. Let's all get together and say fuck the system, you guys. Okay. And then your truth, or no, your desire and expectation is the devil in reverse. Good. Good. Don't let the bastards get you down. So there is an energy of you feeling a little bit off balance, or like there's something in your life that needs to be harmonized, and it is something within you first and foremost. It is like something that you are aware needs to be harmonized within yourself. And I think that because your truth is this, that this is something that very much has to do with the process of that, like you being victorious over some expectations that were projected onto you that you were like, this would be like someone's like, you're too skinny, you're too fat, and you're like, I love my body, you know, like, oh yeah, like I'm learning to really not give an F about the standards that are projected onto me, or like advertising, or just the things that are like pushed on us every day, specifically as women. And this happens to men too in different ways, right? But specifically with women, it does usually have a lot to do with very shallow, superficial, stupid things like appearance, which is unfortunate. I mean, with men it does too, but usually it's more about like, are you coming off as being like strong and put together all the time? So it's a little bit different, but it is still shallow and ultimately stupid. But Temperance in reverse. Wands. Tell me what the devil in reverse is for this desire or expectation. You want to break out of something that you feel has restricted you and held, like, made you stuck, essentially. Yeah. I think that it's just what we just talked about already, honestly. It's like feeling confined and held down or put in a cage that you never asked to be in. You never really gave a crap anyways about any of it. And I think you're finally understanding how to not allow the opinions or projections or expectations of those around you or of society in general to, like, you're not internalizing them. That's kind of what I'm getting. Okay. I think that's actually it. I don't need to clarify that. I really love this because you're telling me very clearly, I'm aware of the problem. I know where it is coming from and I'm tackling it. And my truth is that I'm going to kick its ass and I'm going to overcome it. I'm going to show that bitch who's boss, essentially. And your expectation is that you will, in fact, do that. Okay? Not today, Satan. So I see you doing that, and I could not be more in love with that. I love that for you. You should love yourself, and fuck anybody who tells you that you are not acceptable and lovable exactly as you are, or that if you love yourself, that somehow their shallow opinion of what you look like or how you act means literally anything at all. No. Literally just no. It means nothing. It doesn't have to carry any weight unless you let it, right? So the ultimate truth is the Three of Wands with this card, which says this entire world is an altar. Okay. This entire world is an altar. Yeah. I think you're remaking yourself. It's interesting to me because this person's energy is quite you could have felt judged by this person Like they had expectations of you that you maybe like their opinion mattered a lot to you, and you could have felt like they at some time at some point were a little bit critical of you, or yeah. It's interesting because I feel like they are seeing it from the perspective of you like being critical towards yourself or just not seeing yourself clearly, but I feel like there's an element of you feeling as though this person contributed in some sort of way to the expectations projected onto you. So I don't know if that's true or not, but I'm seeing that come through in your truth. I don't think you have negative feelings towards this person, but it's interesting because your energy is very much about you, and you don't feel like there's balance within this connection, but this person's energy is it's a little bit more focused on you than yours is on them. This person might like, I'm not getting like obsessive or stalkery or anything like that. I'm just getting more reflective. I think this person still thinks about you quite a bit. You might feel that. And it's coming through as a little bit, you know, sad. It's bittersweet a little bit. Mostly because they haven't found reconciliation. They still don't feel like they know the purpose. And they do feel the disconnect in their heart. But the truth is that there's a big brave new world on the horizon for you, you know. The entire world is an altar, and you and your energy, you are the offering. And I see both you and this person moving, like, go forward and prosper. I really do see the two of you moving forwards to create something abundant. I see you being hopeful, and I see you looking towards the horizon with a sense of possibility and potential, but I don't feel as though that's with one another necessarily. I'm just not really getting that feeling of connection. It feels more independent. This feels very much like the two of you taught each other a lot, and now you're moving forwards, or you're looking forwards with those lessons under your belt. And I think that this is going to continue unfolding for you as you move forwards. Like, you'll gain more perspective is what I'm kind of getting from that, surrounding it, that you haven't yet. But I see the world kind of like opening up to you as you move forwards. I see you seeing the potential in the world around you, and the magic in it, and the magic in yourself, in ways that you maybe struggled to a little bit more in the past. So I think that that is beautiful. And something about this connection helped you see or understand or integrate something about yourself or the world that is helping you to view it that way and to approach it that way. So whether you see that or not just yet, I do feel like there's a gift that this connection offered you, Cancer, and it offered this person as well, even if there's still some feelings of regret or sadness or just some lingering kind of like bittersweetness in the air between you, so to speak. So that is what I see for you, my loves. I'm going to move on to Leo now, but I love you so very much, and I'm very proud of you for doing the work. So keep it up, babes, and I'll talk to you again soon. Okay, let's see what's going on for Leo. Leo, there you are at the bottom of your deck. Leo, looking like a baddie. Okay, I'm gonna close my curtains because they're wide open and it is now dark outside, so anyone can just look in. I'm lit up in here. I'm all lit up again. What song is that? Is that like, who sings that song? Is that like Buck Cherry or something? I don't remember who that song is. But it's an old song. I can't even remember who sings it. Your support is needed. Okay. I can put that there. That might be more beneficial to me. We'll see how that goes. All right, Leo. This is really bright. Yeah, kind of. Really needed that bright, I don't think. It's pretty bright. Is that okay still? That is much better for my eyeballs. Okay. All right. My brave-hearted, beautiful, beautiful Leos. Let's see. I should start doing ASMR. I love ASMR so much. I would actually love that. I feel like I could do ASMR easily. I've watched so much of it. I'm very picky with my ASMR though. I'm not like one of those like fast, chaotic tapping, like, ugh. I'm like, how does anyone find that? How does anyone find that calming? Just makes me stressed out. I'm one of those like slow, like really slow, really gentle, like as gentle as they get ASMR people. Fiddling around the room. Yeah. I should try some ASMR. That'd be fun. Maybe I'll start a ASMR channel just for shits and giggles. Okay. Have to be lo-fi though, because I don't have all of the. That's the thing about ASMR though. The speakers and the setup, if you want to really get into it, are like that shit. That will cost ya. Expensive. If you want to be like play with the big kids, you know what I'm saying? But I think that you can do it just as effectively with less gear. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I like lo-fi best too. Feels like more like you're just like in the room with the person and it's just chill. Okay. Tap me into the energies of Leo, this person, their truths and expectations or desires within the connection, and the ultimate truth. Okay. Let me see. What's going on? Luna just meowed from the bathroom, so I'm gonna go turn the sink on for her before I actually time stamp for you. But let me get the cards down first. Okay. Well, that's good. Give me 1 second to go turn that on for her. Oh man, my knee just cracked. Okay. She is very high maintenance, and she will only drink running water from the sink. She will not drink out of a bowl. I even got her one of those like stainless steel fancy fountain things, and she was like scared of it. Like she would not, she wouldn't use it. So we had like a standoff, and then I got scared that she was gonna be dehydrated, so I just gave in. Lindsay, hi baby. What's up, sister? How are you doing? I was thinking about you yesterday, actually. Okay. I was just too exhausted to actually reach out and say hi, but you are on my mind. Okay. Clarify Leo's person's truth, please. So funny. Everybody that I was thinking about yesterday, like, reached out today and messaged me. I was like, psychic. Who knew? Who knew? Like 3 people. What's up, Amber? Oh, you're welcome. I'm glad. I'm glad. I'm so glad. Okay, tell me about Leo's truth. Leo's truth. Whoa. Whoa. Leo's truth. You've been too busy, yeah. Story of my life. Weren't you supposed to be entering a phase of slowing down and resting? Who am I to talk? Let's just say that. Who am I? A hypocrite, that's who. A hypocritical Lisa here. All right, is there another? Or is that it? No, that's it. Okay, tell me about the ultimate truth. Oh, I'm hearing who's that song by? It's called Doja Cat is in it. There's like 3 people in it. It's called Born Again. I'll look it up on my phone in just a second once this last card comes out, whenever it decides to do so. Anytime. Whoa. Anytime now. What is the ultimate truth? Did I get them clarified? This person, they don't want to talk about this. This one. Okay. Intrigue. Intrigue. Okay. What's that song by? Born Again. This is a great song. Okay, it's by, oh my gosh, you guys. The artist's name is Lisa, all caps. Are you kidding? This is the song that I was thinking of. Spirit's got jokes. Okay, so it's called Born Again. It's by Lisa, Doja Cat, and Ray. I'm gonna tell you what the lyrics are after I give you your timestamp here. This is vibes. This is vibes. Okay. Hi, Leo. I hope you beautiful people, you big brave-hearted beauties, are doing just tremendously well. All right. So while I was shuffling, I was channeling a song. It is this song, which is, don't mind the dirtiness of my phone. Hold on a second. It's embarrassing. A little bit embarrassing. It's this song, Born Again, by Lisa, Doja Cat, and Ray, in case you want to look that up. Okay. But she says, what's up, cursed Siemens? Love to have you in the house. All right. It says, if you tried just a little more times, I would have made you a believer, would have shown you what it's like every single night to be born again. And then what's the rest of the, yeah, and then if you stayed just another few nights, I would have made you pray to Jesus, would have showed you to the light every single night to be born again, baby, to be born again. Okay, so vibes. It's pretty intense. But it's a really catchy song, so you should look that up if you feel like you want to. So the roles might be reversed, Leo, because, yeah, so I'm going to talk about your person first, but if it sounds like you, just take it how it resonates, okay? All right, darlings. So this person's overall energy is the Magician. Mercurial energy. Okay. You're in tears. Aw. Don't cry. This person's truth currently is the Three of Pentacles in reverse. And it's clarified by this oracle card, which says in sovereignty and out of sovereignty. And it has a different list here. We'll get more into that. You might want to screenshot that though. Like if you want, go back, pause it, screenshot it if you want to see this. That could be relevant to you in some way. And then their desire or expectation in the near future is the Ten of Cups in reverse. Okay. Well, this person, it's interesting. They are, I'm getting like, it ain't over till it's over, you know? They are not giving up. I feel like they don't, I heard, although things are bleak, or maybe this person is just seeing things as being bleak, they could very much be like a realist, you know? But I'm kind of getting this like strong, silent, like realist kind of type energy from this person. But it's funny because there's kind of like a thread of humor under the surface that I'm picking up. Like they might come across as very serious, but they have this lightness to their spirit underneath. Actually, they might not let that many people see it. This is someone that does not, they don't give up easily. It takes a lot to take this person out the game, okay? So I feel it's like I'm hearing them talk. I'm like hearing them. I feel like I'm directly channeling their voice, which is very interesting. Because I don't know like how to should I just say it and just mesh into this person at this moment? But they're like, admittedly, things have not gone, you know, optimally. Admittedly. Yeah, that's some realism for you. But with the Magician, they're not giving up. It's not over till it's over here. This is someone that is trying to align with a more empowered state of being. I think that the connection with you may have rudely awakened or showed them something a little bit here. I'm getting that it threw them off a little bit, and it also wasn't subtle. But I feel like there's quite a strong connection between the two of you, but the Lovers is in reverse, so this could have actually shown them something that they are something that they're afraid of. I don't know if they would ever actually admit that. I kind of put this person's voice like in the back seat of my intuitive car because I'm like, you're not the channeler here. Like, get the fuck out of here. So I'm just gonna kind of tune into their energy, but not let them like take over my tongue right now. So there's something about this person too. They could be very I'm getting that they're very how is it going through? It's very much what's the word that I'm it's not controlling, but it's the word is like on the tip of my tongue and it is pissing me off. They have a dominant energy and they're not afraid to use it. It feels very masculine to me. I have to turn the sink off. Hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. I can hear it going. Sorry, my cat was drinking from the sink and she was done and I could hear it and I needed to turn it off so it just didn't keep running. Okay, so yes. Oh my gosh, Luna, what the hell? This person is, they have a dominant side to them here. There's almost like an authoritative energy to them, and at the very least, it is them within them. Like they are like, I am the authority on me. Okay, so this is someone that they feel like they do take responsibility over their own sovereignty and their own energy, which is obviously a good thing. So they're in the energy of the Magician. They're trying to manifest something. I do feel like this has to do with you directly because this is their energy within the connection. So they're either tuning in to you in like a communicative way, but I'm getting more like energetically. This person could be coming through in your dreams. They could be coming through like telepathically, or you could just be, I'm getting for some of you, you think about this person and it comes through almost like they just did for me. It's like you might all of a sudden feel like you're in a conversation with this person in your head and you can like hear them talking to you or something like that. This person could be gifted spiritually in some sort of way. But I am getting strong masculine energy. Which is interesting. So their truth, being the Three of Pentacles in reverse with this in and out of sovereignty energy. Okay, so again, admittedly, things have not gone exactly as planned for this person. I feel like they want to build something with you. They want to cooperate. They want to show up and be like balanced and on the same page. And they also want to show up as, I'm hearing, someone that you can respect. Someone that you can respect. I feel that they respect you. But there's something here where they feel as though they were maybe not completely balanced, or one part of them may have been out of a state of sovereignty specifically. So I'm going to read you the 8 points under the out of sovereignty. I feel like one of these is relevant for this person, or maybe more than one. So it says, I need to control my feelings. I am a victim to my life. I speak others' truths. It is my responsibility how someone reacts or responds. I am controlled by others' needs. I follow others. I let others dictate my reality. I try to change others. Okay? And then the insovereignty on the flip side of that is, I am safe to feel. I am responsible for my life. I speak my truth. I am not responsible for others' reactions. I am free. I follow my resonance. I create and choose my reality, and I allow others to be. So something in there, I feel for some reason that it is the I need to control my feelings that's coming through a lot with this person. That's just what I'm kind of intuitively getting, but you would probably know. Okay? So their truth is that they feel as though something didn't quite come together the way that they would like it to, and they are, I think that they're manifesting alignment in regards to whatever that is because you or the situation with you has helped them to become aware of this. I feel like there is an element of them being like kind of shocked and they're like shocked that they are shocked. Like they're shocked that something slipped under their radar. I think this is someone that generally has a lot of pride in regards to like knowing themselves, being self-aware, being pretty on top of their shit. They seem pretty like capable and put together. So whatever became aware to them or whatever, they were like, well, damn. Didn't see that one coming. And you had something to do with that. So I'm finding it kind of funny. I don't know why. There's just like this element of humor to it. I feel that this person's not taking it too seriously. Like, it's not that they don't take it seriously, but they are, I don't know. I like this person's energy. It's like a nice balance. They take themselves seriously, but there's almost like this kind of dry, sarcastic humor almost that allows them to not like, I feel that this person might be highly driven or they could be like quite critical of themselves if they didn't have that humor or that lightness. So that could be something that they use to kind of like keep themselves in balance internally or something like that. Okay, so their desire or expectation being the 10 of Cups in reverse. Let's see what that is. What is that? What's the 10 of Cups in reverse? Why is that this person's desire? I feel like it's their expectation, not their desire. And it's as a direct, like, this directly, like, leads to or lends to this. It's like they're aware that there's some sort of work that needs to be done to bring themselves into a state of more complete sovereignty. And until then, they don't expect, like, why would they expect the 10 of Cups to come together if the foundation, the 3 of Pentacles, can't even come together, right? So it's like they know that they have to go out and buy the hammer and the nails before to build a home, you know? It's one of those things. This could be something, too, that part of the reason why they're surprised is that they're like, well, that is a pretty basic thing, you know? Like, if it is, like, I need to control my feelings, and they're realizing that they've been a little bit, you know, like that they've repressed their feelings or that they haven't allowed themselves to tune into themselves emotionally, maybe. Or they haven't given their emotional self, like, they haven't held space for it or something. Now that they see it, they're like, should have seen that, you know? How did that slip by me? Should have, probably should have seen that. But yet they did not. I think that that's basically all that it is about this 10 of Cups in reverse. It's like they know that they are, there's something where they don't feel like they're in alignment with you or balanced with you at this time. They feel like you are more empowered, integrated, and overall like sovereign and on top of your shit than they are. It feels like they have like, I feel like I have catching up to do in some sort of way. Okay, so your side of things is, your energy is the 8 of Swords in reverse. Okay, being a baddie as per usual. Your truth surrounding this person or this connection. This is juicy. Are you ready for the tea? It's the World in reverse with this oracle card. Ooh, you want to kiss me. You want to love me. You want to hug me. Yeah. I feel like that's a vibe there. And then your desire or expectation. I feel like this is more your expectation. It's the 4 of Swords in reverse in the near future. You feel like something's on pause here. All of your cards are in reverse. 2 out of 3 of their cards are in reverse. And the ultimate truth between you is, you guessed it, in reverse. The only card in this whole spread that is in the upright is the Magician. And it's this person trying to take matters into their own hands and like get shit moving essentially. I feel like the ball is very much in their court because again, like everything else is kind of like while this is happening. So your energy, you are liberating yourself from some sort of fear, or it's coming through as like it could be a self-limiting belief. It could be just like a doubt or a hesitancy. What is this Eight of Swords? Okay. Oh shit. This is tea. Leo, you have the juiciest, most like dramatic, but like in a fun way, reading. I knew I could count on you. It's the Six of Wands, the Devil, and the Five of Pentacles. Whoa. And you answered like immediately. I didn't even get a full shuffle in. Saying, what is this fear? You're like, I'm scared to actually like succeed. I'm scared to get this. I'm scared to get what I want in this situation. Why? Because what if it's not as fun as it looks? You know, what if it does not end well for me? Essentially, you're slightly concerned that there could be a toxic element, or that if you come together, it's not that you think this person's toxic. I'm feeling that it's more like you don't really fully know how the two of your energies would like interact with one another in an intimate relationship with each other. So, for instance, the two of you could be very strong-willed people. You could both be very powerful and sovereign in your own right. You could both have strong masculine energy, maybe. You could both be leaders. And so then you could be like, what if I get what I want? But then the two of us are like, you know, it becomes toxic because there's control or power dynamic shit or something like that. But the fear that you are releasing yourself from is the fear of getting something that you kind of want out of this, but then like losing it, realizing it wasn't all that you thought that it was, and then subsequently losing it and being hurt by that. Okay, that's fair. So your truth being the World in reverse, though, with these lips that are almost touching here. Well, yeah, you feel just as this person does that the story is not over. There are a couple chapters left in this book that have not been written yet here. And I think that you feel that there is like some romance here that is yet to unfold. It's like, it's giving sexual tension. I'm not gonna lie. It's giving that. Think about the vibes when you're going in for a kiss and you're at this point. There's an energy that goes with that, right? It's like so close. I'm hearing that song by Calvin Harris. I feel so close to you right now. It's a force field. I wear my heart upon my sleeve like a big deal. Your love pours down on me, surround me like a waterfall. Yeah. And there's no stopping us right now. Feel so close. Yeah, that's a good song. I'm hearing that though. It's interesting. You might not be physically close to this person, but there is this energy. I'm telling you, it's an energetic tension. I can feel it. And it's because this person is like energetically in your sphere. You might feel them kind of like tugging on you just a little bit. But your truth is that you feel that there is something, yeah. You're like, this rodeo ain't over, you know? This cowboy is gonna be riding my way. I think that you are aware of this person's, how can I say? Spiritedness. They have a certain spiritedness about them. Like I said, they don't give up easily, I don't think, when they want something. What was that? Is that a mosquito that came in from the open window? Don't. Okay. The Four of Swords in reverse, though, your expectation, it's almost like you don't expect necessarily there to be a resolve that puts your mind at ease in the immediate future surrounding this. Can you tell me more about that Four of Swords in reverse? It's an energy of tension. It's an energy of tension. That's what it is. It's like something is not over, and because it's not over, there is not a reconciliation in your mind to something. There's something that hasn't like fully played out yet, and I think that you feel that. So you're not really expecting this to, I don't think that you expect the culmination to this in the near, like in the immediate future, just like this person doesn't. But that doesn't mean that it's not coming or that this person's not working towards it. I think it just means that they're not quite ready yet, because they still need to like, it's coming through as they need to reconnect emotionally with themselves. I knew that it was the I need to control my feelings, because at the bottom of the deck is the Page of Cups, and behind that is the Knight of Cups in reverse. They have the feelings, but they still, there's something about them like not wearing their heart on their sleeve like a big deal. I think that they are repressing or controlling their feelings, and they have not, there's a lack of balance, Temperance in reverse. And that's something internal, an internal state of harmony that they are not at emotionally with themselves, that doesn't allow them to offer that part of themselves freely yet. But I feel that they're manifesting that balance within themselves. Okay, so the ultimate truth is the Five of Wands in reverse. This is the truth right now, by the way, not forever. And then this card, this is a lyric deck, and it says, we're not happy till we're running away, clouds in our eyes. But it came out in reverse. So, we're not happy till we're running away. So, I don't feel like you guys are, it's interesting. There's a lack of like something being resolved or reconciled or finished. Like it's not completed yet, but you're also not, like there is tension, but it's like a sexy, fun kind of tension. Although it might be kind of frustrating or annoying at times. It's not like a conflict kind of tension. You're not at conflict. And neither is this person. I think that there is this feeling, though, it's like you're not running away from this, and neither are they, whether you are actually directly connected to one another at this time or not. That's what I'm getting. You might be separated so that you can each kind of work on something for yourselves at this point, but I'm not seeing it as being like a state of finality or anything like that. Is there anything else for Leo before I let them go? Nope. Nope. I think that that's all that wants to be said. I do feel this person's going to be coming towards you. Okay, on the back of this card too, the lyrics card, there is this message. It says, I'm solidly grounded in what I want. I don't care what people think. I feel like that is both of you guys. Again, I feel that the two of you are strong personalities. When you know what you want and why you want it, you don't care what other people think. You're like, whatever, I'm a do me, right? There is that like confidence that I feel like is the norm for you. This person may not be feeling it fully right now because they're not fully confident in their emotional selves at this point. But I don't feel like that's something that's not usually there. I just feel like it's not fully there right now because something's being integrated or recognized or brought into balance is what I'm getting from that. All right, Leo, I love you so much. We are going to move on now to Virgo. Virgo babies, my flower children. Flower child, beautiful child. Let's see. I might have to go close that window because I fear that there are mosquitoes, and I have been bitten enough this past week. I'm just not feeling like having those buzzing around my head while I try to sleep tonight. I'm really not down with that. What's up, Spectral? How are you? Okay. You guys want me to serenade you with all of the songs? I got everything from Calvin Harris to Guns N' Roses up my sleeve. Let me close that window. I saw that mosquito. Where did you go? You will die by my hand tonight. That over there. Out of my way. Get out of my way. I'm good. How are you? Are you doing good too? I hope you are. Get some glousy. Okay, Virgo. What are my Virgos doing? What you doing? Where you at? What you doing? Where you at? You guys are doing good though. I've been in a suspiciously good mood lately, consistently. It's not suspicious because that is my baseline. Like, generally, I'm a Gemini moon. I mean, I'm a Pisces sun, a Gemini moon. It's like, as you would expect, I'm pretty much just bright and bubbly most of the time. Not always, but that's my baseline, I'd say. But the last while has been, it's been a little bit trying, and I've been a little exhausted, so I think I got carried, like, pulled away from my baseline a little bit. And now I feel like I'm realigned with it, and it feels very nice. I'm like, all right, forgot what this felt like. So that's good. I love that. You're fantabulous. Love to hear it, darling. Love to hear it. Okay. Tap me into Virgo's energy, the energy of the person that they are dealing with here that wants to be highlighted, their truths and desires, and then the ultimate truth between them at this time. Or their energy, their truth. Oh my. Well, this person is being affected. They're going through some stuff. It's not bad. It's just intense as fuck. If I do say so myself, but hey, little intensity never hurt anybody, says my Scorpio rising. Let's see. Never killed anybody. Aww, I like it. It's okay, well, oh, okay. Let's see. Let's get some oracle cards here. Could you please tell me about this person's truth? This person's truth surrounding Virgo. Okay. Virgo's truth. Whoa. Whoa. That's a lot. That's supposed to be in reverse. Okay, well, you're gonna get there eventually. Let's see. And the ultimate truth between these two at this time. Oh my. Okay. You guys are coming out of a state of Okay. All right. Let's see. How's my this message, Virgo? I love it. Okay, baby. Let's see. Hi, Virgo. Happy birthday season. Yes, sexy things, you. I hope you have an amazing one. I hope that it is that the intensity of this season and your 2 moons and your eclipse and all of the things treat you well, even if there is an air of intensity and messiness, which you might not immediately appreciate. I hope that in the end it gives you everything that you need. So happy birthday, baby. All right, we're gonna look at the other person first, but the roles could be reversed anytime that we're looking at 2 different people in a general reading online. Okay, so if this first vibe sounds like your truth, then just switch the roles. Okay, this person has 3 all major arcanas in their energy. So I guess you could say things are getting serious over here. Not even by this person's choice. This is the universe. This is like cosmic forces. So this very well could be reversed for some of you because with this eclipse, unless you're dealing with like a Pisces, because you and Pisces are going to be probably like the most affected, obviously, because that is where the nodal axis is, and that is where that's where the eclipses are taking place. So the total lunar eclipse is about to happen in Pisces, and then after that there will be a solar eclipse in your sign. So this is giving destiny, fate, and just a dharmic collision with energy is what I'm kind of getting here. Something is aligning for this person, and it doesn't necessarily feel soft, tender, and graceful. Like, let's just skip into alignment with, whatever this is. This feels more like the universe grabbing this like person by the hair and just like, dragging them along. But they're going. So, but this person's energy currently is it's the Tower. Break the Tower. So this is Mars energy. Their truth surrounding you and the situation is the Sun, innocence. It's clarified by this card. Came out in the reverse, but this is a gorgeous statue of Hades and Persephone. Hades and Persephone. He is kind of like, oh, like when you look at the actual like detail on this, like Google this and look at it online. It is just friggin' stunning. Honestly, I need to see this in real life. But this came out in reverse with the sun, innocence. What's up, princess? Princess P? Princess Peach? Princess P. The sun, innocence, with this Hades and Persephone. That is their truth. And then their expectation or their desire for the near future is the Magician in reverse with existence. So they have three major arcanas. The sun is obviously the card that is associated with the sun, the planet, the sun. So you have Mars, the sun, and Mercury. That is a lot of planetary energy, and it is all personal planets. Like it's the tight ones, the ones that we deal with on the daily, the ones that form how we assert ourselves and move through life, what we fight for, our ultimate alignment and kind of like identity in life, and then also how we embody and express ourselves and think or communicate as well. So yeah, this person is there's a lot happening there. So in their energy surrounding you, there's definitely something that is taking place, and it's coming through as like an eruption, because as you can see in this card, the arrow is kind of like, if this is the tower, it's like it's shooting, it's kind of giving me like volcanic energy. So I think that there's kind of something that's like erupting energetically out of this person at this time, and it could have to do with their masculine energy. Or else it's just the desire to take action on something, like to really assert themselves and apply their agency and their free will to like moving in a specific direction. But it's kind of like this person, maybe they didn't feel like they had the energy or the clarity before. It's, I want to say like it's coming to them, or it's striking them in quite a way, I want to say. Pretty big way. Is there anything else you want to say about the tower? There's something that is breaking, but it's not breaking them, it's breaking out of them. And I want to say they are breaking out of themselves in some sort of way here. Yeah. Yeah, that's all that wants to be said about that. Whoa. Whoa. I think that there's something that is drawing this out of this person. And it's interesting because the bottom of the deck is the Empress, which is Venusian energy. So we have Mars and Venus here. And this is, wow, this is very sexual all of a sudden. It's like, okay. There is something that is, it's like, I feel that this Venusian energy is arousing something in this person's masculine energy. And even if this is their own Venusian energy, I don't feel like it is. I feel like it is them. It's like, this is a muse, or this is something that is like calling to them. It's almost like a siren song. And even if this person isn't necessarily like, I feel like this energy has been rising within them, kind of whether they want it to or not, because it's a major arcana. It's not something that they're completely in conscious control over, and they're not meant to be, because it is a force both within them but also greater than them, right? Mars energy. It's both like your own masculine energy but also the planetary energy. So there's something that's calling them out of themselves, and they're responding to that. But there's this energy of where something is breaking out of them, and it's like where they used to be in control, they are not. not completely. No. This is asking them to surrender control, and it's not coming through as like, I'm losing control, I'm spiraling. It's they are choosing to trust what is pulling them out of themselves. And I feel like it might be like their heart, because this is the Knight of Cups. So they're choosing trust over control. And it's like they're allowing this thing that was oppressive, which is the control, the controlling approach, to break. Okay? Or maybe they're just being forced to, if this is like an energy that is being like aroused in them at this time. The Sun, innocence with this Hades and Persephone in reverse as the truth. It's interesting. It's mixed with this person. They honestly see you as like the brightest star in the sky, straight up. They think that like you could bend over and cough and they would expect a rainbow to come out. Like this person thinks the sun shines out your, you know what. They think incredibly highly of you. I cannot stress that enough. But there's also this energy of, it's really interesting. It's coming through as like a balance, the shadow and the light, in relation to your dynamic with them. They could see themselves as like the shadow, and they could see you as the light. Like they could see themselves archetypally as like Hades and you are Persephone, so to speak, right? And what is the story or the lore of Hades and Persephone? Well, Hades was down in the underworld, ruler of the underworld, right? And saw Persephone above on land, just being stunning, being beautiful, being like this muse-like creature, and he ends up convincing her to spend like half of her time down in the underworld with him and half of her time above on earth. And so that is when the seasons supposedly became a thing, because when she's above ground, that is summer, and when she goes below, her mother Demeter makes it winter for the other 6 months. So this is kind of in Greek mythology how the seasons were created. But there's a balance there. But the interesting thing is that it came out in reverse. This person, they don't feel like they have, it's interesting, they don't feel like they have a grasp on you, and I'm not sure if they're almost scared too. It's coming through like they're scared to touch you almost, because what can I compare this to? It's like I'm scared that my darkness will, it's like you're so bright and innocent and I'm Hades. What if I touch you and I ruin that? What if I touch you and I change that in you? What if after me you lose your innocence or something like that? That's what's kind of, there's this energy where this person, they recognize the darkness in themselves, not necessarily as a bad thing, just as, you know, like their shadow element. This person could be like very they could have an integrated dark masculine or dark feminine energy, but they see themselves, it's almost like they know the darkness within them, and there's this worry that it's almost like a part of them is more comfortable like loving you from afar, or looking at the sun and being like, that's beautiful, but I can never touch it, you know. It's almost one of those, it's partially like that they don't want to ruin you or mar you, but there's also this fear, kind of like, well, if I fly too close to the sun, you know what happens, right? As well. It's like they don't really know how to make their darkness interact with your light in a way that balances without you guys judging each other or losing a part of yourself. But there is a desire for this balance. So maybe in the past, the two of you brought out some difficult energies in each other or something like that. I don't know why this would be coming through for this person, but there's a reason. So their desire or expectation in the near future is the Magician existence in reverse. There's something that they feel like is not coming into, it's not being manifested into tangible form in the near future. It's like they're telling me, I don't expect to get what I want in the immediate future. Can you tell me more about that? I heard, like, I'm hearing they're afraid to ask for it, though. They're afraid to ask for it. Maybe it's because they feel that their current energy is rather volatile in some way. Yeah, there's something like they feel like they're in a volatile state, or they feel like their darkness, like they see you as so pure. I can't even, the Page of Cups and the Sun, like innocence and understanding. They see you as like this, just this big old beating heart, and just kind of like open and raw to the world, and just maybe even like a little bit naive at times. It's interesting though, because there's a mixed energy with this person where it's like they want to protect you. They want to almost even use their shadow or their darkness to like defend you, to protect you. It's like Beauty and the Beast kind of thing coming through the way that this person is kind of perceiving it. It's interesting. Yeah, Hades and Persephone. The Devil. Obsession. I'm telling ya. There's an element of darkness that is, and again, it's not bad, because darkness is not bad. The shadow is not bad. We need it. We will never rid ourselves of it because we're not meant to. But it does need to be in a state of moderation, or else then it does become problematic, because then it controls us through either like obsession, addiction, things like this. It's where you don't feel like you have control anymore over your desire for something. It has control over you. I think that this person, the reason they don't expect this to come into being in the near future is because they feel that they need to temper themselves in some sort of way, because right now their energy is coming through as like a lot, and I feel that they're trying to contain it, but they're feeling like that's becoming harder and harder for some reason. And whether you ever become aware of this or not, I don't know. The Devil obsession is kind of giving me that they're keeping this to themselves. If they do think about you a lot, or if they do have a lot of desire for you, I feel like maybe you're not aware of that. I don't know. I feel like they're not really showing it, at least not to the extent that it's there. So on your side of things, your energy is coming through as the Four of Wands, which says completing. Your truth is coming through as the Nine of Wands in reverse, which says strength, along with this oracle card, Dharma, results, decisiveness, justice, and strength. It's interesting because it says strength in reverse and then strength in the upright here. Okay. What's that song? Channeling a song. Let it, I think it will come through to me. I'm just going to give it a sec. And then your desire or expectation in the near future is the Nine of Pentacles in reverse, gain. So you have two nines here. That may be significant for you. You could be in a bit of a number 9 cycle right now, which can talk about, again, it's not quite at the state of completion, because that would be the 10. It's more like you're pushing through something and it's taking some energy from you. Whoa. Okay, this card just fell off, and then this card fell out. The Ace of Pentacles, manifestation. Which is interesting because the Magician talks about manifestation or bringing something into existence, but this person has it in their expectation in the reverse. But this just came out in the upright. And this is the missing pentacle to form the 10 of Pentacles. So the 9 of Pentacles in reverse, when the Ace comes in, it creates the 10 of Pentacles here. This person is anticipating some sort of, and I don't know if this is with you necessarily, but they feel it's coming through as more independent energy, honestly, with the two nines. Nines can be very individual, whereas tens talk about more like the people and the surroundings like outside of you a little bit more. But this person feels like they're in a quite an independent energy, and honestly you do too, or you feel like you're in quite an independent energy, and honestly this person does too, because they are going through something that is very personal and very intense, and while they have you very much on their mind through that process, they're somewhat like containing it, even though their energy is very much like not actually contained. I don't feel like they are showing you that. I feel like that's something that they're dealing with like on their own. And your energy, so the Four of Wands is Venus in Aries, which is a very independent energy, right? Aries is very independent, and Venus in Aries talks about freedom in love, like fiery freedom in love, essentially having the masculine energy in Venus, which is the feminine. So it's kind of this like sort of at odds energy where Venus is meant to be receiving and, you know, welcoming something in, and yeah, coming into reception with another, like union. With Venus in Aries, there can be like a little bit of tension with that as someone that has Venus in Aries, because you're like, okay, but I don't want to give up like me. Like I don't, like, I'm the main character in my life though, and I like it that way. And there's nothing wrong with that. You should be, but can there be a co-star, maybe like a starring guest that comes in and that like shares the stage with you? That's kind of the energy with Venus and Aries. They need someone who has just as strong of a masculine energy as them, so that they can match each other, because it's generally people that have quite a strong personality, or they're very sexual. Like it could be a feminine energy that has a lot of masculine like attributes. So they can be a little bit aggressive, they can be very blunt, straightforward, they don't mind like a chase or a challenge in love, and they generally have a very high libido. But it's independent. And then the nines, like I said, the Nine of Pentacles talks about like personal gain and abundance, being in a state of personal stability. So you're both kind of showing me that you're doing your own thing right now. I feel like you are connected and you're getting to a place of making more space for one another. But as of right now, this very second, that's still a process that is like unfolding here, is what I'm seeing. But the Nine of Wands in reverse, Strength, this is your truth. Right now, you don't feel like you necessarily have, I don't think that it's you don't have the strength or the energy to put towards pushing through something. I think it's that you feel like it is not, something is not yours to take control of. So like if there is a relationship dynamic, obviously the relationship contains two people. So if one person is like dealing with something in their life and the other person is, you can't push something forwards unless the other person is at the same place as you. You can't control where somebody else is at on their personal journey, right? So essentially, like if things are not in alignment, you can't push something forwards. And this person's truth is that they're not applying their strength, which I feel they do actually have a lot of that masculine, like even with the two nines, it's an energy of independence, leadership, discipline. It's coming through as quite Capricornian. Like if I want it, what's that song by Ariana Grande? Is it like Seven Rings? I can't remember what it's called. She's like, I want it, I get it, I need it. I don't know. I don't listen to Ariana Grande, but there's something like lyrics like that. And she's basically like, if I want it, I'm gonna go get it and I'm gonna have it, you know, like, I'm a boss. And I feel like this person has that energy. Normally they don't, if they want something, they're like, you know, and they hit the bullseye. They have quite a bit of faith in themselves. And it's interesting because even with this, they still do have that faith in themselves. Well, this is you. I keep forgetting that this is the only sign that I've like kept mixing them up with. So this could be reversed for you. I don't know why I keep doing that. This is your energy though, in the way that I laid the spread out. Sorry if that's confusing, Virgo, but you are coming through as this energy I'm talking about right now. It's like you are not applying your energy, your full strength to push this forwards, but at the same time your truth is like, I don't have to push it because it's almost like you believe this is karmically aligned, this is justice, this is in alignment with your dharma. Maybe you believe that you and this person, you have like a soul contract with one another, but you're saying kind of like, I don't believe that I need to push, because if it's mine, then I'm going to get the results. Like, if it's mine, then it can't miss me. I want it. I get it. You know, it's like, it's just going to come to me though. And so there's a sense of assuredness, not from a place of cockiness, just like, I feel this and I'm choosing to be decisive about it, that I know what I feel and I feel it strongly. And if this is in alignment with me, then it will align with me. Like if it's meant to be, it will align with me in sort of a natural flow. But in somewhat the near future, your desire is to kind of like bring this together or make space for this in your tangible world. So you could be getting into a relationship with this person, or you intend to, or you desire to, or you could be moving in with them, or you could be like being closer to them in some way, or just making space for them to like integrate into your life, but in an actual tangible way. This is the energy of like, I'm bringing two lives together. So it's not that you're giving up your independence, it's that you're still the main character, but this person also is. It's two very masculine, strong, independent energies finding a way to come together and compromise and cooperate. That's what it feels like. But it does take a little bit of like, you know, figuring things out. Okay. The ultimate truth for the time being between the two of you is the Six of Pentacles. Success. Well, we like it. Obviously, who doesn't like success? So this is that balance. This is the balance that the two of you are seeking but not feeling right away. And it's interesting because Spirit is like, this is the ultimate truth, though, between the two of you right now. It's almost like you guys are not perceiving that you're in alignment and that there is tangible balance between you. But Spirit is like, hey, buddy, you could have success right now. Like, just, it's kind of like show up and just, it's coming through as pacing partially. Yes, definitely pacing. Because, okay, so 3 cards came out here. So on either side of the Six of Pentacles, there's these 2 cards. Okay, so on this side, I feel like this is what you're phasing out of. It's the news, and it's like, hoes mad, stay mad, I don't give a fuck. This guy. News, hoes are mad. I feel like in the past, the two of you may have butted heads a little bit. You could have like kind of, it's coming through as, it is coming through as a very masculine energy. It's like, when I hate you, I still love you, and when I love you, I really love you, but like, let's just fuck it out when we're mad at each other. It's like, oh, you mad hoe? Okay, like, let me choke you and we'll get over it. But there is this energy of kind of like, it's coming through as more tension than actual aggression and anger towards one another. But I do feel like the two of you maybe got on each other's nerves in some sort of way in the past here. The other card is this one, which says, I was led to believe that there would be serotonin, but it came out in reverse. So I feel like there may have been disappointment, like in the past. You were like, things are not going as planned. I was led to believe that this would feel good. It doesn't feel good, you know? And I think this is being phased out, or you're having success over that. I do think that there's going to be like more good feelings in the situation in the near future, because there is this like this energy of balance and success that is available to you, but it's very practical. There needs to be a practical, grounded approach. It can't be like well, if we'll just talk like whenever, and we'll just like meet up at some point, and like wishy-washy, vague, like whatever is not, it won't work. The last card that came out is this one, which says awakening, do or die, decision, hesitancy, and transitions. Pacing. Because there is a middle ground between do or die and like hesitancy, right? Do or die is like, gotta jump in, all in, super intense. And hesitancy is like, we gotta pull back, we gotta doubt, we gotta question. There's a transition that you guys are going through right now, and it needs to be, again, like a practical, conscious choice to become more awake, more aware of the energy, because again, you guys are not even really seeing this as the truth between you right now. You're not seeing this. You're both saying that you want this energetic balance, and Spirit is saying it's available to you right now. You guys just have to like actually show up and apply yourselves and be in a balanced energy with one another. So I feel like for you, it's coming through as a little bit of like, how can I make space in my life and still be independent and not sacrifice myself, but also compromise, because any relationship, like there has to be compromise. It cannot be like an entitled energy of like, you come to me. No, you conform to my life. It's like, no, then you're just a narcissist, right? There has to be like, okay, these are the things that I am willing to compromise on. These are the things that I am not. Let's have a conversation. Like, are we on the same page? And then there's something about pacing where you both have intense energy, and it just needs to be balanced, is what I'm seeing, okay? But that is the ultimate truth right now between the two of you, is that there's a middle ground. And I feel like the two of you are in the middle of a transition where you're moving into walking that middle path, which is going to be really beneficial. So I like it. All right. Enjoy your birthday season once again, Virgo. And we are going to move on now to Libra. All right. Leo and Virgo's readings are like kind of crack me up. There's like an element of humor that I'm picking up on here. And I like that, because it's like, even though there is a bit of an intensity to the energy, it's you're not taking it so seriously that you're like cracking under the pressure of it, that it is like consuming and destroying you. So that's good. Especially in eclipse season, because the energies could get a little bit intense, and if you don't become aware and kind of like tune into it, then yeah, you could kind of get like bowled over by it, right? So okay, all right, T. See what's going on for Libra. My Librans. I love this reading because, well, I studied psychology, and I just love like digging into, I like the psychological element of like looking at dynamics between people. Like, how are you viewing things? How are they viewing things? And then what is that creating between the two of you? How are you perceiving each other based on the energies that you are embodying and expressing? It's just like never endingly interesting to me. But this does tend to be one of the longer readings that I do, because I definitely get lost in in just like swimming around in the dynamics and energies between people. So hopefully you guys are okay with a little bit of a long reading. Give me 1 second, I just gotta respond to a text message. Okay. All right. Oh gosh, I need to stretch my legs a little bit. Let me push this back. Okay, Libra. Tap me into Libra. And this person that wants to be highlighted, Librans reading. I need that window open because it is so hot, but there's no screen in this window, and I know that the mosquitoes are going to come in. So I'm going to make a makeshift screen out of my window curtain, which is kind of gauzy. So just give me 1 second because it's getting really warm in here, and that's going to make me tired. And I need my energy. I need the energy. Let's see. How can I do this? Probably still gonna get in, but okay, that should work. That should work, I think. What's going on, Librans? Okay. Seems very pragmatic. Practical. Okay, well. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Let's get some oracle cards. The wind shut my door. I'm trying to hear. I can't tell if it's raining. I'm not sure. More. Okay. Okay. This is so loud. Oh my goodness. Okay. Better late than never, but never late is better. Okay. Hi, Libra. I hope you guys are all right. I hope you're better than all right. I hope you're doing well. It's going to be your season in just a matter of time. And then I will be wishing you happy birthday. So I'm going to talk as if the first person is the person that you're dealing with and the second person is you. But if you feel that this first person resonates more as your truth, then just reverse the roles, because whenever there is more than one person in a general reading, the roles could always be reversed, okay? All right, so this person's energy right now is coming through as the King of Swords. So this could be reversed, because this could be you. This could be an air sign, but it doesn't have to be. For me, the King of Swords is Aquarian energy, but it's just evolved air energy. Someone who's got their analytical pants on, and they've got their head screwed on their shoulders just right. They know, they're picking up what you're putting down, and they know things from more of that practical, like facts, figures, statistics, like masculine place, but they're highly intelligent and strategic. Their truth within the situation at this time is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse, and it came out with this card. So this oracle card, which has this guy, and it's like, you are filling up their brain in every last little place there. Okay, so that's that. And then this person's desire or expectation in the somewhat near future is the Seven of Pentacles in the upright. This definitely is coming through as, actually I'm getting like Virgo energy from this. Could be dealing with one, or else maybe this is just the effects of Virgo season and all of that energy coming through. But it's you know, like natural trajectory as planned out strategically by the mastermind, this person, kind of thing, right? So they are in this energy of like, I'm going to find the solution. If we don't have the solution, I'm going to find it, or I'm going to create it. I'm going to look at things from like a bird's eye view, or from a higher perspective, like a hawk eye, and I'm going to figure something out. So there is something within this connection that is, I'm seeing that it's not working as this person would define what working, or, you know, being successful. I'm getting that it's not flowing with like a natural ease. It's coming through like it's not a well-oiled machine. I don't know if you guys have ever watched Suits, like the TV show Suits. But what is his name? Mike? Is his name Mike? One of the main characters, he basically, like, the show is about, he becomes a lawyer at this very famous law firm, but he actually hasn't gone to school to be a lawyer. He just, he's very intelligent. He has, like, photographic memory, is one of the main things about him. That's what I was just thinking about. That came to me with this, like, photographic memory. This person could be very intelligent, or, like, again, it's coming through as, like, Virgo, Aquarius, like, kind of mixed energy, super intelligent, but, like, highly perceptive, like, they are very tuned in. They observe everything. They don't miss anything. Nothing slips by them, I want to say. They don't, like, forget the details either. But yeah, their truth, and this is very much on their mind, and with the King of Swords, their mind is their strength. Their mind is their greatest ally when it is in alignment and tuned in and being used in a healthy way. And I feel like with the King of Swords in the upright, it probably is for this person right now, but you are very much on it. So the solution that they're trying to find here, it has to do with this Eight of Pentacles in reverse. So the Eight of Pentacles in the upright is like, I am putting work into something. I am seeing results. I am doing it for the love of it. Like, I'm not doing it because I have to go to this job that I hate. I'm doing it because it's like a passion of mine. It is satisfying to me. It fulfills me in some way. I'm getting something out of it, and I want to show up and put the work in. They're just feeling like that's not... And again, by the time you get to the Eight of Pentacles, you have figured out, like, the system that works best. You know how to, like, work smarter, not harder, essentially. So you can still do it for the love of it, but you're not, like, wasting time. Again, it's very Virgo Aquarius energy. It's like, I've refined the process and now everything is going the way that I want it to. I've got this well-oiled machine, again, is the energy. But are they applying this just to you, or is this also them applying this to themselves? Something they could realize that something within them is also not necessarily... Let me clarify. Is this just, because I can see that they're heavily thinking about you, but there could be something that they're realizing they need to invest in within themselves, to bring something into a state of abundance. Because once you're in the Eight of Pentacles, you have that process down and refined, and you're showing up and getting shit done. Then you pretty much, like, fly or sail into the Nine of Pentacles, which is where you're hitting gold, right? You're striking gold. You've got the Midas touch. You are in a state of personal security. You feel like you're winning, and things feel good. Is the Eight of Pentacles in reverse just about how things are working between... Is it just about something that's... What is not working in regards to this person in Libra? Can I get my words out? By this person's standards and opinion. The Six of Swords, the King of Cups, and the Seven of Wands in reverse. Someone is defensive, and yeah, they need to be more vulnerable, or their ego might be in the way to the point that they are not expressing their emotions with the King of Cups, or they're not regulating their emotions. There isn't balance between the head and the heart. That's what this is. The King of Swords and the King of Cups. So someone, if this is just this person, then they're like, they know that they are in just like basically a strictly mental place. And the thing is, they're trying to figure out how to make that work. They know that that approach is not working, but they're also like, well, the reason that I'm completely in my head is because of Libra. Libra's the person that's got me completely in my head. The thing is, they're not in their head in like a negative way. I'm not seeing that. I think that this person might be a little bit like concerned with just how much focus they are giving you though, and that's fair. they could be like, that is in itself also something that's not really working. Like, I need to find a way to offload, or like also put my attention, essentially like balance where my attention and my mental energy is going, because it's not healthy to just be thinking about Libra all the time. But there's definitely something here about like needing to shift, and this is Mercury and Aquarius energy. It's like expanding your consciousness so that that mental strength and fortitude can also exist, but there can still be room for emotional regulation and expression and sovereignty as well. Like, they need to be balanced again for it to be healthy. And this person is saying that what's not working is that there is a defensiveness or an ego thing going on right now that needs to change. This is 2 cards saying the same thing. It's causing an erratic, irresponsible, unpredictable, unreliable, some sort of energy that is just like, you know. And this person, they want balance, and there you are. It's almost like if this is them, they are looking at themselves like, you are balanced, your poise, your grace, you know, your sugar and spice, your everything nice, and then they are like, I'm a hot mess meanwhile. But they're just, it's only emotionally that they're really seeing this like kind of as a problematic thing. So what they're expecting or desiring in the near future is the 7 of Pentacles. This is like, okay, what we're doing right now is not optimal. It's not working. So we need to take a step back here to the 7 of Pentacles from the 8, and we need to just get down like, okay, like what phase are we in? What season are we in? We're not in the harvest season, most likely, but maybe we are in the season where we put the seeds in the ground, right? Maybe we are in the season where we form a plan. That allows for there to be breathing room. Because I feel that this person, they don't feel like they have the plan that they know will get them the results that they want just yet. They might know what needs to happen, but they don't know how to implement that. Like, they don't know how to put that into motion to get it started happening. There's something that they're struggling with that. I think it's because they're taking a solely like mental approach, when what needs to shift or what needs more focus is the emotional and intuitive self. There needs to be more vulnerability, but it's kind of hard to do that when you're not in your heart, you're in your head. And your head is also like where the ego lives as well. Okay, because the ego is like the voice of your mind, right? Okay. So they are sort of like, I do want to invest in this. We need to like rethink and get on the same page, figure out like, where are we in the overall scheme of things? Like, look at the timeline, look at what cycle we're in, what is an appropriate approach to take now based on where we're at. This person is very like logical, strategic, refined, and intelligent in their thinking. So that's the approach they're taking to this. And then your energy over here. Okay, so you're in the energy of the Queen of Cups in reverse. But it's interesting because this Queen of Cups is like, she's kind of read the same way for me, whether she's in the upright or reverse, because it's like a perfect reflection. You know what I mean? She is the same both ways. The exact same. So this is coming through very specifically for me. It's almost like I feel like you're trying to temper your emotions here, because this person is very in their mind, right? And your energy is the Queen of Cups in reverse. Your truth is the Page of Cups in the upright, with these 2 cards. There's There's this one, just like, I'm fine. But it's like, I'm not fine though. Like, I'm fine, but I'm not fine. This to me is very Libran. I love you, but it's coming through as quite Libran. And it also came out with this, be kind to your mind. So I feel like because you're a little bit like, I'm fine, but like I'm not okay low key under the surface. It's like I cannot decide. I'm toggling back and forth between like, am I about to have a mental breakdown and find me in a padded room, or like, am I good, you know? And I feel like you're taking care of your mental health very specifically right now, because your truth is that your heart, like you're feeling the things, you're feeling a lot of the things. And with the Ouroboros in the background here, the snake eating its own tail, this is called the Ouroboros, the symbol. And it represents the constant ongoing process of death and rebirth and regeneration, essentially. So in a way, you're kind of all of these things, because you're cycling, like we all are, like we're constantly cycling. The only constant is change, right? So in that way, I think that Libran energy is so very human, because I know you guys sometimes get slack, like, oh, you're constantly like, whoa, like can't make up my mind, sort of is like the what people like to peg on you, I guess, that you always get. But in a way, it's like, which human is not constantly doing that to some degree? Which human is not constantly like phasing, just like the moon? We're constantly, everything in all of existence is in that cycle. That's how life is. So it's constantly just finding the balance within that through being connected to your core. And then your desire or expectation in the near future is the Tower in reverse. So you're like, we got this under control, or it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. The Queen of Cups in reverse as your energy. It's interesting because it's coming through as like kind of the counterpart or reflection, the emotional reflection of this person's mind. Because I'm seeing it as like, no matter which way you turn, which way you look, the reflection is the same. It's like, even when you try to shut down your heart to this person, you look in it and you still find love. It's all just love. And this person is like, no matter where they look in their mind, they find you. I'm just saying, there's something that's kind of like being reflected there or mirrored a little bit, but for you it's coming through as more emotional, and for them it's coming through as a little bit more mental. But yeah, I'm seeing that as your overall energy. There is love here, and when you are vulnerable with yourself, you fully recognize that. I think when you look into your, like, the recesses of your heart, there's this sense of being very aware of your feelings for this person. And I don't think that you're really denying it, but I do think that it has quite a strong effect on you. And that's when we get into this truth, like your personal truth being, so in your energy, you're kind of like, I'm back and forth mentally about whether I have decided mentally if I love this person or not. You could be like, some days you could be like, it's reminding me of that Rihanna song, I Hate That I Love You. Hate how much I love you, baby. I can't stand how much I need you. Yeah, I hate that I love you so. It could be one of those energies where you're like, I love you and I hate that I love you. There's some sort of energy of that. And it could be just because things are, you've run into some sort of snag or something is just not running smoothly with this person. They could have somewhat of a control freak element to them as well, just like a little bit. It's not coming through as nefarious, but it could annoy you at times. You could feel kind of like at the mercy of it, like they call the shots. But your truth is that no matter what you try to decide that I'm deciding this, it's like, but your heart has already decided, and your truth is that you are emotionally open to this person here. You do have a lot of feelings for them. And it's like, even if you go around in circles with that, even if you try to detach from it, it feels like the love kind of like just regenerates, which could also be quite annoying and could feel a little bit like crazy making as well. So that's your truth, is that there is love here, but it's having like an undesirable effect on you currently, and you are focused mostly or prioritizing taking care of your mental health so that you can stay in balance no matter what the truth of your emotions is. Yeah, so in the near future, then, okay, yeah, justice. There you are. You're like, it's all gonna be okay though. Like, you see, I think that you're gaining, because your truth is, I'm being kind to my mind, and I'm also holding space for the truth of my heart. And even though sometimes that makes me feel like I'm not okay, because maybe the two seem to be at odds, right? Maybe sometimes your mind wants to be like, delete his number and enjoy your summer, you know what I mean? Like that kind of energy. But then you're like unblock like 5 minutes later, it comes through as one of those energies a little bit. Like your mind and your heart could be at odds slightly, but I feel like because you know that you're doing what you need to do to keep yourself in a relatively healthy state where you're acknowledging everything that you think and feel, and you're doing the work to balance that out. You're like, I'm going to avoid a catastrophe here, and ultimately I'm going to still be in my power in the near future. That's your card there, the Justice card. So that's what you anticipate or expect for the near future. That is what you desire. Yeah, there's an energy of balance that's coming in. It's groundedness, King of Pentacles, something you can kind of count on. So you could be getting out of your head and applying yourself to like grounding in a very physical way, whether that's spending time in nature, breath work, exercising, just being present in your body as a way to also help balance out your emotions and your mind, which is really positive. Yeah, there's something about grounding the energy, because even here in the be kind to your mind, there's like flowers growing here. You might want to spend time like in beautiful spaces in nature, gardens, parks, just outside, or like in a botanical garden or something, if you're not somewhere where there is like outdoors available to you right now. All right, so the ultimate truth of this connection at this time is coming out as the Emperor. Okay, and it came out with this card here, which is this guy kind of like painting. He's painting the light coming out from the lamppost. I love this. It's so cute. This is someone this is both of you, I feel like, because you're both taking control over the situation, where you could just let things get dark. You could spiral quite easily. This person could spiral mentally. You could spiral mentally because of your emotions. But you're choosing, it's almost like I'm choosing hope, or I'm choosing to see the silver lining. I'm choosing to, crisis averted kind of thing. I'm choosing to be empowered over myself and sovereign instead of letting the energies affect me that way. I'm bringing like lightness to it. But part of that is that there's something that you are both admitting to yourself. And these oracle cards also came out. So this one came out first. It's like, never need a bitch, I'm what a bitch need. What song is that from? Oh, it's from The Weeknd. Yeah. Never need a bitch, I'm what a bitch need. I don't remember what song that is though. But I feel like the two of you, this could be like one fluctuation where you go in your mind, you're like, again, when you're like, delete his number and enjoy my summer, and he might be like, or this other person, sorry, whether they're a he or a her, might be might kind of have that ego moment as well, where they're like, never need a bitch, I'm what a bitch need, you know. But then the next card that came out is this one, which says I don't care, and it's in it's in reverse. So that is telling me that, you know, this is dead ass a lie. So there is care here. And then this is the last one that came out. It says don't agree with yourself all the fucking time. So I feel like sometimes your egos both might say like, screw this, like I don't care. But the truth is, when you look deeper, is that you do care. You do care. And so I think that you're both being challenged at this time to look at the lighter side of things, to challenge your own mind, and to find a way to allow like the current status of this situation and your thoughts about it to coexist with how you feel about it, no matter what the like how this is physically taking shape in your life at this time, this connection. So if this person is like, if you're separated from this person or whatever, then it's like finding a way to still be in control of your mind, but not in a way where you're repressing the truth, like kind of holding space for all of everything, all of the reality. Okay, so that is what I see. And I see you guys choosing actively. What's up, Mito? How are you? I see you actively choosing to be in a more empowered space and to kind of like take control over the situation in the way that you have control, which is over yourself. Your personal energy is the only thing you really have control over. You can't control each other. So it's choosing to see the whole, but focus on the silver lining, or focus on bringing like light to the situation through being kind to yourself and through maybe readdressing or editing your current approach to things. Okay, so I see that happening for you guys here. That energy is available to you and this person anyway. So that's what I'm getting for you, Libra. We are going to move on to Scorpio, but I love you ever so much, and I hope that you are doing well. All right, the train is passing. You might hear it honk or whatever it is. Okay. Scorps. Hi, Looney. Hi, Loons. Hi, honey. Hi, buddy. I know, I'm working and not cuddling you, and that's just a travesty for the both of us. Let's see. Okay, Scorpio. She's so like, she's like, why are you not like petting me though and giving me your energy? What's up, Soph? How's it going, loves? Never need a bitch, I'm what a bitch need. Fluffosaurus. I'm such like a big, like, I'm so lame with Luna, and I don't even care. Whiskey head, baby. Whiskey. Hi, Whiskies. Hi, Whiskies. Okay. Scorpios. Loons. Her hairs are so, like, they're so fine. They're like these little, soft little, hanging on the doorknob. That's something that my stepsister made. I used to have it on the room that Luna's litter box is in. She made me this little decoration, and it's Luna. Isn't it so cute? She made this. She's very artsy, crafty. It's like this little thing, little ornament. And it's supposed to look like Luna. Do you see the... She's rubbing her head on it. Do you see the resemblance? It's very cute. But yeah, my stepsister Emma made it for me a couple years ago, so I have it hanging in here. It's very cute. Noonie. Oh, I also have my necklaces. Like, these are my this is like my Scorpio and Pisces little necklaces too. My rising and my sun sign. That's that. Speaking of Scorpio, yeah, it's very sweet. She made one for like all of the siblings that we all have a pet, so she made one in the likeness of each of them. Yours is cute. Okay, Scorpio and their person. Scorpio and their person. Scorpio. I know you want to be closer, but you will literally fall off the side of the bed if you come close. Scorpio and their person. Okay. Whoa. Whoa. Who else had that? I think Virgo had someone where their person, was it Virgo? I think it was Virgo, where their person had all three of their energetic cards were major arcana. You have that as well. Okay. Okay. Well, that's good. Oh man. Oh man, oh man. Well, something is yeah, something big is happening here. My goodness. My goodness. Is it ever? Let's get some oracle cards. I still have your hair stuck to me. I would pet you again, but let's see. Clarify this person's truth. Scorpio's truth. There's so much coming through. Wait for me. Wait for me. Too much. Too many intuitive downloads. Too fast. Yeah. And then the ultimate truth. Tell me about it. Tell me about it. I'm hearing. That's from Grease, the movie Grease. Pretty sure if you've seen Grease with like John Travolta and Olivia Newton-John, when they're at the end and they're like singing that "You're the one that I want, do do do, hoo hoo hoo, honey," that song at the very beginning, she says something like, "Tell me about it, stud," and then they start singing, and it's like, "I got chills, they're multiplying, and I'm losing control, 'cause the power you're supplying, it's electrifying." I'm hearing that. Well, I heard the "Tell me about it" stud part. That's interesting because that is all about like, I don't know if you guys have seen Grease, but it's essentially like he's the bad boy and she's like the good girl, and then at the end they like both change for each other, but they don't really well, it's like they compromise, but yeah, they realize they don't want to lose each other, and then he shows up as like wearing this like little sweater and she shows up as like this bad bitch. It's like a makeover kind of thing, but it's to essentially like meet in the middle. It's kind of like I would do this for you, like I would show up, and again, I don't want to, it's not toxic, it's not like I would completely change my identity and be someone else for you, because that is not healthy, right? But it's more like I realized that I wasn't compromising, or I was letting maybe like my set identity keep me separated from you, kind of is the energy of that. Okay, let me timestamp about this. Hi, let me pet you with the pen. Yeah, and then I won't get my hand all furry. Hi. I don't want your chin scratched. Okay. Hi, Scorpio. Hello, you otherworldly, gorgeous creatures, you. So we're going to take a look at this person's side or energies first, but anytime that we're doing a general reading, the roles could always be reversed. So just take it how it resonates for you. If this side, the first person, ends up sounding more like you, then just take the messages in that way. And usually if it is that way, you'll find that like you just kind of start naturally registering it that way intuitively. You won't have to force it to switch if that is the case. So that's usually how I can tell immediately. Sorry, there's something in my eyeball. Okay. All right. So there might be a connection to the Virgo reading. I don't know, but Virgo is the only other sign I believe that their person had all three of their energetic cards were major arcanas, which is kind of a big deal because the major arcanas are kind of like the cards that are cosmic forces or like destiny, or they signify kind of like phases of life along the journey, or energies that are available to us to work with and engage with, but not directly in our control. So they exist both within and without us, where the minor arcana are things that we can fully embody and we can assert through ourselves as humans using our autonomy, our agency, and our free will, right? These are energies that sometimes are like thrust upon us, but we still have the free will and the choice, like how we're going to work with those energies. We just don't always have the choice whether or not we work with them at all, right? Okay, so this person, their current energy is the World. this is coming through as like quite literally like the world, the planet, just the way that this one is. This could be someone that is at a physical distance, like quite a distance from you. Maybe there are mountains or oceans or, you know, like continents between the two of you. There doesn't have to be. There also could be something about the transit, like Saturn was okay, so we just had a long Saturnian cycle where Saturn has been moving through Pisces, and then it moved into Aries. Now it is in retrograde and it just went back into Pisces. So this is Pisces energy, this is Saturn. So there could be something about, like, I think until February it will be still in Pisces, and then it will move back into Aries, and it will be completely, it will stay in Aries and keep moving forwards after that. So there could be something about the lessons surrounding that transit. You might want to see where that's hitting your chart, or if you have a strong Saturnian placement, like if your Saturn is in the first house, or if it is strongly aspected in your chart. If it aspects like your sun or your rising sign or something like that, that could be significant. Okay. Then this person's truth is the Tower. I'm getting a different energy from this Tower card though. It's much more peaceful. But it came out with this card here. It came out in reverse, but I'll show it to you in the upright. So it says Mixed Messages Volume 1. Above all else, be unique, but only our pre-approved brand of unique. So this came out in the reverse, which I love, because I think this person is like, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. You know, very raging against the machine kind of energies, which I personally live for. And then what this person desires or anticipates or expects in the near future is the High Priestess, which is the energy of the moon, the planet the moon. So it kind of carries Cancerian and Piscean energy, but also just like watery energies of intuition and being kind of, again, like spiritually tuned in. So these are big vibes. The Tower is the energy of Mars. The World is the energy of Saturn, like I said. And then you also have the moon. Okay. Tell me more about the World. Why is this person in the energy of the World? They're closing out a big cycle, for sure. For some of you, this person is moving or they're traveling. Not a short distance, but like it would be significant. They could be planning to come to where you are if you are far away from each other. The King of Cups. Okay. It's because they love you. No, but they do, though. They love you. They definitely... They got it bad when they're stuck in the house. Can you tell me more about this, though? Oh, no, that's too many. Okay. Seven of Cups in reverse is at the top. Yeah, this person is, they're closing something out, and whatever they're closing out, it's quite a big cycle. It could be a karmic cycle, or it could just be a Saturnian kind of lesson, which is still usually like Saturnian cycles last about 7 years. So like that's how long it takes for Saturn to complete a cycle. So is that true? Don't take my word for that. Double check that, but I'm pretty sure that that's true. Just as I said that, I was like, wait, did I just pull that out of reality or out of my ass? I can't quite. It came out with such confidence, though, but double check that just in case. Regardless, though, the point is Saturnian cycles and lessons, they are the long haul. Saturn is kind of like the strict father figure who is like, I'm going to teach you this, maybe the hard way, maybe through struggle, but you'll never forget the lesson. And it's tough love. Like, I'm teaching you this way because ultimately I love you and I want you to succeed. You'll never have to learn that lesson again once you're done. And ultimately, Saturn will show you through that lesson, even if there are struggles and challenges, how capable you are of maneuvering through them. And you will come out the other side with like a sense of deep satisfaction and knowing your own capabilities and feeling much more. A Saturnian lesson is something where you mature, for sure. You mature through that. So there's something here about emotional maturity that's happening with this person. And there's something deepening. The King of Cups is scorpionic energy for me, and the Seven of Cups in reverse talks about having emotional clarity. But it's not just like, oh, I stumbled upon emotional clarity. It's like, no, I looked through my emotions, like I went deep within myself. This is a scorpionic card as well. It is Venus in Scorpio is the placement that goes along with the Seven of Cups. So this is a lot of scorpionic energy right here. And even with the Tower, that's Mars. That's your modern, or not your modern, that's your traditional ruler. Pluto is your modern ruler. So doesn't matter where you readjust yourself to. I can't pay attention to you right now, but I love you, Luna. My cat is being very needy right now. This is like you go to the depths of your emotions, sort through them, no matter how like sometimes overwhelming or intimidating that can even be, because they're deep with the King of Cups. Like it's deep in there and you never quite know what you're gonna find because you're going down to like the bottom of your own internal emotional Mariana's Trench essentially. But it's always like a very transformative process. You always come back up knowing, having a deep level of emotional intelligence and insight into yourself. So this person's energy is that they're closing out a deep cycle, and it's allowing them to see things differently. It's letting them see the world differently is what I'm getting from that as well. I'm also getting an energy of claiming. From this place, as this cycle closes out, this person, they can claim how they feel. They, even if that's just with themselves at first, because the King of Cups doesn't always share how they feel right away, but they can let it simmer underneath with a certain kind of intensity. So they might be claiming something within themselves about their feelings surrounding you, but potentially not telling you about it just yet. I know I love you too, but as I stated before, now is not the time. Okay, the Tower. I feel like this is self-explanatory. Actually, this person, they haven't had success in some area of their life, probably many areas of their life, honestly, and it's because they have been trying to fit into like a pre-approved mold that someone or society or religion or like their parents, their family, tradition, whatever it is, there has been an influence around them, and they have, it's like mixed messaging, as this card says. It's like, no, be yourself, but not like that though. You know, be yourself, but only the version that I have approved. So there's something in this person's life that has not allowed them to feel like they can fully express the depths of who they actually are. And their truth is that right now that is breaking. That is falling apart. This part of them that was never really them, because a half truth is still a lie, right? So it's like whatever they were repressing of themselves through withholding, they are coming into that now, and it has to do with their emotions. This isn't just about you. This goes deeper than just you. It's very deep with that Saturnian with the world. It feels like a karmic cycle. It could even be past life where there's a wound around this. But this Tower card here it's coming through as much more peaceful. It's like the way that they are able to break out of this and close this cycle is not as messy. Like there is an element again of emotional maturity and a specific approach that this person's taking that's very intentional and intuitive and deep. They know their own depths, this person for sure. And they're coming from that place where they are, in this card I'm getting the Tower is like they are recognizing the strength of their own internal structure, and then they're choosing to rely on that and to trust that and to kind of say like, again, I'm going to now embody and express the fullness of myself, and anyone who doesn't like it can fuck themselves. You know what I mean? It's basically that. I think that they might not be coming out at it that like aggressively, but there is a certain level with that Mars energy of like assertion. They are asserting themselves, and it's like anyone who doesn't like it. Oh, it's 11:11 p.m. right now here. So yeah, there's something about that. There's an alignment with either a cosmic energy, an astrological cycle, or just dharma or destiny, whatever you want to call it. Call it fate, call it karma. That's a good Tame Impala song. That might be relevant. I don't remember the lyrics. But there's something with all these major arcanas that it's a bigger cycle, but that's this person's truth. I really like that. And it doesn't feel chaotic. It feels like this is something that is naturally ready to close out. And it's because like the greater forces and energies are supporting that natural flow and evolution and resolution of energy, but also because this person is intentionally working with that flow of energy to like establish this part of themselves and then be kind of unapologetic about it. The High Priestess being their desire or expectation for the near future, though. Tell me about that High Priestess. It's so funny, the two of your... I'm getting this. What the fuck is that? Good God. Just... Okay. It's interesting because I'm getting like this person, they know that you see them. I feel like you are also, well, obviously, you are also very intuitive. Duh, you're Scorpio. But for this person to have like their expectation be the High Priestess in the near future, I'm seeing them, this is a couple different ways. They are aware that because of this emotional maturity and because of the work that they have done on themselves, that they're going to be more in tune intuitively. Like they feel that their intuition is going to be more on point, so they're going to be trusting themselves more. But also I'm feeling like they're seeing this as you, and it's like they anticipate you seeing them like intuitively. Even if they don't speak something, I think that they feel that you will sense it in them in some sort of way. Can you tell me more about that? And it's really funny as I'm looking at your side, but we'll get there. You guys are definitely very attuned to one another, like for sure. What the hell? The Nine of Cups, the Navigator with the Two of Cups, and the Eight of Pentacles with the Ace of Pentacles at the bottom of the deck. Okay. That just kind of like exploded everywhere. You want to go out? Okay. Oh, let me open the door for Lunars here to leave. Okay. Okay. Yeah. They feel like this is going to be kind of obvious, maybe not to everyone, but to you is what this person is kind of telling me, which means that they're used to being seen by you, but also they feel that fundamentally This person knows that like they've been going through something difficult and confusing, because the world, that Saturnian cycle paired with the Seven of Cups, that's a little bit heavy. That's like a highly emotional time, can be very intense emotions, can be intense because your emotions are triggered. Like it's a lot. It's a lot, even for a Scorpio. So, and it's very internalized. It's like you, again, going deep into yourself to figure out like, why the fuck, what do I feel? Why do I feel this way? But usually through being like kind of forced into that, through being triggered or taught a difficult lesson maybe. But it's like they intuitively know that once they make this shift, once they start essentially being their full self that they haven't been, once they make that shift, they know that they are going to be so much happier. Like the Nine of Cups is like, it's coming through as like this, oh, like, fuck, thank you. Finally, I'm showing up authentically. Like, finally, it's coming through as like a soul sigh of relief. And they intuitively are anticipating to feel this way in the near future. But they are like, I think that they recognize that anyone that is close to them or is intuitively tuned into them will notice that shift of energy, because if they haven't been embodying this internal state of harmony, balance, and emotional fulfillment within themselves, then you would probably know, or someone intuitive would know. And then with the Navigator, which is an extra card in this deck, and the Two of Cups, it's like intuitively as well, they feel that once they are more aligned with themselves, they're going to feel more naturally pulled into alignment with you as well, because they feel as though there is a complementary, reflective, harmonious kind of energy between the two of you with the Two of Cups there. They kind of feel like their compass points due north, and that is to you when they are in a balanced and intuitively tuned in state. Okay. Which they admit that they have not been in, because they've been showing up as someone else for someone else in some way in their life. But then there's the Eight of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles here. This person is up leveling on an individual scale very quickly, or they're anticipating that. They know that this is the shift that has to happen for that to happen, though. They are so very clear and aware after this shadow work or this emotional work that they're doing, this lesson is integrating, and it's like undeniable. They know that once they embody themselves fully, they are going to be, like I said, happy and emotionally aligned and fulfilled within themselves. But also the 8 plus the Ace of Stones, this is the 9 of Pentacles. So you have the 9 of Cups and the 9 of Pentacles, which is like individual balance, feeling good within your mind, body, soul, all levels. And then things just start working for you. So then that is when you're aligned with yourself, then you align with the frequency of abundance. When you're abundant within yourself and you recognize yourself as such, you start acting that way. You start walking different, which is why they know that you're going to pick up on this shift. But when you start moving different, the world responds differently to you, because then you are embodying an energy of abundance within yourself. So you draw abundance to you, and this person is like expecting that to happen. Okay, so your side of things. Your energy currently within this dynamic is the 6 of Pentacles in reverse here. Okay. Your truth is the 5 of Wands in reverse with this oracle card that says, luck ain't got a damn thing to do with it. This person knows if you want shit, you gotta make shit happen. You can't just sit on your ass and be like, universe. You have to like get out there, hit the pavement, make some moves, assert your energy, that kind of thing. And then this is the hilarious part. The moon in reverse is what you anticipate. Oh yeah, this is you. This is, don't let me do that again. I got that confused for Libra and I kept calling you or them like their person. So I need to not do that. You anticipate or desire in the near future the moon in reverse. This is funny because the high priestess is associated with the planet of the moon. The moon is associated with the sign of Pisces, but this has the crossover, obviously, of the moon energy. And they're both very intuitive. I said that they feel that you're going to intuitively see them, and the moon in reverse is intuitively seeing something clearly that was once like maybe hidden or obstructed. So literally they are anticipating this and you are also anticipating. You're anticipating the same thing in some sort of way. You're anticipating something being made very clear and you seeing something. So tell me about the Six of Pentacles in reverse. Why is this Scorpio's energy? The Seven of Swords in reverse. Oh, man. Okay. One more. The Page of Pentacles in reverse and the Six of Wands in reverse. My goodness. With the Empress there, though. Three of Pentacles in reverse. The Universe. Okay. Eight of Wands, the Star, the Siren. Okay. There's something healing with you. It's in your feminine energy, so it is also healing within your emotional and intuitive energy. I was getting the message too while I was like looking at these cards. They were saying that actually for your reading, there's something about like both sides are you and both sides is this person also. There's something about like the two of you are having a very similar experience. So you might actually resonate with both sides here. So don't let that confuse you, but they did like very clearly say that, which is super interesting. So you and this person could be very much in like, you're synced up in a lesson that you're learning or in some sort of like personal integration or evolution, or some form of cycle with one another. And I can see that because you're both recognizing where, for you, it's coming through as, right now you're holding back your energy a little bit, and it's coming through as like, it's not things, the energetic, investment between you and this person may not be balanced completely right now. There's times when you are giving more and there's times when this person's giving more, and it could feel kind of like weird and push-pull, which is interesting because I just said you are, well, I didn't say you're aligned. I said that your experiences are mirroring each other and you're going through the same thing. You could be like in, like maybe one of you is a few steps ahead in the process. You're not like, you're going through the same thing, but you might kind of be like this, you know what I mean? And I think that you're moving into a place where you're going to be like this. So you're running like parallel with one another, but you're not really like synced up, but you're still having the same experience, which could be confusing. But you are in an energy of, you're holding back some of your time, energy, effort, to yourself, because you're having a realization here that there are things that you're giving to that you want to stop giving to, or you need to stop giving to in order to have success. And you're realizing that success, the kind of success and expansion that you want, which is like infinite, the Empress and the universe is different from the world, right? Because this person got the world. The universe is like literal infinity, and the Empress talks about abundance and expansion and being in a receptive energy and just kind of like calling it into yourself sort of naturally. You're realizing that you have been giving to things, like you're seeing through this with the Seven of Swords in reverse, that there are things that you, like opportunities that you've taken that you don't want to take anymore because they don't feel good. They don't feel successful. And I don't know if that is this person, like the connection between you and this person. You might feel like you don't have a whole lot of energy left to give this at this time, because there's something about you feeling like it's not giving back, like it's not balanced. I heard there's a gray area. I think it's just because both of you are going through something major within this cycle that you share but don't share. And so it's like you only have so much to give one another. And as you go through different, like as you're at different paces or places in the cycle, it's like when you have more to give to each other, it's not at the same time as how it's coming through. So it's not totally synced. I hope that makes sense. It's kind of confusing to explain, but they're saying that there's a huge amount though under the surface of emotional growth and forward motion, and actually it's like you are both gaining a level of, even if you haven't expressed this to yourself, because I feel like this is quite an internal thing for both of you right now, you might not feel safe because of the energetic imbalance at times and the push-pull to actually like let the other person in on this at this point, what you're experiencing. But there's like an energy of the more that you look at yourself, the more your conviction, your emotional conviction specifically, and your emotional certainty strengthens. It's becoming clearer and stronger. And with you, you're realizing like I've been giving to things that keep me on the fence, or that are back and forth about me. They're undecided about me. I've been giving energy to this, and it has been ending in nothing but pain. So whether that is just this situation with this person, or whether that is like also things like this where you have been kind of being not yourself due to external influences, I don't know. But your truth being the Five of Wands in reverse, and this luck doesn't have a damn thing to do with it, is like, you know that in order to reconcile this issue, you have to make a change. It's like, this isn't just going to happen by sheer luck alone. If I want to alleviate that tension or conflict internally within myself, then no one can do that but me. So that's your truth. You know that you need to do that, and you're going to, or you are already maybe, just like this person is. It's so interesting. You're so on the same page, but I'm getting the sense that you're not actually like sharing it with one another. And that makes sense kind of, because it feels like it's an intimate and it's a very personal process. And if you guys are not necessarily in like alignment within that process, it might not feel totally safe. It might feel like you're exposing yourself to share, but you are having the same experience overall, like the same experience. So the moon in reverse, you expect or anticipate or desire something to become very clear in the near future. I feel like this could be you like sharing a truth, admitting something that you haven't. But it's also like you feel that the more that you align with yourself here, the more you're going to see the situation clearly as well. And you're correct for sure. Just like this person, you both have the same sense even of like what to expect in the near future, which is so interesting. I really like that. Yeah, you're both moving away from the past, which was based more in fear than love. And for that reason, there wasn't a stable and grounded commitment, but something is shifting, and it has to do with it's cosmic forces again. It's like something that's beyond. This could happen very much in eclipse season because that is sometimes when very fated events take place, that things shift very quickly that you might not be expecting. So keep that in mind. But the ultimate truth between the two of you currently is this Eight of Swords in reverse with this card, which says Badass Babes Club. I love this. So the two of you are just a couple badass babes right now, whether you know that you both are or not. You are both like literally facing the same shit, doing the same work, opening yourselves up, expanding, liberating yourself from the same fears that were causing you to move from a place of fear rather than love. So it's like your compass was facing south here. You may have been moving. I'm hearing that Tame Impala song, feels like we only go backwards. Feels like we only go backwards, baby. Yeah. It feels like you've been moving in fear and it's been taking you backwards, or it hasn't been allowing you guys to move towards one another. But you both have this, well, this is the ultimate truth, which is beautiful, is that once you liberate yourself from this, which you are both doing, you're going to, I think, navigate naturally. Again, like your compass then will bring you together. But it couldn't do that while you were not being yourselves, because how can you be complementary, like mirrors of one another on a soul level when you're not seeing the truth of one another, because you are not fully embodying and expressing the truth of yourselves, right? There's something about that. So that is what I see, Scorpio. All right. I'm moving on to Sag, but I love ya. I love you a long time. You know I do. And I will see you again soon. All right. Let's move on to Saggy. Yours was deep. It was a little deep. I'm actually going to go to the washroom quickly before I do the last 4 signs here. I have drank an iced coffee, and my bladder is now ready to not be so full. So I'll be back in just a moment, and then we're going to get on to the last 4 signs, starting with Sagittarius. I know what I can do with these cards. Look at that. Oh, that's better. So much better. Okay. You guys still with me? Almost 5 hours in. How you doing? How you holding up? Yeah. Doing okay? You need a bathroom break? Let's see. Whoa. Okay, I almost dropped those everywhere, but I did not. I do have more water in here. Yay. Good. Okay, let's see here. Yeah. I'll be back in just a moment. Let me change this so I don't forget. You know what I'm actually gonna do, you guys? Because it's getting a little late here, and the person in the bedroom, like directly above mine, I think has to be at work early tomorrow, so I don't want to be too loud. It's almost midnight. I'm going to just relocate us to the living room here, just quickly. And I'm just gonna plop down on the floor out there and finish that out there. Because I just want to be respectful of that. And if I start talking quieter, then you guys won't be able to hear me, which people have made me aware of in the past when it's gotten late and I have gotten quiet. They're like, I couldn't hear you, and I totally understand that that is a thing. So I think I'm gonna do that, and it should just take me a second, or well, should take me a few minutes, okay? So yes, dream with me, come with me. Come fly with me. Let's see. So we're gonna go hang out there a little bit. So let me just put the decks here in this little container so I can carry them. This might be a two-tripper. My Mars in Capricorn hates it. Me with groceries is always like a million bags on my arms, like it's gonna be in one trip or not at all. Okay, yes, that's definitely what we're doing. I'm gonna take everything except for you and I'll be right back, okay, to grab you. I feel like that will be better. I can also stretch my legs on the living room floor. Okay, that's not gonna work. I'm gonna have to come back for the pillow. Take this lamp as well. Just see me. Oh gosh, okay, well, that's the ring light falling over. That's happening. Moons, we're moving, buddy. Don't get too comfortable, my friend. Okay. All right. I'm back for ya. Let's see. Plug that in. Well, you don't need to look at my chest. So I'm sure that. What's up, Star Lover? I love how you came at just like the random moment where I'm like moving from one room to another in the middle of the reading. What's up? What's happening? Okay. I promise there will be light. We'll let there be light out here. Yes, this is good. Okay. Plug you in this way. I need to see if you can see me. Go. Oh gosh, that's way too bright. Too bright, too bright. Go down. Okay. Lord. Oh, Lord. Okay, there we go. Does this feel fun? Like a little like camp out sleepover moment? I feel like it does. I feel like it's cute. Maybe I'm just saying that. Okay. Here we go. Okay. Does this work? Yes. I think you can see me. Hi. Chaotic good. Yes. It's real. It's just real, guys. Real respects real. All right. There we go. Can you see me? Just gonna move you out just a little bit there so that I can. Okay. My plant friend here as well, so that you can see. Okay, there we go. Sagittarius, let's see here. I think I should be able to. This is nice. I can stretch my legs now because they were getting a little bit cramped before. A little crampy in that space. Okay. I do need to move this blanket just ever so slightly so I can lay the cards on it without being annoyed. Okay. There we go. Alrighty. And we're back. Oh, yes, this is amazing. I can stretch now. Yes, this is everything I needed and more. Good choices. All right. Sagittarius. I like that it's for Sag too, which is like the plant or the sign associated with like travel, long distance travel, I guess. You guys, is the light okay there? Is it too dark? Let me move this lamp over. There. Okay. All right. Let's get back to it. Okay. Sorry about that. Brief interruption. Oh, it's hot. It's so hot. Let me open this window. Even just but a little will be better than nothing. Okay. Oh. That iced coffee is literally saving my life. Okay. a live meditation a friend hosted today. 3 people didn't turn off their mics. One was doing the dishes, banging them, one outside with sirens, one rapping. Oh my gosh. That sounds truly chaotic. I kind of vibe with it though. I have a lot of mutable energy in my chart. In Vedic, I have a Sagittarius stellium actually. My Cap stellium turns into a Sag stellium when we go to Vedic. Okay, here we go. Let's tune in here. Sagittarians energy and the energy of their person. I think my Rottweiler is outside in his kennel. Otherwise, I would be bowled over most likely in a moment. Okay. Oh. Okay. Intriguing. I need this to be. There we go. There's a specific storyline coming through with this particular connection, I feel like. So, only take it if it's yours, as always. Okay, let's get 3 oracle cards here. Tell me about this person's truth. Tell me about Sag's truth. This is great. Are you dealing with an asshole? We're gonna have to see what comes out here, but don't like that. Don't know if that's supposed to be part of the reading. But if it is, I'm not a big fan. I'll get one more. Sorry, I had something in my throat and I just felt it clear out. Oh man. Yes. No, I don't need one more. Let me get, let me just grab something from my room really quickly, though. I need to just check something here. Okay. Well, I think I need to move this lamp over this way so that I can actually see the cards a little bit better. Because right now it's not really lit up. It's a little bit here. Will I be able to see better? Maybe? What's happening? Yes. No. It's better over here. Okay. I just can't totally feel, I kind of feel like someone's a little bit on the fence about the truth that they are choosing right now. It is coming through as your side of things, so that could be you, or else this could be reversed. But I'm just gonna double check because it's almost like someone hasn't, it's really interesting that it's coming through that way. It's almost like someone has not committed to their truth just yet about the situation. Is this supposed to be in reverse? No, very clearly not supposed to. It's supposed to be in the upright. Okay. Yeah, it's definitely supposed to be. Well, that's good, because if it was in the reverse, I was gonna punch this person through the ethers or something. I was gonna karate chop them in the jugular because just no. Wasn't vibing with the energies. Okay, so good. We ain't gonna have a problem. Let's see. Okay, well, I like that then. Okay, so let's where'd that pen go? I need to timestamp. What is up with my throat all of a sudden? Okay. Let me like drink some water quickly. Hi, Sagittarius. Okay. There could be something important that needs to be said here in this connection. I had something like going on with my throat there for a minute that needed to clear. It does feel like it cleared now, but there's something coming through, and it's coming through as like you are going to be expressing your truth very clearly and from like a very authentic place, which is beautiful. Obviously, we want you to talk like you know, like you're you. I'm gonna bring you closer so that you can hear me better. Let me know if you guys can hear me okay though. If I can speak somewhat gently, like at this level here, and you guys can hear me, then give me up. So let's see. I'm going to speak as though, okay, thanks, Rochelle. I'm going to speak as though this first person is the person that you're dealing with, okay? But the roles can always potentially be reversed when there's more than one person and it's a general reading. So if you feel like this side is more you, then just take it how it resonates. But I do feel pretty strongly like this the side that's meant to be you is you, just because of the way that things are being expressed, but we'll get to that. Okay, let's see. You need to say something. Which a damn chest. All right, so this person, their current energy is the Queen of Cups. Not mad about it. Although I'm going to check something. Their truth currently surrounding this is the Page of Wands in reverse with this oracle card, which says you can't hate yourself into a version of yourself you can love. If ever I laugh at this deck, it's because I created this deck and every single card is a personal attack on some level. So if you feel personally attacked, just know that I'm always with you in that, okay? Big Mama speaks loud and clear, though. She does. And then this person's desire or expectation for the near future is the Three of Cups. Okay. Well, it's interesting because clarify that Queen of Cups, please. Tell me more about that. Tell me more about that. Because that's what I kind of... Okay. Well, I'm going to clarify this a little bit further still, but what came out to clarify the Queen of Cups is, the reason why I want to clarify more is because the first card that came out to clarify it is the Seven of Swords. Okay. Not my favorite thing in the world, but yeah. And then after that came out the Hermit and the Wheel of Fortune. Okay. Well. Okay, no, it just came through. Yeah, okay. This person, it's interesting. They're very much in an energy of self-love, like deep self-love. And it's coming through as radical acceptance of themselves. They have really done some work, shadow work. I don't think that they were always this confident. I don't think they were always this accepting of themselves, at least maybe not all aspects of themselves, because the Seven of Swords is coming through as like kind of a double meaning. Is like in the past, this person, there was an element where they may have showed up this way, but they were faking it a little bit until it's like fake it till you make it kind of energy. They loved parts of themselves, like I said, but there was parts that they were still struggling to fully accept, and they hadn't maybe really like done the shadow work or healed those wounds or integrated. But there's something, it's coming through as shame, actually, which is too bad. But this person has applied strategy. They have applied distinct strategy, and they have worked through something, and they truly love themselves now. And the strategy that they applied was, it was deep. It was the hermit. They went deep into themselves and they saw themselves. They did this strategically to align with something that they believe is meant for them. And I think that this is, well, first and foremost, it's their own abundance and their own expansive path. But the Wheel of Fortune is also Jupiter energy, and that's your ruler. So I feel like this also represents you in a way. They didn't do this just for you, though, but you may have been part of, you may have catalyzed it, you may have helped trigger it in this person, or maybe you mirrored to them the places where they weren't fully loving and accepting themselves, essentially. I know that that's what you did, because this person's truth, right? This person's truth being the Page of Wands in reverse with this card that says you can't hate yourself into a version of yourself that you can love. I feel like this is someone who, they've wanted to accept themselves. They've wanted to be genuinely like confident. They've wanted to be essentially in like, you know, that they've wanted to move with confidence, and authentically know that they care for themselves. They are embodying the version of them that will make the best, the ultimate best choices for them. But it's like they just couldn't, it's not something that you can force. And I think that this person may have tried at some points to force the healing journey. Like they wanted to be there faster than they were. And they may have been kind of critical of themselves, right? Like essentially, like, love yourself, you stupid bitch. You know, it's like trying to like push yourself aggressively through the lens of like you're not going fast enough, which is inherently not accepting yourself. So that's why that creates more resistance in the process. It doesn't actually, because you're not accepting yourself. You're not accepting where you're at. You're not accepting your own speed and the healing process. You're not honoring yourself essentially when you take that approach. And this person's truth is that they see where they were doing that. And it was coming from an inner child wound, is what they're saying here with the Page of Wands in reverse. There's still a little bit of a sense of, it's not that they're still ashamed of it, but their truth is that this was coming from a place of shame in the past. They're now in this energy. They are aligned, which I love. They are the Queen of Cups, the Hermit, and the Wheel of Fortune, which is beautiful. And it feels like with that Seven of Swords, they're using that energy now not to like deceive themselves about where they are because they want to be somewhere else. They're using it now to sustain what they've built through some form of system, structure, habit. It's like, it's very strategic. This person, so for instance, like let's say this person has like an anxious attachment style, just for instance. That was coming from a place of not feeling good enough, feeling usually like anxious attachment style usually comes from as a child feeling like you had to prove, like perform to earn love because your caregivers didn't give you, like, love was not consistent. And so then you never know when it's going to be there, you never know when it's not, which creates the anxiety and usually like a hypervigilance that you learn you have to always be reading the room. And if something feels off, then it's like I immediately feel like I'm going to be abandoned or someone's going to take my love away. It creates a huge amount of insecurity within the child, and then that gets conditioned into them, and then that becomes an attachment style. So if that's something, just for instance, that this person had, this would be like they researched about that, they went deep within themselves, and they looked at those places where they looked at their past, they looked at their childhood, they forgave themselves, they forgave their caregivers or parents, they started treating themselves with Like maybe they journal, or maybe they go for a walk when they get anxious, or maybe they do some sort of breathing exercise rather than just like getting sucked into it and spiraling. But it's coming through as they have tools and they have the awareness to that has created this healing, but they also are keeping those things in place to sustain where they're at. So that's really positive. But yeah, their truth is they have seen this about themselves and they're very aware of it. They still might have a little bit of a critical streak. I'm getting that like no one is harder on this person than they are on themselves. I think it's because they didn't feel safe being themselves and receiving love. Like they learned that again, love had to be like performative. Yeah, this is definitely an inner child wound. The Six of Cups, sorry, it talks about the past. It can talk about your childhood for sure, or even a past life. So this could even be a wound or karma that they didn't clear in a past life and they carried into this life. It reestablished itself in their childhood, and now they were always meant to kind of like break through it or burn through that karma in this life, which they have done, which is like, that's great. They're aware that they still get triggered though. But they are also aware that the solution to that is not being hard on themselves, not like punishing themselves when they mess up, right? Like they might still get triggered and there might be a lot of shame around that. Whatever their core wound, whatever this wound is, whether it's like that anxiety thing or not, they know that sometimes they get thrown off balance still. And it's usually because they're saying that it's usually when they're put in a situation where things are unclear is when essentially when there's external chaos around them or instability, they still have a tendency, if they're not careful, to slip into a state of internal lack of harmony. Like they can be influenced easily because this is such a deep wound and they're still working on it. But they're showing me they have the tools, they have the awareness, they have the self-love, they have the emotional intelligence to take care of this and to keep on expanding and face this as it comes up, which is good. They also recognize that it is their choice whether or not they ultimately give into this or not and let it throw them off balance. So that is their truth. So this pattern or this wound, this reaction, whatever it is that they have, this because this is their truth within this connection surrounding you, that's telling me that affected this relationship in some sort of way. So if it was like an anxious attachment, then they may have, yeah, oh my gosh, it's something like that, because the Four of Swords in reverse is like overthinking. It's when they don't know something. It's when it's around the unknown. It's almost like their mind fills in the blanks, or they start spiraling if there is, well, this makes perfect sense, honestly. Like, if your circumstances are not stable, then most humans are going to feel a level of instability. It's just with this person that triggers a core wound that causes a very strong, like, reaction in them, like almost like a trauma response or like a past life wound. So it goes very deep. They don't have control over like whether they still feel affected by those things, but they have the tools and the ability to like level themselves out and deal with it in a positive way now. But it does still mess with their mind. They still feel like an unease in their mind when there are strong elements of the unknown that they feel like they need to surrender to. So they're admitting that, though, that is their truth, and it's really great that they're aware of that, because you can't address something if you won't be accountable, or like if you won't be honest with yourself about something that you like is a part of you that influences you, then obviously you can't move through it. Tell me about this Three of Cups as what they desire or expect in the near future. It's coming through as like better times, softer times. And it's because they're being softer with themselves. And so they are able to accept more abundance with this Jupiter energy. Yeah, okay, this is coming through intuitively here. So this person, they may have spent some time in a bit of an isolated state while they went through this process, because again, it's very tender. They had to go really deep within themselves or go like back into their past. That they're saying that they are expecting to, or they desire to kind of like connect more socially in the near future, reconcile, like have more friends around them. Maybe this is reconciling with you too, and bringing you into more of the two of you into more of a state of resolution. And it's coming through as like consistency. But it's because now this person is accepting truly their own love on every level, not through forcing it or hating themselves into it, but because they genuinely love themselves. That now they're looking at things as though like, now I can move into a space of expansion and I can actually accept or receive that love from others as well, where I couldn't in the past because I wasn't believing that I was truly worth it in certain areas. So in the near future, they're wanting that. And this does have something to do with you. But it's not only to do with you, because your energy is over here, and all of the figures over here are looking in that direction. The Queen of Cups, the Seven of Swords, the Hermit, and the Page of Wands are all looking in that direction. So I feel like right now they may be more focused on themselves in this process, or something that's going on in their life that you don't know about, maybe, because I see their attention kind of being prominently in the other direction. And that doesn't mean that like maybe you're not really in contact with this person right now. That doesn't mean that they are that they don't love you, that they're disconnected from you. But I do see something kind of pulling their attention in another direction. I don't think it's another person, but just something that's going on. Okay, so your energy here. Your energy is coming up as the Hanged Man in reverse. Your truth is the Eight of Wands with this oracle card: promise, sustain, romance, forgiveness, and harmony. And this is the card that's associated with the placement Mercury in Sagittarius. So I love that, because it's like you are communicating your truth like from such an authentic place and in such an authentic voice. It's like you're not only saying what you mean and meaning what you say, but the way that it's coming out of you and being expressed is also so you, that I just love that so much. It just feels like such a true embodiment and expression of your truth, that tells me that is fucking powerful, like super powerful. And then what you are anticipating or desiring in the near future is Death in reverse here. So you have strong Scorpionic and Piscean energy over here on your side of things, Neptunian energy. Okay. Well, you feel like you're seeing something very clearly right now. Neptune is in retrograde currently, so that does make sense. When Neptune goes into retrograde here, it can kind of be like taking the rose-colored glasses off, or just like removing the watery, kind of like dreamy, hazy. It can basically be like you can see more of reality. That doesn't mean that it has to be like a harsh bitch slap of reality, but it might be for you though. I don't know if the devil's on the split. Well, let's clarify that a little bit. You're saying that you see something clearly, and you're allowing what you see to inform the way that you move in the near future, the actions that you take. I think that it's because you see something clearly, you're going to express yourself. The Star in reverse and Justice. The Ace of Swords in reverse at the bottom of the deck with the Devil still. Damn. Whoa. There's something about not being honest or not seeing clearly something that has been oppressive to you, or something that has felt heavy and restrictive and maybe even like outgrown or toxic in some sort of way. But it's something that well, what's the Star in reverse? You know what is fair and just surrounding the situation. You might feel like something is just not balanced or in a state of moderation or reciprocity because something is not healed, maybe. You might not be seeing this person as being healed. Like, they may not have shared that with you yet. Because again, I feel like they've been very much in an internal process. But you could kind of be like, nothing is moving with this person. Yeah, you could feel like you keep trying to build with them and they're very defensive and maybe even selfish, like self-serving and indulgent is what's coming through. And I feel like you're losing hope and you're not hanging around too much longer. This is the energy you're in because you're like, I know what I'm worth, and I also need to stand up for myself. I feel like you keep on trying to cooperate with someone and running up against issues, and it's like, I'm not getting anywhere. You know what I mean? That's the energy you're currently in. I do think there's something deep that this person has healed and reconciled, though, that you're not aware of yet. So just maybe like, if there is an energy of intensity and like impatience there, and then sharpness or bluntness of the tongue with this, just be aware of that. There is the potential that maybe this person has acted like a bit of a schmuck in the past. I think that they acted that way because they were overcompensating actually for an insecurity that they have, a way that they actually were being very cruel to themselves, which is generally why, like, that's like why narcissists are narcissists, is not because they truly like think that they're the shit, it's because they think that they ain't shit. And so then they overcompensate and they tear other people down to try to like make themselves feel better. But I'm seeing this person as having been defensive when you tried to build with them, and you're like, the time for that is done. That phase has passed. I deserve better and I'm going to get better. And you should. But just, be gentle. Speak your truth, but maybe leave room for the possibility that there could be something that you're not fully aware of with this person yet. But your truth is that you feel like you have already spoken in a way, like you feel like you've already expressed yourself in a way and shown up for this person in a way where you've offered them grace, you've tried to work with them, you've shown up and been like, I want to be harmonious. This is kind of like, I'm showing up and I'm having like unending patience with you, even though you're a hot mess, or even though you're hurting and you lash out at me sometimes or project onto me sometimes. It's almost like your truth is that you made a promise or a vow to sustain this, and you've been offering this person a lot of forgiveness. But that's, I think, why you're now like, if nothing is changing, then I'm fucking out of here, because like, and you're saying that in the near future what you expect is for nothing to change, which is telling me that you've been hanging around for a while, waiting for this person to act right, giving them like potentially like chance after chance after chance after chance after like, I believe in you. And I'm like, this is not just being there and like being accepting of someone. Yeah, you may have really forgiven this person for some behaviors that hurt you, like that affected you quite deeply, is what I'm seeing. So yeah, that's what I'm seeing for you, is you're like, I'm not going to let you like I'm not accepting the status quo. I'm not accepting scraps. I'm not accepting something that puts me in a state of grief or throws me off, because that's not what I deserve. I do not want to be in a state of conflict or tension or grief anymore. And you feel like you've been hurt and you've suffered losses because of this person's actions, and it's coming through as like sharp and careless to you. Like they have treated you this way with no regard whatsoever. Yeah, they may have cut you off. They may have treated you with disrespect. The Empress in reverse, like they didn't see your worth. I want you to know that that's because truly they were not seeing their own value, but that doesn't make it okay. So the ultimate truth between the two of you and this situation currently is the King of Swords. And it came out with this card here, which I love. It's this witch burning at the stake, and she's lighting a joint or a cigarette or something there. Okay. So it's interesting. Both of you, the truth is you're both seeing clearly right now with that King of Swords. And I feel like you weren't in the past. Is this King of Swords this person only? Hold on. Yes. Okay. Ooh, see, there's something. Yeah. This person is shifting and you do not expect it. You do not expect it. It's almost like at the final hour, this person shows up. And yeah, yes. I don't think that you're actually going to regret offering them this energy, Sag. I don't think that you were wrong intuitively to continue showing up for this person. I just think that they pushed it to like the last minute. But honestly, the truth is this person had to go really fucking deep inside of themselves, really far back. And it has been a big process, but they have done the work. And they will be opening up more, and they'll be more present and invested in the near future. Because what came up here, I feel like they are looking at you as this. They are like, well, Sag is a force to be reckoned with. Sag doesn't give a fuck about anybody's judgment. I feel like you inspired them to accept themselves more fully, and that's such a Sagittarian energy. I feel like you guys do that. It's a gift that you give the world because you're kind of unapologetic a lot of the time. You're like, I am who I am, and if you don't like it, get fucked kind of thing, which I love. But it's showing me like what came out is the Two of Cups. I said, is this person seeing clearly only this other person? And they said yes. And what they're seeing clearly is the Two of Cups. So they weren't seeing themselves clearly in the past, and they weren't seeing you clearly as a result either. Or maybe they did not think that they were worthy. They were seeing you as like this badass that they almost put up on a pedestal, that like nothing can bring you down. Like you could be burning at the stake and you'd still go out being like, fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Like this person has a great deal of respect for you, whether or not they actually have shown it. But it's telling me that the truth is they see clearly now. This person recognizes the truth and they're going to be coming towards you, it feels like, wanting to invest in a more tangible way. And I also feel like they're going to maybe admit where they have not been in a state of empowerment or dominion over themselves and where that has affected you. But behind that is the Sun, the Hierophant, and the Eight of Swords in reverse. Well, things are clear now, for sure. And this is like making me feel like these people are kind of like similar. But they want to be in the sun with you, and they're going to ground in a commitment that is actually quite significant, is what I feel like. It's coming from a place of having actually liberated themselves from some sort of fear. And I think the fear was, I'm not good enough. I don't have enough to offer, or if I do offer Sagittarius this, it's not going to It's not going to be enough. It's not going to match there's an element of this. It's very interesting. You both inspired them and almost made them face their shame and guilt simultaneously, because you've been showing up like Mother friggin' Teresa over here, offering them so much grace and genuine love, that this person, I think they know that they haven't always acted right, and they have been very critical on themselves because of, like, you've shown up and given them something that they didn't feel like they deserved. It forced them to look at themselves more closely, though, and now I feel like they are coming into a space where they're able to actually love themselves. They do love themselves, and they're going to give it their absolute best, I think, to be in the sun with you, to truly invest in a tangible and grounded way from a place of moving in love, not fear. And this could be a very significant relationship, but a significant commitment that this person comes in and offers you. So if things were not actually determined between the two of you, like if they wouldn't put a label on things, or maybe you were in a long-term relationship, but like they never asked you to, like, there was never an engagement or talks of marriage or children. This person's getting out of their head now, and that's allowing them to bypass where they were getting in their way, the way of their manifestation. They're breaking through that toxicity, is what I see. That is the truth of what's going on right now. So just you might not like really believe that, you might like scoff, but that's what is coming through. So maybe try, if you can, to leave like a space open in your mind for that potentially being still being an option before you rush in and like rip a strip off of this person and say that you've had enough. I think that this is something with that Wheel of Fortune energy that is kind of like, there has been an element of divine timing, but also this person, they couldn't rush their process, and under the surface they were trying to rush their process by like forcing themselves to be further. They wanted to be ready faster, and I think that actually fucked with them and caused them a lot of pain. And I don't think you've been aware of any of this. I don't think this person has shared it with you, but they have desperately wanted to be aligned with you more, like faster, because I think that they felt that they know that you deserve more. They see you as again, they see you very highly. So that's what I'm seeing, Sag. Your reading was long as fuck, probably because of the whole me moving out into the living room thing, but we're going to move on now to Capricorn. So I love you. Thanks for being here. And let's see what's up with my Cappies. What's up with my Cappies? That's a very specific storyline for you, Sagittarius. Okay. Let's see. Capricorn. Ugh, okay. What's going on for Capricorn? Capricorn and their person. But yeah, I feel like Sagittarians have felt like the throat thing. There's something that you've been like, you've definitely had your moments of frustration with this person, and you have consciously chosen to offer them grace and understanding. Not because you had to, not because they deserved it, but the very definition of grace is like, it's not deserved. It's offered, it's extended as like a pardon. Like, I'm choosing to forgive you. I'm choosing to show you grace and be soft when I could be a bitch, essentially. But there's something that you've wanted to say, because yeah, and I feel like you're kind of reaching your limit, so it's almost a perfect storm where like this person's just getting it together right when you're like so tempted to just kind of like lose it lose it on them. So yeah, just be aware of that. Okay, Capricorn. What does Capricorn need to know about their person? Aw. Oh my gosh. This is such a clear message as well. My goodness. That's why. You're so. Aw. Oh gosh. Okay. Well. Choices to be made. Yeah. Oh my. Wow. Okay. And keep those. Let's get a few oracle cards. Clarify. Gosh. Laptop's overheating. Clarify Capricorn's person's truth, please. Okay. Whew. That is. Whew. It's so interesting because the vibes of the readings definitely shifted when I moved out into the living room. These ones are a little bit more. I mean, the ones in my room were. These ones are like heavy hitters. Like, these are like. They're packing a KO, you know? Damn. Okay. Tell me about Capricorn's truth. Ooh, yeah, that. I felt that in my I felt that in my solar plexus, actually. But I felt it as like power returning, like a surge of energy coming into my solar plexus. There's also, I feel, a common thread, like a theme, at least between you and Sag. You might be dealing with a Sag or have Sagittarius in your chart. No, that's too many. There's one. Yes, okay. One more for the ultimate truth. It's not wanting to come out. There we go. Well, that's good. Okay. All right. Let's get it. Let's get it poppin'. Gotta pick up the pace a little here. Or a lot. Okay. Hi, Capricorn. How are you guys doing? I hope you're well. The goats. So I'm going to speak as if this first person I talk about is the person that you're dealing with, and then on the other side is going to be you. But if you feel like they are reversed, then just receive the message how it wants to come through for you. Okay. Anytime that there's the general reading with more than one energy being focused on, the roles can always potentially be reversed. Okay, I just broke that part off my pen. Okay, so this person, their current energy is coming through as the Chariot. This person could be a Cancer, but they don't have to be. That's Cancerian energy. This person's truth is the Knight of Swords. I have so much to say about this. The Knight of Swords, and it came out clarified by these two oracle cards. Okay, so this one came out in reverse. It says projection, conflicted arrogance, trickery, and surrender. So glad it came out in reverse. And also, you've been dealing with some fuckery, I feel. It came out with this card too, though, in the upright, which says, if you love somebody, they turn into a god, but you can't control what kind of god they turn into. Yeah, I feel like this person may have turned into Hades, perhaps. Something along the lines of that. I'm not seeing it as being overly pretty, but I am seeing it as improving, so we'll get to that. Then what this person desires or expects in the near future out of the situation is the Ace of Cups in reverse. Okay. This person is in an energy of knowing their emotional truth, and to the degree like that they are convicted about it, and they are currently in the energy of moving on it. Okay, so maybe not necessarily towards you just yet, but they are actively taking steps that are in alignment with their emotional truth. Can you tell me more about the Chariot? I'm actually getting that this is like they're like pumping themselves up, or they're talking themselves up. They are in alignment with their emotional truth. The High Priestess in reverse. Yeah, exactly. They are going to reveal something to you. Something that has been a secret. And it is how they actually feel, which is very powerful with cardinal water energy here. But this is something that they haven't, I feel like you don't really see it coming with the High Priestess in reverse. That's kind of like, I'm not intuitively necessarily feeling too optimistic about that, this person taking that, I heard accountability, but that action. Okay, so their truth being the Knight of Swords here. See how this person's like, this Knight of Swords is like pulling the sword out of their throat. You know, it's coming out. The reason they're pumping themselves up is because they are fully aware with their expectation for the near future being the Ace of Cups in reverse, that expressing this truth to you could equate to them falling on their sword, so to speak. They know their own bullshit. This person is someone who knows how they have acted. They're not stupid. They are intelligent, and they've been aware. I feel that this is someone that has, due to their own internal level of conflict, they have acted arrogant. They have projected their shit, their own insecurities and their own internal war. They've taken it out on you. They have manipulated. There's been games. Essentially, like, you've loved this person, which gave them a lot of power. And the god that they turned into was not pretty. They know this. This is their truth. And they're coming in to talk to you about it. That they are, well, I heard hyper aware. So maybe they weren't aware always, but this person's very aware now. And I think they're also very aware that they need to move forwards with some sense of like, okay, I know how I feel. Now is my time to either stand on business or like fuck off, you know, like, and there is no in between is kind of how that's coming through. They know that the time is now. I find it very interesting. It's almost like this is not easy for this person to say. It's not easy for them to surrender. They're like, okay, I'm pulling it out of my throat. Like it's kind of like pulling teeth for this person, but their truth goes very deep. They're like pulling it out of the core of them. This truth may not necessarily be expressed in the most eloquent way. It could be a little bit, it's going to be very real because they know exactly how they feel. The Hermit just came out like sideways. The Page of Cups is at the bottom of the deck. The Seven of Cups in reverse. This person, they know how they feel. I'm telling you. They do. They've been very conflicted about being committed to something. And again, it's because they have been conflicted within themselves. There's been a lot of anxiety, and the anxiety is directly tied to, oh my word. Yeah, okay. This person is still, like, again, they have to talk themselves into this. This is not easy for them. They could have strong Virgo, or else this is happening maybe like before the next, like the Virgo eclipse or in Virgo season. But they're like forcing themselves to come out of their shell. They are pulling this truth out. It's like they're going in and they're like pulling it out by the roots. So again, it's like it might not be the most eloquent or like pretty expression, but it's going to be very, very raw and authentic. And I think that I have a feeling that there will be a level of appreciation on your behalf of that. I don't foresee you being like angry that this person like didn't like write you a love poem or something about how they feel. I think at this point you're just going to be happier and relieved that they are fucking not acting in the foolery that they had been acting before. But yeah, at the bottom of the deck is the Page of Cups with the Seven of Cups in reverse. So this person, they have connected to a true place within their heart, and they know they've gained that emotional clarity as a result. They are seeing how their actions, they were acting maybe passionately but very erratically, or like in a way that there's something about them really prioritizing or being like needing their freedom. There's something about them being scared of commitment. Now they have gotten out of their head with the Five of Swords in reverse in some sort of way. They've cleared some sort of mental conflict where maybe they were just ruminating, or there's something that they needed to let go of, something that was controlling them. For some of them, this is like where they were living, and there was someone overbearing that kind of like made them feel very small or stuck, like they couldn't actually do what they wanted to do. The Eight of Wands, though, the Nine of Swords, they're coming in and they're going to express, even though they're very anxious about this. And then the cards after that is literally the Lovers and the Two of Cups. So this is why they've been anxious. This Two of Cups is so beautiful. Like she literally has her hand like in his ribcage touching the heart, and their water is pouring from their skulls into one another. Like this is, with this coming out with the Lovers, that is so beautiful. This person, they feel, this is why they're forcing themselves to express this to you now. And this is also why, and I know this might not make a lot of sense, but this is why they have acted the way that they have in the past. People don't act like aggressively, and let me put it this way. When someone has a strong reaction, people don't have strong reactions to things that they don't care about. If they don't care, then they don't have a reaction, right? Because they don't care. So even if this person's reaction was like not positive, like triggered, or it came out of them in a very it's like they were running from their own truth, or they were terrified of moving on their own truth at some point. But it's always come from a place of like how much they care and being terrified of that, not from not caring at all. But they are expecting fully in the near future that you might just take their cup and be like, like pour it out and just walk away with your cute ass. So yeah, they don't necessarily have the most hope. And it's because, again, they're fully aware of how they have acted towards you. Okay. Well, I guess better late than never taking that accountability, right? Your side of things. This is also why they're like, well, now is the time. It's now or never. Because you are in the energy of justice. I love how it's like the Grim Reaper. You're like, and if you don't do the right thing, it's off with your heads. Like, I myself will embody justice, and I will come and I will end you. So there's something here where, again, like, this person has put you through some shit. They really truly have. Your truth is the Page of Wands in reverse. It's like, you don't have a lot of hope, but this is also how you see this person. Like, you see them as having acted with a level of immaturity, a lack of consideration, and honestly manipulation. And the thing is, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. This person took the power of your love and used it in kind of like the ugliest way possible, I feel. And they know that there's no excuse for that, but they also know that they need to try to do the right thing. But you are seeing them as that. And as a result, you don't really have all that much hope. The cards that came out to clarify this is, there's this one which says portal, resources, cleansing, rejuvenation, and self-care. And then there's also this is Sailor Moon. And it said, you know who's going to give you everything? Yourself. I'm seeing right now, you're like, well, that was a waste of my time. Now I have to embody justice and do what is right for me, where maybe I was accepting this person's behavior or like enabling it because I loved them. It's almost like you realize that right now there is a portal, or now is a very powerful time for you to shift the energy. You have the resources to do it. And you know that if you cleanse out, if you get rid of this energy, because you're basically saying this has influenced you. And yes, if somebody treats you this way, which is abusive pretty much, right? It's going to fuck with you. Absolutely. So here you're like, I know that if I cleanse and I give myself self-care, if I give myself everything instead of looking to someone for it who has maybe like shown up with the bare minimum at best, you know it's a powerful time of rejuvenation for you, and that's possible. So this is your truth. You plan on doing that, and you're pretty strongly, like, again, rooted in that. You know what you are worth, and you're not going to settle anymore. You're not going to let anyone treat you in a lesser than way, and you shouldn't. Okay. Your desire or expectation for the near future is the King of Cups, though, which I love. But in this King of Cups, he's here drinking his own glass of water, of love, right? So again, it's like, who's going to give you everything? Yourself. In the near future, you are like, I'm going to be taking my love back from this person, and I'm going to be pouring it into myself and making myself a god, and creating justice for myself as a result. Like, this is coming through as, I am going to do a drastic realignment. Yeah, there you are on the split. It's going to be all about me, bitch. It's villain era, it's main character era, whatever you want to call it. But you're very much like, and you are Saturn ruled, so this makes sense. You have a very strong natural connection to karma. But I'm seeing you as being like, I'm creating it for myself. Enough of this nonsense. I've stuck around or offered grace maybe for too long, or I've accepted behavior that, and it doesn't have to be like, okay, it doesn't have to be abusive, but on the darkest side of this, it could, I mean, it's coming through as manipulative, arrogant, and like there's an element of gaslighting because they have projected onto you their own internal conflict and lack of surrender. So that can be anywhere on the scale of like, hey, this person's just been like a little bit of a dweeb, like a little bit like immature, and you've had it. But for your energy to be justice, I just kind of feel like it's been like a little bit more intense than that. I don't know. So the ultimate truth right now between the two of you is the Two of Swords, and it came out with this card here, which has a bunch of Three of Swords on it, but it came out in reverse, which is good. This is what it looks like in the upright. It's just a whole lot of pain potentially going on there, but it did come out in reverse. The Two of Swords talks about like, the truth is that there is a choice that needs to be made, and Spirit is like, yep, we're aware of that, and this person is like, yep, I'm aware of that. And so now is the time. I need to move this so that you guys can see when I lift the cards up, because it's kind of in a shadow. Okay, there we go. There is a choice to be made. Yeah, that's better. And that is the honest truth. And Spirit is saying that the just choice needs to be made. It cannot be a choice that causes like more of a world of pain. There's already been enough bullshit inflicted here. There's been enough suffering. This choice has to reflect justice. But it is still a choice. And the cards that came out to clarify this, it's showing me the two sides of like the two options that could be chosen. Well, it's showing me two options that could be chosen. There could be more than this, but one of them is death in reverse, which is like a change not occurring. The same behavior continuing, but I see you very clearly cutting that out and walking away because you respect yourself, if that's what is chosen by this person. On the other hand, though, is the Six of Pentacles and the Ten of Cups. So this is this person actually coming in, right, to speak their truth, and their truth is that there is love there, and it's actually like quite a driving force within this person. I do really feel like the love that they have for you, and this I know this sounds backwards, but it triggered the fuck out of them, and it made them act like such a fool. It was out of fear, though. It scared them shitless. And again, they do not feel deserving. They do not expect you to accept this, but they're like, well, I have to do it anyways. I have to. They're in the energy of revealing this, the High Priestess in reverse. So this could happen quite soon. But I'm getting like within Virgo season with that Hermit that came out on the side. But yeah, this is actually giving in a reciprocal way, not just like scraps, not the bare minimum, not treating you like crap, but giving in a way that actually would open up the potential, if you decide to accept it, for you to build something genuinely long lasting and emotionally fulfilling with this person, is what I'm seeing. So That is the current truth of this. All right, Capricorn? Do with that what you will. But we are moving on to Aqua. I love you very much. And I'll talk to you again soon. Okay. Aquarius. Aquarius. I'll try to stick to 20 minutes of reading here. Okay. What's going on for my beautiful Aquarians, my little alien angels in the house? What's up, underdog? How are you, babes? Okay. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Hoping for the best, but expecting the worst, huh? And the final card. Yeah. There's not a whole lot of wow. Oh man. These are people just having to reckon with their reckoning with their demons, huh? Okay. Some oracle cards here. Okay. About the ultimate truth. This Yeah. Oh my goodness. Okay. Hello, my beautiful Aquarians. Let's take a look and see what's going on with you and this person here. I'm going to talk as if the first person is the person that you're dealing with on this side, but if it does sound like you or you're really resonating with it, it could be that you're either really like mirroring one another or or that the roles are reversed, which is always possible when there's more than one energy involved. Okay. The energy that this person is currently in is the Empress. Quite lovely. Their truth is the Page of Swords, and it came out with with this oracle card. Meme. Okay, we're a little bit tired, huh? There's a little bit of a little exhausted. And then what this person desires or expects, sorry, I have something in my eyeball, in the near future out of this situation is coming through as the Nine of Wands. What's that? Okay. Tell me more about the Empress. Exhausted, but holding on to your happiness. You're not letting that shit go. And you've been doing this in yeah. Okay. In a very tangible way, in a very physical way, like to do with where you put your tangible physical resources, your money, your time, your effort, your energy, your attention, that kind of thing. You, I feel like, have fought at some point tooth and nail to bring yourself into the energy of the Empress where you know your worth. I feel that this has not always been just, well, for anybody. I don't feel like anyone is just born into the energy of the Empress. Like, we have to, it's this journey of self awareness and self acceptance and love, understanding our own abundant and expansive nature and then being receptive to that, right? You're telling me, like, yeah, I fought for that, and there ain't no way in hell. There ain't no way in hell. There is nothing that I won't leave if it requires me to sacrifice that part of myself. There's nothing that I will, nothing is worth that price. The cost is too much, you know? Because the cost is yourself, really, and your love of yourself, your self-respect, you honoring yourself, but you're saying, like, I am making choices to hold on to the foundation that I have built, and the foundation that I'm standing on is the Empress. No MFer is going to take this from me. Like, come at me and try. I dare ya. So I really love that. Okay, this might be reversed for you, because why am I talking like this is you? I'm going to start talking like this is your person. I think I'm just getting tired and slightly delirious. Sorry, guys. It's been like 6.5 hours. But usually when I do that, it's because the roles are, or it is reversed for some of you. I'm still going to revert back to how I originally was talking about it. So this person, that's their energy. It could also be yours if it's reversed. But again, take it how it resonates. It could be that both of you, who else's reading was that? I think it was Scorpio's reading. Maybe there's a tie between you and Scorpio where you might relate with both sides of this reading, Aquarius. There could be a very strong element where, yeah, because the Emperor is also here and the moon and the sun are also here in the spread. So that is telling me that those are the way that those energies interact, the way that the Emperor and Empress interact is that they're kind of like the yin yang, which means they're part of the same whole. And then the sun and the moon, same thing. So you and this person, there could be a definite overlap or a very strong mirroring, or else it's just that you two are, you influence one another's energies so heavily that both sides are kind of for both of you to a degree. It's like a shared experience. They are feeling what you are feeling, and you're feeling what they're feeling to some degree. So keep that in mind. I'm kind of getting that. Okay, so this person's truth, the Page of Swords, with Ben Affleck looking like he's seen better days. I feel like this person's truth is they're like, I have communicated that I am exhausted. And I'm going to maybe express that again if I have not already said it. But there is an element where this person's like, if you don't know, you should know, because the way that I'm like, it's almost like this is common sense, okay? You've been through something here that has felt strenuous, or you've put a lot into something and you're tired, okay? And you're sort of saying like, if, yeah, I feel like what you've put in is a lot of love with the King of Cups, but it's almost like you feel, or this person, sorry, feels like they are constantly just staring at the horizon. It's almost coming through as though they feel like they're pouring their love into something that is a non-tangible void in a way. It's not something that they can taste, touch, feel. You could be not in the same place as this person. Like there could be physical distance between the two of you. And it's something where I'm getting like a very strong sense of longing here. It's like there's all this love and I don't know where to put it because you're not here, or something like that. This is this person's truth. That is what is actually exhausting them, is the depth of their own love. And it has like caused some confusion, but also I'm getting like emotional overwhelm because they can't ignore the truth of their feelings for you. It's coming through as very, having a very spiritual element to it. And again, I feel that you two, you feel each other's energies. You could be very tuned in like psychically or just empathically, or you're on each other's minds a lot. Like you consider one another a lot, whether or not you have always acted out of consideration for one another. I do feel like you're constantly thinking about each other. It's definitely coming through with this person that you've very much been on their mind, but it's been a source of exhaustion for them for some reason. That's their truth. And I feel like the source of exhaustion, yeah, they haven't been happy because there has not been the movement that they want with the Eight of Wands in reverse to be able to come towards you, or like this situation hasn't unfolded in the way that this person wants it to, but they can't walk away. So it's like they're stuck in this in-between space with all of their love. They feel like their love is a burden. They're not happy because they're not connected to you in the way that they want to be. And it started to feel heavy and almost like toxic to them, because it started to feel like they're tethered to you. Like they feel this tie to you, and it's like there's no movement happening, but like all this feeling, and it's just created this big buildup that they're like, something needs to shift. Like, I'm exhausted. they do feel like they have expressed that they're tired and that something needs to change. They also feel like they have expressed their feelings to you in some sort of way. Even if it's maybe been confusing at times, even if I'm kind of getting mixed signals, this could be someone who, like, it's because they are torn, because there's this part of them that, because something hasn't shifted and there's just this constant longing, they kind of are at this space where they feel like, is it always going to be this way? Like, are we. I'm channeling this song, and the lyrics are, am I going to get to love you? Are we going to make it real? Am I going to get to love you? Are we going to make it real? This person, they feel like they have a shitload to give and share from the heart. They have a very deep heart. This is scorpionic energy. So is the Seven of Cups. So yeah, they carry a lot. And the thing is, Scorpio energy, especially in regards to love, is it's very all in. It's very given from like the depths of your soul. And so when you are holding all of that for someone and you don't have anywhere to put it, essentially, it kind of feels like grief more than love. It kind of feels like, okay, this is now something that is actually tormenting me in a way, because the desire to give that love and to have it received is so strong. And there also, with Scorpio, is a very strong sexual element, not just like, oh yeah, let's go have like a random fling. It's like, no, I want to merge souls with you, kind of thing. So if there is distance between you, then the physical, like the lack of physical connection and the way that that's affected this person, it also has something to do with it too. But what they anticipate or expect in the near future is the Nine of Wands. So this person is like, I'm not expecting it to get any lighter or easier anytime soon. And again, it's like with all this orange and green, it's the weight of their emotions and their desire, sacral and heart chakra. They desire to give this in a very physical way. But it feels just like, it just feels like it's floating in the ethers. It's in their heart. It's in their head. It's everywhere, but actually like hitting the target. Like this person is frustrated because they have something, and it's love that they want to actually give you, and they haven't been able. Okay? Your side of things here. Your energy is the Two of Swords in reverse. Well, you have made a decision. What is that decision? It's saying that mentally you've excuse me, you've landed on something here. Leave my throat. Two of Swords in reverse. I'm kind of getting, though, like, my hands are tied. If you look at this specific Two of Swords, the way her arms are crossed, I'm kind of getting like, my hands are tied. I made a choice, but I kind of felt like I had to. Like I kind of felt forced into it, or I don't really have a choice in this choice, kind of thing. The Hierophant. Interesting. I'm channeling a song. I think it's called Tied to You. The Seven of Pentacles is at the bottom of the deck. I wasn't really expecting that. You guys feel tethered to each other in a way that does not always feel healthy. It doesn't feel healthy when you're not able to actually be with one another in the way that you want to. But you feel like there's a tether or a tie tied to you. Who's that song by? And I won't. Yeah, this one. What the heck is going on with my throat? It's called, oh. A bunch of text messages. It's called I'm Tied to You. Can you see that? By two people. Like, look at this. It's almost like their faces are like, it's like they're sharing a face, or it's like melded together or something. But the lyrics to this song, they say, give me your talk and I'll give you mine, and I won't say anything. You say you're done, so give me something to hold on to. What makes you move? I'm the one you knew. I won't say anything. I wish you'd say something good. I'm tired of closing my eyes. I wish you'd say something better than I'm tired, but I'm tired too. I'm tied to you. I'm tied to you. And then it just like repeats. I'm tied to you a billion times. So yeah, you guys both feel this for each other. You feel that connection, and I feel that it is, maybe at the beginning it was like exciting, but at this point you're like, I'm exhausted. And you feel again like almost as though you don't really have a choice, because you sense that it's something very spiritual. This is so interesting because look, I haven't noticed this about this card before. There are these two like outlines of these people that are like not fully like there. And they're whispering into the Hierophant's ear. I'm telling you, there's something very, very interesting about this connection spiritually. So you're in the energy of, you're like, well, I'm committed to this, and not always because I choose it. And that doesn't, keep in mind that, well, with the Hierophant, it is a physical commitment, but that doesn't always mean, it doesn't always have to mean a physical commitment for you. I'm getting, it's like, whether you are physically in this person's life or not, I feel like you both still sense this commitment or this tether. And that's why it kind of feels like you don't always have a choice. Because it's like, it's there no matter what. Your truth is the Knight of Swords. It's interesting, theirs is the Page of Swords and yours is the Knight of Swords. Oh, can I stretch my legs out? Yeah. And it came out with this L'appel du vide, which is a French saying, which means the call of the void. It says, literally, the call of the void is a French phrase used to refer to intellectual thoughts or the urge to engage in destructive behaviors during everyday life. Examples include thinking about swerving into the opposite lane while driving, or feeling the urge to jump off a cliff edge while standing on it. So it's essentially like, yeah, it's like the call of the void, not just self-destructive, but potentially like very dark. Like, I want to do something like that could, these choices are choices that would kill you, right? It's not just like, oh, I'm making a bad decision, like I'm gonna go get drunk and do something stupid. It's like, no, these are more serious than that. So it's interesting, you're both you and this person feel kind of pushed to the limit at this point. Your limit. This person feels very pushed emotionally and physically to their limit. I feel like you feel intellectually or mentally and maybe emotionally as well pushed to the limit, to the point that like at some points you might have the desire to do something incredibly, something that wouldn't be forgivable, something that you couldn't come back from in I'm getting like as a way of attempting to sever the tether because you're so fucking tired from this connection. And at points you're just like I need to do something that we could not come back from to try to like, you know, get out of this. But you're starting, it's coming through as like a desperation energy, and I see you like trying to, I see you actively running away from it, but it's almost like you feel like this impulse kind of chases you sometimes. And I think again it's because you have gotten to this, you've gotten to this point. Like this is something that's coming through as like the two of you have wanted to be together or express yourselves to each other for quite some time. So it's, yeah, it's definitely been wearing on you. In the near future here, what you desire or anticipate: the moon, the emperor in reverse, and the world. So that's a lot of energy. It's Pisces, Aries, and Saturn. Ooh, that's interesting because Saturn was moving through Pisces for a long time. Then it dipped into Aries, then it went retrograde, and it just entered back into Pisces, and it will stay there now until February, sometime in February, before moving back into Aries for good. Well, until it moves on to Taurus, but yeah, it won't go back into Pisces again after that. So that time period could be quite significant for you and this person. But you are saying you're kind of anticipating that either you're not going to be able to show up the way that you want to, that there's going to be too many unknown elements, or that someone is hiding something from you if the emperor in reverse isn't you. It's like you feel as though there's something that's blocking you, there's something you can't bypass or get through, and it's got this unknown element. Like you don't know how to solve something, you don't know how to maybe like, again, be together or create a solution in some way, but you're scared that it's going to be revealed that ultimately like all this work has been for nothing, your investment has been for nothing, you're going to have to end something because you won't be able to find a solution, or that this person maybe won't step into a role of leadership or dominion. Essentially just something won't be able to happen and you'll have to give it up. Okay, so the ultimate truth about this connection at this time is the Page of Wands in reverse. There's a whole lot of heart between the two of you, but you're drained. There's like the faith, the hope has been dwindled away. And it's been dwindled away through, again, not being able to see the solution, and that has caused a great deal of anxiety. And then the fact that there's all of this desire and love with nowhere to go, again, right? It's caused just a lot of pain. But the Justice card also came out. So I feel like something karmically is going to be balanced, or it is currently being balanced here. And the oracle cards that came out, there's two that came out. This one is a poem. It came out in reverse, but it says, "As you are, says the universe, after you answer. As you are, says the universe, before you answer. As you are, says the universe, when you answer. As you are, says the universe, how you answer. As you are, says the universe, why you answer. Because you are happening now, right at this moment, and your happening is beautiful. The thing that both keeps me alive and brings me to my knees. You don't even know how breathtaking you are. As you are, says the universe, through tears." But it's in reverse. So, and then this is the other one. "Growth demands a temporary surrender of security." I think that you're going to be offered, or you have been offered, either very soon you will. I don't feel like you have been yet. I feel like the two of you are still in this energy. But Spirit is saying like there will be an opportunity for justice, but it's going to require movement on both of your behalf, growth, and that is going to require surrender, and it's not going to feel not not safe, but kind of not safe. Like it's going to ask you to step outside of your comfort zone, let's say that. And you're going to have to overcome any, like, see, this is, again, this poem, right? They are not surrendering. They're like, after, before, when, how, why, who, what, where, when, why. Like, it's like asking a million questions, and the universe is just like, just fucking do it, you know? It's because you're enough right now. You don't need to know all of the details. You just need to know that I've got you. You just need to know that this opportunity, you just need to trust and follow your heart, essentially. So that's what I feel. I feel you're going to be given an opportunity, but it is going to require you to trust and surrender. And you know what I'm kind of getting, which is interesting, is that I think that things did get pushed to this point, like to the limit between you and this person, so that almost so that it would, when you did get this option, it would almost ensure that you took it and didn't just get scared and like bitch out and run away. Because at this point, you're both saying, like, I've put so much into this, and even when I've tried to pull away, I've still felt connected to this person. And I'm at the point where I'm like at my wit's end, and I'm thinking about doing the things that, you know, like dropping the weight and just cutting things off. And you're going to have the opportunity, but you're also going to have the opportunity to take a leap out into something, and it's going to feel fated. But again, you're going to have to step off the edge of that cliff without knowing all of the details. You're going to have to trust, though, that if you take steps towards one another, things will work out, that everything that you invested was not for nothing. Okay, so I feel that that is coming in the near future for you, Aquarius, but it is going to test you a little bit. And ironically, I think that you being in this worn down state, both of you, is actually making it more likely that the two of you will just surrender and fall into it. It's almost like you don't have the energy to be afraid and put up a fight against it. You're just like, ugh, like after all of this, like, fuck it, let's fuck around and find out. I've already put so much into it. I can't walk away now. It's almost like this was always meant to bring you to the end of yourself, maybe to push you into that state of surrender, which is sometimes how the universe works, which is so very fun, right? It's so fun, but relatable. Yeah, relatable. I get that. So just be aware. I think that that is coming for you in the near future, okay? But I feel that this cycle of exhaustion is reaching an ending. It's reaching like a climactic breaking point for you. Okay, we're moving on to Pisces. Pisces, my little fishies. What you doing? Where are you swimming? Let's see. If you guys feel comfortable doing so, let me know in the comments how these readings resonated with you, if you felt that they captured the current dynamics and things that you've been picking up, if they gave you clarity. Let's see. Okay, tune me into the energy of Pisces and their person that they're dealing with here, that they would like a little bit more perspective surrounding their truth. It's very interesting though, because the energies right now astrologically are, it's maybe that's why I felt called to do this reading. I just felt intuitively called and I just did it without questioning. But I am now realizing, like, it is a very karmic time, and specifically there is a lot about relationships, like a lot, like especially for eclipse season. It's like, it is kind of coming down to do or die, in the sense that things that are not aligned with you, things that are not sustainable, will become very, very clear. You will not be able to hold things together that are not meant for you. And so it's meant to be a time of like deep karmic alignment, which is always how eclipse season is. But the things that are not meant for you will be pushed out of your life, or else you'll be so freaking miserable trying to hold on to them that, like, because you'll be resisting a huge shift that the universe is trying to push you into, and you won't really be able to resist it for too long, I don't feel like, before getting just, I don't know. It's not like the universe is forcing you, but it is like, it is what is just and karmically aligned for you is going to become very clear. And it's like your own soul will fight you on it if you make decisions that go against that, right? Your own heart and soul know what you signed up for and where they want to go. So a lot of that is during this eclipse season having to do with relationships in our lives. And there's a lot about like soul ties versus like karmic relationships versus sacred union and how that shows up. Sometimes there's quite an overlap there, which is interesting, right? It's like they can both feel like they can both have maybe the same intensity to them, for instance, or you might feel the same like tie or pull, strong pull to someone that you signed up to learn very intense like karmic lessons with and help each other grow, but then, you know, pull apart. You were never meant to last, versus people who you have soul contracts with that you are meant to come into a sacred union and continue to grow and evolve together. So I feel like that is a big theme that's going to be coming clear. And I'm seeing those themes in the cards, like in these readings. So pay attention to that. Okay, Pisces. Let's get you done here, babes. Okay. Pisces. Nice. No person. Okay. Well. And Pisces. Ooh. Okay, like that. Oh. Okay, well. Let's see. Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, this has to do with partnerships and alliances that are prosperous. You are meant to prosper. It almost doesn't, I mean, it matters that you love someone, but it almost doesn't if that love is not serving you, if that love is harming you. That matters more. Like, it will matter more that you honor yourself and release it. And it's almost like, I know us. We can be the sacrificial lambs. Luna's in her litter box. Sorry about the noise. But if you've already sacrificed a lot and something is not happening, there's a choice that you're gonna be asked to make, and you are meant to seriously consider like what honors you, what sees you, what holds you, what honors you, what is able to reciprocate and reflect you, the truth of you back at you. Okay, not your insecurities, not, you know, yeah, no. Okay. Excuse you? Well, what was that about? Come here. Just jump over the cords. Why are you looking at it like it's a freaking river that you can't cross? It's literally a power cord. Hey, I can smell your poop and I don't want to. I'm going to close the laundry room door. Give me a second. Okay, clarify Pisces truth here. There you go. You did it. You did it. Good job, buddy. Whoa. Okay. Yeah, this is a lot about what I just said. Pisces. Oh my freaking goodness. Okay. This is a lot here. Let me just see. Are these the right cards for Pisces? This is a very strong message that I'm about to deliver. Okay. Okay, well. You know, though. You already know. And I think you know. But you might be playing dumb here. And you're too smart to act stupid, Pisces. We all know. Sometimes we play dumb because our heart, because the heart wants what it wants. Give me 1 second. Let me close the door so I don't have to smell Luna's litter, because it's just not, it's honestly just not enjoyable for me. Okay. Oh God. Am I being personally attacked right now here, or what's going on? Is this, well, we're gonna see if this message unfolds the way that, yeah, we're just gonna see how this message unfolds. I'm not really sure. I'm hearing something about twists that you don't expect. I'm not entirely sure what that means. Yes, her face is everything. She is the most adorable. She is the cutest. Okay. It's 56. Let's just go that. Okay. My goodness, here, Pisces. Well, hi, Pisces. Hello, my beautiful fellow fishy friends. Are we swimming like sharks today? Are we swimming like angelfish? How's the water? Okay. I'm sending you, first of all, I would just like to say I'm sending you all of the love. This season, this eclipse season, is going to be intense. It's going to ask a lot of you because the North Node is in Pisces. I am a Pisces Sun and Pisces North Node. So it's been, yeah. The thing about the North Node is I think that it's kind of romanticized a little bit in the spiritual community. It's like, oh, you're gonna like, yeah, let's align with our North Node and everything's just gonna be like pretty and we're gonna skip along the path and butterflies and dressed by deer in the woods, you know. And it's like, let me tell you, I've discovered that you know, during my North Nodal return, that is not the case necessarily. It's the thing is that, right, when we, it's kind of coming through as like when we ask for something, right? Like when we're trying to manifest something, sometimes we don't take into consideration the things that would have to happen for us to align with that manifestation. So we don't think about the transformation, the sacrifices, the growth, the healing, the all of this stuff that can be a hell of a lot. Hey, what's up, Luna? So all that to say, before I get into the reading, I'm just saying that this season could feel like it does ask a lot of you, and it is for the sake of aligning you with something higher, with something that will bring you closer to yourself, not further from yourself, okay? So just keep that in mind if things feel difficult at any point. Okay, so I'm gonna talk as if this first person is the person that you're dealing with, but okay, if it feels more like you, then just feel free to take the roles and reverse them if that's the way that it's coming through to you, okay? All right. So let's see here. This person's energy is coming out currently as the Two of Wands in reverse. And in this deck, it's called the Waiting Game. Came out in reverse. The way that this is feeling very Saturnian to me, and I've never noticed this in this deck, but see how it's like, it's the time, right? Which Saturn has to do with time, but then there's also these rings, and there's someone stuck there. Well, stuck. There's someone walking in the rings around this time. It's quite interesting. It's kind of like in the upright, this is like I'm stuck in a cycle, in a waiting game. I'm just kind of like, yeah. It's interesting. So this is the energy of this person currently within the situation with you. Their truth is the solar plexus chakra in reverse. Here, this tarot deck has chakra cards, and it came out with this oracle card that says, the people who offend you with truth do not hate you. The people who comfort you with lies hate you. And if you prefer a comfortable lie over an offensive truth, you hate yourself. Hard pills to swallow, party of one, right? So that is one of the truest things that I have come to learn in my life. When you avoid the truth, you're not actually living life. You're living a lie. You're living an illusion, right? Ultimately. And that's okay. If that's the choice that you're making, you have free will. But that is the only way to actually live authentically, is to look at the truth. This person's, this is their truth, the solar plexus chakra in reverse. And then what they desire or anticipate is going, like, expect in the near future surrounding this connection is the Seven of Wands in reverse. Stand your ground. Okay. I need to clarify. Tell me about the Two of Wands in reverse. I need validation for what I feel. Tell me about the Two of Wands in reverse. Okay, well, Okay. Wow. Wow. This is not. Okay. We're going to dig more into this, but I don't feel like this is actually. No wonder Spirit was like, there's twists and turns. Don't speak too hastily. Okay, so clarifying the Two of Wands in reverse, the waiting game is the Four of Pentacles in reverse, firm foundation with a sacral chakra. This person is not. I feel like they've been at a crossroads or they've been stuck in a loop, and it's coming through as like there's been a spiritual lesson. Again, it could have been Saturnian with that, but it has definitely taken its time to complete. And now they're at, I feel like, a testing point surrounding this. They have the chance to release themselves from this, but it requires them to release also something that they have come to rely on, but this thing has become stifling. Like the Four of Pentacles talks about in the original Rider Waite, it's this guy like sitting and he's hoarding his pentacles. And it's like, okay, that's an energy of contraction. Yes, you have some things, but you cannot expand, you cannot evolve, you cannot receive more than just Four Pentacles, which isn't that many. The Four of Pentacles is like, it's a foundation, but you're meant to like still build on that foundation. You're not just meant to exist as just the foundation. So this test or this choice to release themselves requires them to pick a path, and picking this path requires them to follow their emotional truth, their desire to be confident enough to do so, confident enough to release something that feels safe, but it is complacent. It's comfortable, but it has turned into complacency for this person. They've maybe clung to it for quite some time. I feel like they've drawn out making this choice to release whatever this is because they're scared. They're scared of the instability that they feel, and they maybe are scared even of where their emotions or their desire is actually leading them, where they feel pulled by that. Okay? So that's the energy that they're in. I feel like they're being forced to reckon with the truth of this. And it's a very spiritual energy as well with that sacral chakra. It's like life force energy, creative energy, sexual energy. Yeah. Okay. This person's truth as the solar plexus chakra in reverse with this comfortable lie versus offensive truth card. Tell me more about that. The truth is right now this person does not feel super confident facing their own truth. And the thing is, they feel a little bit triggered by you because they see this truth very clearly reflected back at them through you. So if this person is acting towards you in a way that is a bit hostile, or like it seems like they're like creating drama, or they're like pushing you away, or it's like, again, like, wow, that escalated quickly, like why the hostility, buddy? It almost feels like they're putting off the fulfillment of their wishes because they are anxious about the choice they know they have to make. They have the awareness though, like they know exactly what it would take. Oh wow. The Justice card, which is balance, is right behind that. And behind that is the heart chakra. They know. They know both where their heart is and also where their desire pulls them. This person they know, and that's what scares them, because they haven't been confident enough to face this truth. So they've actually chosen to be like offended by it, because it's like every time it comes up, it very much overwhelms them. It triggers the hell out of them, because again, They do actually have this awareness within them. This is the Magician and Justice. They know what is needed and they know what is fair. They know what is balanced. They know what is karmic. And they know the choice that they have to make, but they have allowed their emotions to like be convoluted. And it's all because of a lack of confidence here and agency and like dominion over their own life. This is kind of coming through as like the Emperor in reverse energy. So they have felt like you may have shared this truth with them, believing that you were doing them a favor, right? It's like I'm sharing truth with you, and this person could have lashed out at you very much. They would have preferred a comfortable lie because they acted like offended by this, and you're like, I'm literally just being real, or like, this is actually just the truth. Why you mad, bro? You know, like there's something about that, but it's not anything to do with you. It's because they feel cornered by, they already know the truth. It's just they're very intimidated by it, and they would rather ignore it or run away from it than face it. But they haven't been realizing that to accept a lie that feels comfortable is to accept a life of complacency, scarcity, and honestly, it's a half-life. It is a subpar bullshit existence, to be completely honest, and too many people in this life choose that because they are not brave enough to move towards what they actually want. It scares them. So they stay small. And then they become very bitter as a result of that. But this person knows the truth. Holy F, do they ever know the truth? Yes, they do. That was the Judgment card. This is Plutonian energy. They are getting just slapped around by the truth. And I think that they're taking a moment to like, they need time to integrate this, because it's like, it's not just coming from you. It's no longer just being reflected back at them from you. Now the universe is getting involved. The Emperor in reverse. What did I say? I'm telling you, this person knows, and they know that you know. They know that you know that they know. You know that they know, and you're like, hello? Like, is this thing on? Like, I know that you know how you feel. I know that you're intelligent even though you're playing dumb, you know, like there's something where you're like, are you gonna whoop and like choose the thing that takes balls, or are you gonna keep on getting mad at me because I'm like speaking the truth? You know, there's something about that. This person does not feel confident in their own power, and what this choice would require of them is a leap out, and it would require them to trust themselves, the universe, the unknown, and you, essentially. And it's coming through as right now they're not ready to do that, so they feel they've reacted very poorly to that, or in response to that is what I'm seeing. Okay, so what this person is anticipating, again, being the Seven of Wands, stand your ground in reverse. Tell me more about that. Okay. Okay. Oh, man. They, okay, power. So this is strength. And then the 9 of Cups, fulfillment of wishes, is coming out here. It's interesting. They know that they are going to be forced to make this choice. They know that they're running out of time because you are speaking this truth to them, or you've been reflecting it back more and more clearly. But also, like I said, now the universe is like on their ass about it. And the thing with Plutonian energy is like, it's going to come up from the deepest depths within you, and there is nowhere to run and hide from yourself, right? So this truth, they're coming to realize, wow, this isn't something that Pisces is just like, trying to force on me. This is actually a truth that's lived deep within me all along that I've just been scared to admit. Go figure, It's like, whoa, light bulb moment here. But they have fought this, like, it feels like they fought this tooth and nail because they are terrified and they are not confident. And a big part of it is they're not confident in their own intuitive truth enough to trust what their energy is telling them, because they know that they feel stifled. They know that they've outgrown this foundation that they were never meant to live on. They know that they need to make this choice rather than like loop around and around and just play the waiting game forever. Like, that's not sustainable. They will be stuck in life, and again, they won't go anywhere if that's how they live their life. They'll just loop around and around. So it's interesting. They know that in order to choose their wish fulfillment, they have to step into their power, and they're very aware that they're not in it right now. They also feel pressured and insecure because they know that you see them not in their power. And that doesn't mean that you're judging them for not being in their power. Everyone at some point is not in their power. Everyone at some point has a difficult or intimidating choice to make that scares them, that makes them want to pull back and be small. That's human, right? No one is brave all the time. So this person, they know that there's something that they have held to. They have defended it. They are like, this is the hill I'm going to die on. And it was the denial of this truth. And they fully anticipate that in the near future, if they want to succeed, if they want to truly be in their power, and if they want to have their desires fulfilled, then that's got to go. They got to change. It's like change or die. This is at the bottom of the deck. The Two of Cups, spiritual union, the base chakra in reverse. This person is getting 1,000,000 chakra cards, but this is a spiritual union, but it has not been grounded. And it's because probably that there's been so much denial. But they know that, yeah, they need to choose spiritual strength over mental conflict in order to make this decision. And I feel like they've been giving into their fear, their mental conflict up until this point. So they're becoming aware that, like, and you're not forcing them to make this choice. It's their own internal, it's the universe and their own insides that is pushing them to this. But just be aware, Pisces, that this person might be a little bit aggressively, like they might be a little bit raw as they near this state of needing to make a choice here surrounding this. Okay, so your side of things, your energy currently is transformation. This is the Death card, so scorpionic energy. You are going through a big old shift of your own, it seems. And it's also something that you cannot deny. And it's also a shift that is incredibly uncomfortable. It's also something that forces you to look at the parts of yourself that are insecure and disempowered. This is the Empress and the Emperor. You see, where this person got it twisted is they thought that they feel so insecure that they're in this energy that you're both insecure about the same thing. But it's like, rather than, I feel like, being able to support one another, the insecurity is almost like has been so strong, or the intensity of the transformation and what is being asked of you, I feel like you haven't really been able to show up effectively and like help lift each other or support each other in taking this leap and becoming the best versions of yourself, aligning with your destiny or what you're being pulled to. You've kind of probably, it's coming through more as you've been in a state of anxiety, fear, and you've been drained, and you haven't really been able to fully accept this truth and move on it from an empowered place because of that. But your truth is the Empress in reverse, fertility, and it came out with this card. Now this card, I made this deck myself, and this card is very specific. Okay. I want you to just soak that up for a sec. I was in a very abusive relationship with a covert narcissist for a few years, and I came out of it with extremely intense PTSD that I have been recovering from for the last couple of years, and I literally had to kind of like rebuild my very sense of self because that is how much it deteriorated me. That is somewhat the energy that this card represents. And I put it in there with that intention and specific energy. The thing is, your truth is that, and I don't know, I'm not saying that this is this person. I'm not saying that. This could also be your own ego, your own fear that has been so pervasive that, kind of like this person, you in your own way, you have also denied the truth about this connection or about yourself, what would be required of you, and whether you believe that you're actually worthy or capable of offering that. It's coming through as like imposter syndrome a little bit. You don't know. It's like, who am I to accept that? I'm not the right one for the job, right? This person has gotten defensive and offended. But you, I feel like there's an element of like almost victimizing and deteriorating yourself by maybe like negative self-talk, maybe, and this person could have had something to do with this, right? Like they could have lashed out at you, but I feel like there's an element of you internalizing that. And that had to do with your own demons, your own internal shadow that you truthfully like hadn't completely worked through. This is what is transforming right now. So like this person is being asked to, they know that they have to choose spiritual strength. Basically, they have to choose their spirit over their fear, over their mind. There's an element of that with you as well. Can you clarify Pisces truth for me, please? Yeah. This is asking, it's asking a lot of both of you. You can't do it the way that you did in the past. The Six of Cups in reverse, memories of love, with the Seven of Cups, choose wisely. If you choose wisely, then there will be something that pays off, and it will be groundable. It will be in the tangible form. This is Pentacles. But again, you have to get out of this space of conflict and defeat of the mind. Both you and this person, right? Mental conflict and defeat. You're going to need to choose wisely from the heart, understanding like where did you excuse me, where in the past did you not? Like what led to this? And I'm not blaming you. I'm not like victim shaming you or like making you or this person feel bad. But what I'm saying is that like this is not avoidable anymore. There is a deep, and again, they had Plutonian energy, you have Scorpio energy, also Pluto. There's something very much like your transformations are tied together, especially with the two of you synced in these energies. But you were never meant to like push each other away, tear each other down, or like enable one another's feeling like shit about yourselves, essentially. I think that you're supposed to flip into a position of power so that you can uplift one another and ground something through patience and planning and serious, like actually taking something seriously and investing into it so that it can be reciprocated, balanced, and bring you material and spiritual prosperity, but in a way that is actually physical, like real. But there's something where it can't be, there's something that can't be the way that it was in the past. And I feel that you feel like you've felt very drained by the situation. And I think this person has too. The thing that I think that maybe both of you have kind of missed a little bit, because I'm seeing in your truths that you've both had deep disappointment in the past surrounding your heart. You've both been hurt in the past surrounding your heart. And I think that has a lot to do with why you both feel disempowered with this connection, because this connection asks a lot of you. It does. And so it's almost like more comfortable for them to get offended and live ignorantly and recklessly. And it's almost more comfortable for you to, allow your own doubts and demons and shadow and fear to consume you and keep you in this small constricted space, like to drain your own sense of self and your life force energy out of you, than to face the actual truths of yourself, which is that you are enough and you always have been. So what you are desiring or anticipating in the near future is the Ace of Cups. Love begins. Well, yeah, that makes sense, because you're already in the middle of this transformation. So I think that it's like you entered the haunted house and you passed all the signs that was like, turn back now or else like be warned, and you're like 3/4 of the way through the haunted house. You've seen some shit. Okay, you've seen some shit. I feel like the haunted house is your own internal landscape. Pluto is always going to take you somewhere that's going to scare the shit out of you a little bit. Pluto is always going to transform you through darkness, through your own unconscious, through your own shadow. It shows you the things that you least want to see, because it knows that that is where your true power lies. Because when this person actually looks at the truth, they will actually come to the realization that something beautiful is for them, and that they do have the authority and the power, that there is a part of them that already is fully aware of this, and you as well. You never were reflecting this truth to them to try to point out like, oh, you're not you're not good enough, like you're a loser, you don't have what it takes. That was never your MO. That's just what their own internal narrative told them. And I feel like they projected their fear and shame and doubt onto you. And then you, if you were to admit the truth, which is that maybe this situation itself or this person isn't necessarily the thing that has been draining you, it is your own inability to see, embody, honor, and, live up to your true worth. and accept the fact that you are worthy of love as you are. As you are. You didn't need this transformation to be worthy. This transformation is just what is forcing you to see that you have been all along. So the ultimate truth of this between you right now is the Eight of Swords, trapped in fear. And it's clarified by this card here. The mind. It's the mind. And there's a cloud over her third eye. Fear has clouded the truth for both of you to some degree in this connection. I knew that your reading was going to be intense because that North Nodal energy doesn't fucking play. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. But for those who are meant for, you know, great things, great power, great blessings, much is required. Right? And it's not that a whole bunch of sacrifice is required. It's that you are required to see yourself and believe in your own value so that you can accept all of those things. Because if you don't believe it, then there is no way forwards. You cannot move forwards. This is the final card that came out. Trigger, responsibility, alluring, fool's gold, and potential. It has this little karmic partner signature. And this is meant to be like, this has been very confusing and it's been very triggering. That's what these little signs in the corner, they each mean something. And you know what is, at the beginning of this reading, right, my own fear almost caused me to misread this reading and the situation. It's so easy to be afraid and to project rather than to face that fear. And the thing is, sometimes the fear is that something beautiful is not all that it seems, and sometimes we're just telling ourselves that because we're more comfortable staying where we are rather than moving into the greatness of our truth. Sometimes it is more alluring to look at gold and call it fool's gold rather than see its true potential, because its true potential triggers the hell out of us because of the responsibility that it would ask us to step into a version of ourselves that we don't feel ready for, right? And that's human. That's human. As much shadow work as you do, as spiritual as you want to be, as present and self-aware and blah, 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 your fear can always still blind you. Always, always. So, is there anything left that you want me to highlight for Pisces before I let them go? I love you so much, Pisces, and I know that you're so capable. You're so deeply capable, and you're so fucking valuable, like, innately. Innately. No. That's the message. There is a strong message, though, that rest is needed, specifically mental rest. Your mind is where all that fear is originating from, that anxiety, and as with this person. So there is the very strong message that this is a choice that's going to require you to choose wisely, and it is going to require you to be very honest with yourself about your emotions and where you have maybe, like, um, confused yourself. And this is coming through as like unconscious self-sabotage. I feel like this is what Pluto is trying to draw both you and this person's attention to. Pluto wants you to see where there's this band called Brand New, one of my favorite bands. And there's a song called Jesus Christ, and he says, "Do I divide and fall apart because my light is too slight to hold back all my dark?" You know, I think that as humans, because we do have the shadow and we always will, that will always be a part of us, I think it's easy to question sometimes the divinity within us. Is the divinity enough, or am I going to be consumed by my own darkness? I don't think there's any human, if we're all honest, that has not questioned that in one way or another at some point in their life. Because we all do things that we regret. We all have shame. And the truth is that sometimes it is easier to see ourselves as this smaller, lesser thing. To fully embody and express our divinity is not to erase the shadow, it's to integrate it. It's to realize that both of them are always meant to exist together, and that your shadow is not going to cause you to like split from yourself. They are meant to, that's what unconditionally loving and accepting yourself is. You have to see both and let it all coexist. Right? So that's what's required of you. Just that, just that. I got really passionate about that message. But like, I love you so much. And I feel like that was kind of a collective message, honestly, because of the North Node in Pisces and this eclipse. I just want to leave you with the message, though, that you are deserving, and it has nothing to do with earning it. It's not about that at all. It's about, and if you are earning it, or if you do have to earn it, then the way that you earn it is via initiation of, holy shit, something just clicked for me. Seeing your own soul, like staring your own soul in the face in its entirety. That is the initiation. Seeing the truth of yourself and accepting it. There's this book that I've been reading, and it's part of the series of what is that called again? A Court of Thorns and Roses. It's about like fairies. It's like fairy gore. It's a little spicy too. So if you read it, just heads up. There's definitely some very it's X-rated, okay? But it's like a fantasy book, and I'm on the third one in the series, which is huge. The other night I was reading it, and this is kind of just like, I'll take your sign down because I'm just sharing something personal now, but it does tie into the message. But there's a mirror in the book that is called the Ouroboros, and it is like a window to the world. You look through it, and you can look into anywhere. It's a window to the world, and you can kind of put that window wherever you want. So it's a very powerful tool to have. And at one point, the main character, whose name is Feyre, she wants someone's help, and they say, you have to bring me the mirror, and then I will help you, but that is the cost of my help. And the catch is that everybody who has ever looked into this mirror has gone mad. Like, it's driven them mad. And because everybody's gone mad, nobody knows like what the mirror has actually, what has caused that to happen to them. And so there's this lore and there's all this fear around it, and no one has tried, and she's terrified to try. But there comes a point where she gets put in this situation where she has to risk it. She feels like she doesn't have the option. It is the lesser of two evils, so to speak. She has to face that fear because she needs the help of this other character, or else she could potentially lose everything that she loves and everyone that she loves. So she goes, and I really want to read you this one page of the chapter because I just like sobbed for like the whole basically like 2 hours after. Hold on one second. I'll read it to you and you will understand a little why this ties in so much. It's already out here. Woo! It's already out here. I just accidentally turned my light off, my ring light. I forgot that I set my laptop on it so that it wouldn't overheat on the bench. So it's literally right here. So this is the book that I'm on, A Court of Wings and Ruin, and it is a big ass mofo, and I'm very near the end. But this is there's one page that sums it up. Okay. So where is it? So she comes back to like her mate, her spouse, her partner. And he's like, you got the mirror, right? And she says, yes, I did. And he says, what did you see? And she says, myself. I said at last, I saw myself. It was perhaps the one thing I would never show him. So they have like a telepathic bond, so they can like see into each other's minds. It was the one thing I would never show him, anyone, how I had cowered and raged and wept, how I had vomited and screamed and clawed at the mirror, slammed my fists into it, and then curled up, trembling at every horrific and cruel and selfish thing I'd beheld within that monster, within me. But I had kept watching. I did not turn from it. And when my shaking stopped, I studied it. All of those wretched things, the pride and the hypocrisy and the shame, the rage and the cowardice and the hurt. Then I began to see other things, more important things, more vital. And what I saw, I think I loved it, forgave it, me, all of it. It was only in that moment when I knew only I could allow the bad to break me. Only I could own it, embrace it. And when I'd learned that, the Ouroboros had yielded to me. Meaning she was able to take the mirror. I feel like I want to just cry now because it just struck me as so fucking human. I was like, and ironically, I had asked the universe for a message, because I have somebody in my life that I love very much. And it is a connection very much like the one that I just described in Pisces reading. And it has tried me and taken me to places within myself that nothing else has reflected me back at me in that way. But I haven't loved something enough to commit to not look away. Things have reflected me back at me in the past, but I always pushed them away or I left. And with him, I stay and I look, even when I see the worst parts of myself, even when I see the parts of myself that I'm I'm ashamed of, that it's so hard to love those parts. And I realized, like, I had asked the universe to give me, and I was like, and don't make it like 1111 or like a blue butterfly. Like, I said, I'm not asking for a specific sign, but I need you to give me, to send me something that is so undeniable that it speaks to my heart and my soul, and it just pierces right to the core of me, and I know what the purpose of this has been, because it has taken me to the limits of myself. And when I read that, I knew that that was the sign. This was like months ago that I asked, like maybe like 5 or 6 months ago that I asked for this sign. And the thing is, this is the third book in this series. Through that time, I have like stopped reading the series for like months at a time and then picked it back up. And it's not just like the page and how it was written and how that spoke directly to my soul in such a fucking clear way that I couldn't deny it. It was the timing, it was everything, because I picked up that book and I read until like 2:30 in the morning that night, and that was the last page, and I was like, holy fuck. Like, spirit is insane. But that's what I asked for. It's without a doubt what I asked for, and it made me realize that no matter what happens with this person, the gift that he has offered me, it was the gift to truly see myself. And through that, I chose to not look away, and I now love myself more completely than I ever have in my life. And there is no gift greater than that. And so this person, they're the mirror that I didn't turn away from, that I couldn't turn away from, that I did not want to turn away from. They're the mirror that made me stay. And yes, it was my own choice, but it's not that it doesn't matter, but whatever happens between myself and this person, I will never not be grateful. So, whatever that mirror is for you, it's a gift. It's a gift even when it feels like a curse. And when you get to that place within yourself, when the love finally breaks through, and you cannot deny it, it is source, it is spirit screaming it in your face. What is required of you is to see and love yourself. That has always been the only requirement. I think that you'll find the courage that you need. So in my humble opinion, my advice, if I can give it, and this is personal advice, is that you don't turn away. Because I don't think that, yes, it might be comfortable at the beginning or uncomfortable at the beginning, but I think in the end you'll find that you love yourself, all of it, and that is kind of the ultimate gift. So I'm gonna leave that with you. I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, this eclipse season and your eclipse, which is coming up in, I think, like a week or something now, is going to be very, very powerful for you. And I just want you to know that you're ready for it. If you want to be, I believe in you, and I believe that you are. And I don't just believe that you are worthy, I know that you are worthy. It's just whether you're ready to see and stand in your own worthiness or not. That's the question, Pisces. That's the question to everybody. That's the ultimate question. I love you more than life. I love you so much. I'm gonna go because it's 2:30 in the morning. But I appreciate you so much, and I hope that, yeah, I hope that you choose love. Because it's not just about the concept and the idea as some far off thing, Pisces. Now it's real. Now it is time to walk the talk. Now it's time. The test is now to embody what you preach. You preach unconditional love, and you often sacrifice a lot of yourself to offer it to others. Can you offer it to yourself? That's the test. Okay? Yeah. I'm going to let you guys go, but I'll talk to you again very soon, I promise. Before the eclipses. I'll talk to you again before the eclipses. So have a wonderful day, night, afternoon, wherever you are. And I will see you soon. I love you.